the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1101 Underground World, and, sir, bad news. Those bugs are coming again, just as Mashu, Ritsuka, Roman and Da Vinci of Chaldea were discussing with the knight how to attack the aquatic city of Wise. A panicked young man ran in. Again, the knight said, standing up. What's going on? Ritsuka asked immediately. Although this valley is well hidden and easy to defend, it can only defend against enemies coming from the ground. We're helpless against enemies coming from the sky, the knight explained. The abundant natural food in Taoyuan Township is not only attractive to humans, but also to other creatures. Before the knight led the resistance army to capture Taoyuan Township, it was a habitat for wild monsters. Let's go help too. Although the knight didn't ask Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others to help, since they were already there, they naturally wouldn't leave it alone. Watch your formation. Don't lose your balance. Use your shields to block the attack. When the group arrived at the Peach Blossom Forest, the rebels were engaged in a battle with the winged-bladed insects. Mashu and Ritsuka immediately tried to attack, but were stopped by the knight, who then began to direct the rebels. These men were all from the surface, mostly ordinary people with little combat experience. Their ability to fight these monsters was thanks to the knight's training, and of course, the pressure of the environment. Roar! It's the wyverns. Damn it! They're here again. Retreat. Under the knight's guidance, the rebels successfully suppressed the winged-bladed insects. Then, a roar erupted from above, and the group saw 3 wyverns descend from the sky. Upon seeing the wyverns, the knight immediately ordered the rebels to retreat, brandishing his katana at his waist to meet them. This was a singularity, an era filled with fantastical creatures. Let's go too. There were 3 wyverns in total. After the knight blocked 1, Diane and Alpha each took on 2, giving the wyverns no chance to fire before dispatching them. The battle was over quickly, the 3 wyvern corpses quickly dismembered by the rebels. While there were more peaches than could be eaten in Taoyuan Township, eating them all the time wasn't a big deal. The wyverns appeared just in time, offering a treat. At this point, there was nothing much to be said for. Ha, 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 ha. The next morning, when Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others emerged from their rooms, they immediately saw the rebels training in a clearing near the peach grove. The knights, carrying ordinary wooden swords, gave instructions. Near them, Mashu and Ritsuka spotted a familiar figure, the young boy Fergus. Remember, as long as you have a goal, persevere and you will surely achieve victory. Now, begin the sparring. After delivering these encouraging words, the knight immediately arranged for the rebels to begin sparring in pairs. Although the rebels were severely short on metal weapons, only those fighting on the front lines had them. They had plenty of wooden swords. There was plenty of wood to make them, both in the Peach Blossom Forest and outside. Mr. Knight, you are truly a remarkable man. I hope not. Mashu and Ritsuka had observed the knight's every move since they met him. They had to admit that he was truly a remarkable man with lofty ambitions. However, perhaps due to the previous subspecies singularity, Mashu and Ritsuka felt a sense of unease when watching the knight. Wait, what did I tell you before? The knight, who was inspecting the sparring group, stopped beside a pair of men, one large and one small. One was a teenager, about the same age as Fergus, and the other was an adult. While the resistance army primarily consisted of adults, likely due to the special transfer technique, there were actually some young men within the ranks. These youths primarily handled logistics, while others, admiring the knight, sought to join the ranks of the official resistance. This young man was one such example. As long as you have a goal, persevere and you will surely win, the young man declared loudly. That's true, but I've also told you before, when you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, flee immediately. Fleeing isn't failure. As long as you're alive, anything is possible. Look at your opponent, he's taller and stronger than you. Don't force your way in, use your wits. Do you understand? Yes, sir, the young man exclaimed, his face filled with admiration. Very good, continue. Speaking of which, sir, why is there a change of day and night here? After seeing the knight step aside, Mashu and Ritsuka immediately approached. Da Vinci's voice echoed from Mashu, revealing their origins. They were from the human restoration of Chaldea. "It's the light moss on the ceiling, its brightness changes over time," the knight replied immediately. "Light moss? I didn't expect this singularity could achieve such a level of illumination." Da Vinci nodded thoughtfully. Da Vinci was very familiar with light moss. It appeared in numerous novels. It was found in almost every underground world and cave, used to illuminate the subterranean world. However, this was an exaggeration. While light moss did exist, its brightness wasn't as bright as the sun, but rather as bright as a firefly. If such a thing existed, magicians would have already cultivated it extensively. Shen Fei was initially curious about this and wanted to get some samples to see if he could cultivate it. After all, it could make the Yagote underground world as bright as the surface. However, Da Vinci's words immediately dissuaded him. Da Vinci speculated that this was unique to the singularity, and that once outside, things would return to normal, much like the phantom technology in the previous singularity. He asked the knight to confirm a few points. "Sir, bad news. The stone miners have encountered a stone monster." Just as Da Vinci was about to ask the knight more questions, a member of the resistance came running over, breathless. "Another golem? Let's go," the knight said, and immediately headed deeper into Peach Blossom Land. The resistance wasn't all combatants. There were also numerous logistical personnel, including those doing laundry, cooking, building houses, and tending the fields. This singularity had existed for quite some time, so the resistance naturally needed a clear division of labor. Judging from the map he drew, his attire, weapons, and actions, this knight is likely from the age of exploration, a pirate or a captain, while Mash, Ritsuka, and the others, along with the knight, dealt with a suddenly appearing golem. Roman, Da Vinci, and Holmes speculated on the knight's identity. Moriarty had been tricked, and they couldn't afford to be tricked again, or it would be humiliating. Based on their previous observations, they had already gathered a lot of intelligence. Not all heroic spirits are good. Knowing their true names allows for better responses. Besides the knight's true name, many issues have been uncovered regarding this underground world, named Yagoda by Leonardo da Vinci. Let's go. 2 days later, Mashu, Ritsuka, and the knight set out for the floating city of Wise. They stayed in Taoyuan Township for 2 days to wait for the vanguard of the resistance to arrive. After all, the resistance were ordinary people, so their speed couldn't match that of a group of servants. Even Ritsuka, at her current level, was no match for the resistance. A pirate princess? I didn't expect to encounter pirates here. To be more precise, they're river pirates. There's no sea here. On the way, the knight further explained the situation in the floating city. It was occupied by a group of pirates, led by the pirate princess Dayu. Pirates? Mashu and Ritsuka exchanged glances at the mention of pirates, their first thought being a certain heroic female pirate. The pirate princess Dayu in the floating city of Wise, how fascinating. I didn't expect to see them here. Without waiting for anyone else to ask, Da Vinci immediately recounted the legends of the pirate princess and the floating city of Wise, explaining them to Mashu, Ritsuka, and the rest of the Chaldean group. Although Mashu and Ritsuka had diligently studied, they naturally didn't know as much about such legends as Da Vinci. After all, she even memorized the Peach Blossom Spring from the Celestial Empire. That's right, Shen Fei had asked about this. Even he only had a general idea of the Peach Blossom Spring, but Da Vinci had memorized it word for word. Whether this was due to her status as a heroic spirit or her own learning was hard to say. Shen Fei was actually quite curious about this. Because of him, Da Vinci had been exposed to a lot of technology not found in the moon world. He wondered if Da Vinci would retain these memories upon his return. Theoretically, when summoning a heroic spirit, unless the true body descends, other avatars like the side characters won't return with their memories. This is the main reason why heroic spirits are said to be unable to grow. Of course, Shen Fei wasn't interested in knowing the answer. He viewed heroic spirits as summoned beings, equivalent to independent beings. For example, the current Black Arthur and the Lion King, while both are Arthurs, they are all different Arthurs. Oh no! A battle has broken out ahead. Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others, hurrying along, discovered a rebel force under attack by pirates as they approached the aquatic city of Wise. These rebels were likely the same advanced troops from before. These damned bastards, they really thought they could escape. I'm going to enslave them once again. Although the rebels outnumbered the female pirates, the disparity in strength prevented them from even escaping, forcing them to be slaughtered relentlessly. The rebels' growth was primarily due to their knights' leadership, who outnumbered the enemy and constantly launched surprise attacks and rescues. Just as they were about to engage in direct combat, this woman from the Singularity, a man capable of taking on several rebel forces, was. "You damned money-losing bastards. How dare you treat my companions like this?" The knight, witnessing this from afar, was immediately enraged, roaring and charging forward, swords brandished. Help, Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others followed suit. The battle was quickly over. After all, several heroic spirits were involved in the attack. Fearing a signal from the enemy that would reveal their whereabouts, Alfu and Dian acted without hesitation. After all, they were close to the floating city of Wise. If their whereabouts were exposed, their subsequent plans would undoubtedly fail. The knight's plan was simple. With the help of Mashu, Ritsuka, and other servants, they would execute a decapitation attack, infiltrating and eliminating the pirate Princess Deu. Then, with their leaderless, the resistance would attack and capture the floating city of Wise. "I see," Chaldea's Holmes suddenly whispered. "What did you discover?" Da Vinci asked immediately. "There are some clues, but no proof yet." Upon hearing Holmes's lack of evidence, Da Vinci immediately stopped questioning. For detectives, lack of evidence is rarely revealed. Once they speak, the truth is practically irrefutable. "What a beautiful city. You'll know what it's like when you get closer." As Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others marveled at the beauty of the water city, the knights nodded coldly. From a distance, the crisscrossing waterways and the towering buildings were truly a picturesque sight. "What are you thinking about, little Fergus?" As they continued on their way, Fuku approached the young Fergus and whispered. For some reason, Fuku particularly enjoyed teasing Fergus at this moment. "I'm wondering what a pirate kingdom is like." Despite Fuku's constant teasing, the young Fergus himself didn't seem to feel that way. After all, he wasn't the future Fergus who would have sex 7 times a night. Fergus's mind was now solely focused on training and how to be a good king. While in Taoyuan Township, he spent almost all his free time exercising. To become a good king in the future, Fergus believed that any nation was worth learning from, including the pirate nation. Shen Fei was unaware of his thoughts, otherwise he would have been speechless. A pirate nation? It's supposed to be unscrupulous, rife with immoral behavior. Oh, and this is the nation of female pirates. It's a shame it wasn't you, or you'd be so enchanted. Maybe we could conquer it without even fighting. Afu looked at the young Fergus with a look of pity. "Sir Astolfo," Afu said before he began to speak, but Mash stopped him. "I didn't expect it to be this way." After infiltrating the floating city of Wise and seeing it firsthand, Mash and Ritsuka immediately understood the knight's reasoning. The city's waterways were littered with all sorts of garbage, much of it looking brand new. "What a waste," the knight observed, his face filled with grief. "What extravagance. Just like those damn nobles back in the day." Dian also frowned. After hearing Dian talk about those nobles, Shen Fei finally realized what true luxury meant. It's not like he hadn't seen extravagant people before. Stark was one of them. But compared to these nobles, in the original novel, Stark, even using his iron armor to please the little trash, was considered frugal. These nobles were so extravagant that they used everything once and then threw it away. P.S. The subspecies Singularity has a lot of connections to the second part, so if I don't write about it, it will be incoherent. I'll wrap this up as soon as possible. Chapter 1102, 1001 Nights, Part 1. Let's go. Adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, Dian quickly stopped looking at the discarded items on the river. What had struck Dian so deeply was that during the revolutionary coup in his own country, the nobles not only continued to live in peace and prosperity, but also ultimately blamed Queen Marie for the crimes. Just as the Celestial Empire had Baosi and Daji, the West had the same thing. "It wasn't my fault, I was just tempted." Judging from the architecture here, that should be the pirate princess's residence. As the leader of the female pirates, she undoubtedly lived in the most luxurious of places, the largest manor in the city center. Just as Mashu, Ritsuka, and their companions cautiously made their way from the alleys of the building toward the city center, a sudden scream stopped them in their tracks. It was a man's. "Master, let's go check it out." Although he knew it wasn't the right time to cause trouble, Ritsuka decided to go check it out after hearing the screams. They soon arrived at the building where the screams originated, revealing it to be a bar. Through the open windows, they all witnessed a tragedy unfolding within. 10 points, I win this time. Inside, a group of female pirates were enjoying drinks, served by men in revealing aprons. Across the bar, a dart game was underway, with several female pirates shooting at a single target. It was this target that filled Mashu and Ritsuka with righteous indignation, nearly forcing them to rush out. The target, unbelievably, was a man, with scores marked on various parts of his body. After another female pirate stepped forward to throw a dart, the man let out a final scream, completely fading. "Hey, who told you to kill him so quickly? I haven't even started playing yet." With a man's death, the other female pirates occasionally expressed discontent. "It's just a man, there are plenty of them here," the female pirate said nonchalantly. "Hey, do you know how to do it? The wine's all spilled. Aren't you looking for a target? Take him." At that moment, a male waiter, pouring wine for a female pirate, accidentally spilled it. The female pirate, immediately enraged, stood up and threw the male waiter to one of the female pirates playing darts. "Good. I want to be the first one this time," the female pirate excitedly waved and caught the male waiter. Then, she walked to the target, untied the ropes of the man who had been killed as a target, and immediately threw him out the window into the river outside. "Go ahead," Ritsuka, who had been hesitant watching this from the window, made an immediate decision: save the man. Although this might interfere with her future plans, she couldn't ignore the next victim. "Understood," Diane and Alpha nodded quietly. Then, while the female pirates in the bar weren't paying attention, Diane immediately jumped through the window. Diane was a spy himself, so he was naturally well versed in such assassination missions. "Who are you?" Unfortunately, even though Diane was skilled in assassination, the bar was so small that he was immediately discovered as he was about to kill the third female pirate. But just then, Alpha leaped in through the other window, followed by Mashu, Ritsuka, the young Fergus, the knight, and the others, shielded by Mashu. "Again those rebel losers? Now we have a few more pets, don't fight with me. That little one's mine." One of the female pirates seemed to have taken a fancy to the young Fergus, causing him to blush. The female pirates immediately mistook Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others for the rebels, and a fight ensued inside the bar, though it was quickly over. Diane showcased his exceptional assassination skills during this period. "Those Amazons are fearless, but luckily they're not as united as them. Get out of there quickly. Someone will notice this anomaly soon." The battle revealed that these female pirates, like the Amazon warriors, didn't fear or flee, but fought tooth and nail, without calling for help. If it had been the Amazon warriors, the entire town would have been mobilized. But unless someone passed by the bar right now, they wouldn't have any idea what was going on inside. This was probably the selfishness of the female pirates. "Hide yourselves. The city will soon be in chaos. Then you can find a chance to escape or join the resistance to defend your dignity." After rescuing the man about to be targeted, the knight immediately stepped forward and briefly explained the situation. Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others parted ways. After all, Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others were going to deal with the pirate princess and couldn't bring a few men with them. "Looks like we've been discovered. The journey ahead will be difficult." Although Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others left quickly, the female pirates still discovered what was happening in the bar, and the entire town's female pirates began to mobilize. Fortunately, the town's complex architecture, with many empty rooms, allowed Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others to continue their journey towards their goal without any danger. "Are you from this city?" As Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others continued their journey, they encountered a young girl in a small alley. She looked about the same age as young Fergus, but was wearing a remarkably elegant dress. Mashu immediately asked curiously. "Yes, big brother, are you playing hide and seek?" the girl asked with a smile. "Yes, we are," Mashu thought, nodding softly. "That's great. I love playing hide and seek, and I know this place so well. If I hide, no one will find me." "Little sister, do you know how to get there without being seen?" Mashu asked, pointing to the large manor not far ahead. "Of course I do. You guys are going to play hide and seek there. I know a secret passage that leads there." "That's great. Can you take us there?" Mashu continued. "Wait a minute, she might not be trustworthy," Diane suddenly said. As a spy, he already knew something was amiss. "It's okay, I don't sense any ill will from her," Fuku-chan said with a smile, stepping forward and patting the girl on the head. Possessing a similar ability to intuition, he didn't notice anything wrong with her. "Let's go," the girl led them, winding through several alleyways until they reached a wall. A secret passage stretched underneath. Want to walk behind me? If you want, I'll grant you that. The passage wasn't large, only wide enough for one person to crawl through. Just as the group was deciding on the order, Fuku-chan suddenly leaned over to the young Fergus and whispered, "No need, I'll just follow behind the master." The final order for the passage was, the knight would lead, seemingly acting as a tank, followed by Diane, then Mash, Ritsuka, the young Fergus, Fuku-chan bringing up the rear, and finally the girl. I finally understand why some people become gay. If someone constantly faced beauties like Fuku-chan and Diane without a certain level of resistance, it could be a tragedy. That girl's gone. After passing through the secret passage and arriving outside the manor, the group quickly realized that the young woman who had led them hadn't appeared following Fuku. Is it a trap? We've come this far, so what if it's a trap? And there aren't any other enemies around? Then let's keep going. Having come this far, even if the path ahead is treacherous, the group had no choice but to forge ahead. I didn't expect to have guests. Do you want to join my nation? Within the manor magnificent hall, Mash and Ritsuka met the ruler of the maritime city of Wise, the pirate princess Deu. Drake, no, you're not her, Mash exclaimed upon seeing the pirate princess's face, but then shook her head unconsciously upon seeing her breasts. While Deu's appearance and dress bore a striking resemblance to Drake's, there was a crucial difference. In a pirate nation, can the citizens find happiness? Before Ritsuka could even begin to speak, the young Fergus stepped forward and asked solemnly, "Of course I'm happy. Don't you see my people laughing every day?" After hearing Fergus's question, Deu laughed heartily and then gave him a resounding answer. "That's just the female pirates. Those men you captured and enslaved never laugh." The knight stepped forward. "Why should I care about what those stinking men think? As a pirate, take what you want yourself and don't get attached to what you've taken. Just these two things are enough. You're a lunatic, wasting resources. With your behavior, the world's resources will soon be depleted," the knight shouted. "What does it matter to me? I just want my city to function. Looks like the only way out is to fight," the knight said, tightening his grip on his katana, ready to strike at any moment. "Fight? I'm interested, but not with you, but with the three of them. Let's have a fight on the futon," Deu said, his gaze sweeping over Diane, Alfu, and the young Fergus. The meaning of his gaze was self-evident. "Shut up," Diane said angrily. "Not interested," said Fuku, unconcerned. Compared to Diane, he was a senior. Mashu, Ritsuka, Quick Victory, Dr. Roman, who had remained silent until then, finally spoke. Chaldea had previously been in silent mode to allow Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others to infiltrate smoothly, lest they be exposed. Now that they had met the pirate princess, Deu, silence was no longer necessary. "Want to fight? Perfect." Deu, seated at the front of the hall, suddenly clapped her hands vigorously. A large number of female pirates immediately surrounded them. This was her base, so it was impossible for her to take on Mashu and Ritsuka alone. The lilies are blooming magnificently. Seeing the numerous female pirates gathering around him, Diane immediately activated his noble phantasm, sending countless white petals raining down from the sky. Had he not reserved his magic power to deal with the pirate princess earlier in the bar, Diane could have single-handedly dispatched everyone in the bar without taking any harm. "Haha, let's fight, you crazy woman who will drain the world's resources." The knight brandished his katana, trying to attack the pirate princess Deu, but because a large number of female pirates blocked his way, he couldn't get close to her. "Master, be careful." The young man Fergus waved a long sword that was almost as tall as himself, blocking the female pirates who wanted to attack Ritsuka. Although he still couldn't kill the women, he could still protect Ritsuka. Ah, so annoying, the magic flute that evokes panic. Because there were too many female pirates around, Afu seemed to have lost his mind while fighting, and he directly activated his noble phantasm. A huge horn appeared in front of him, and before he could blow, the powerful sonic shockwave knocked down more than half of the female pirates. Typically, servants possess multiple noble phantasms, but due to class restrictions and other factors, they can usually only use one. For example, Altria's noble phantasm is the Holy Sword, but Fuku, on the other hand, possesses three. Fuku isn't considered a top-tier servant, but with three noble phantasms, if used effectively, they can decisively defeat a servant in a single blow. "Crazy woman, your fate is now over. I so accepts you." After Fa's noble phantasm was also activated, the pirate princess Deu, who had suffered numerous casualties and was left with few defenders, excitedly rushed forward to deliver the final blow. "Are you pregnant?" "Yes." Faced with this hopeless situation, Dayu seemed unfazed. As she spoke, the surviving female pirates suddenly laughed, and Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others were stunned by the escalating number of female pirates. This is fission and multiplication. How could something so outrageous be possible? Roman couldn't help but cry out, seeing the number of female pirates even greater than before. With this number, plus Diane and Afu having just used their noble phantasms, the situation was dangerous. "Now, I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me." Dayu, protected by layers of female pirates, appeared extremely confident. How could such a thing happen? Damn it. Is there no other way? These female pirates, created by fission and multiplication, were every bit as powerful as the previous ones. "Looks like you need to go over there." Seeing Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others in danger, Roman and Da Vinci immediately glanced at Shen Fei. Holmes remained silent, his head bowed, as if calculating something. "Lord Dayu, this is bad. The floodgates outside the city have been opened. The water is about to flood the city." Just as Ritsuka was debating whether to retreat, a female pirate suddenly rushed in. "What? Impossible. The key there is only mine, and the secret there is only mine, not the magician." Dayu then seemed to remember something, and his face turned very ugly in an instant. "It seems you thought of it." At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in a corner of the hall. It was the girl who had led Mashu, Ritsuka and the others before. "It's you. Why did the magician betray me?" "Of course it's because you can't guarantee her safety," the girl said, then turned her gaze to Ritsuka, and continued, "Even if I didn't have you this time, I could still destroy this sinful city, but after all, it was because of you that I saved a lot of trouble, so I forgive you for what happened before." Chapter 1103 1001 Nights, Part 2. "I'm going to kill you. It's too late. If you have time, please come to my city that never sleeps. I'll treat you well." Just as the pirate princess was about to order her men to attack the empress, she leaped and disappeared from their sight. However, before she vanished, she invited Ritsuka to visit her. "Asshole!" As the pirate princess Dayu cursed, a torrent of water rushed in from the hall's entrance, and at the same time, the surrounding walls began to crumble. "Mashu, Ritsuka, get out of there," Roman of Chaldea shouted. "Got it, let's go," Ritsuka said without further ado. But before she could move, Mashu leaped to her side, picked her up, and leaped towards the flood in the other direction, shattering the window glass with her shield. Diane, Alfu, and the young Fergus followed closely behind. The knight leaped out another window. As for the pirate princess and the other female pirates, their reaction was slower than Mashu's and the others, and they were immediately swept into the torrential flood. Boom! Shortly after Mashu and the others escaped the hall, they heard a loud crash from behind. Ritsuka, held in Mashu's arms, watched as the pirate princess's luxurious manor collapsed under the surging water. The flood didn't come in a single wave, but rather like waves, one after another. Perhaps because of the buildings, the waves grew stronger each time. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and rushed out of the hall before the first wave. Otherwise, they would have been swept away by the second wave. A flood of this magnitude would have been fine for Mashu and the other servants, but Ritsuka would have been in grave danger. Finally, Mashu and Ritsuka safely reached the hillside, where they stood, watching the raging waters engulf all of Wise. Damn it! Such a wonderful place was destroyed by that empress. What a waste. It's all over now. The knight standing on the hillside clenched his fists in anger as he watched Isa disappear below. The flood had not only carried off the pirate princess and the female pirates, but also all the male slaves in the town, including those previously rescued by Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others. "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear?" Perhaps noticing Ritsuka's low mood, Da Vinci spoke up. "The bad news is that the pirate princess isn't our target. If she were a demon pillar, she wouldn't have revealed her true identity under such circumstances." "Then what's the good news?" "The good news is that there's one less target we need to explore." "How can that be good news?" It was one thing, but Da Vinci had said two. But thanks to her, Ritsuka's spirits lifted considerably. "Not necessarily. This underground world has other dangers. There's a similar natural disaster." "It's very dangerous?" the knight suddenly said. "I'm not exactly sure about the details, because no one has ever seen a natural disaster. We only know that everything is destroyed wherever it passes." The knight said this, then stopped talking, Perhaps because he didn't want to continue or didn't know. Anyway, let's consider this as a backup. The priority is still those two. Since the Queen of the City That Never Sleeps has invited us, let's go to the City That Never Sleeps next, the Fortress City of the City That Never Sleeps, the Golden City of Amazon, and the Aquatic City of Wise are the strongholds of the three major forces in this underground world. Originally, Chaldea had decided to go to Amazon first after the matter in Wise was concluded. After all, it was the first force they came into contact with, and they were familiar with it, although this way of getting to know it was a bit strange. However, the appearance of the Queen of the City That Never Sleeps led Roman, Da Vinci, and Holmes to decide to go to the Queen first after talking to her. Before we head to the City That Never Sleeps, we need to take care of some things here. First, the pirate princess, Deu, may not be dead. We need to investigate. Also, there may be survivors washed downstream. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Knight, with this. No problem. The resistance was originally formed to rescue the men here. The knight agreed without hesitation. The vanguard of the resistance had just arrived, so he left some of his men behind to search for survivors. Of course, if they encountered any female pirates, they would definitely be the last ones to be killed. Judging by the female pirates' ability to multiply their own avatars, they weren't ordinary people. If you want to reach the City That Never Sleeps, taking the sea route is much faster than going by land. Although the Aquatic City of Wise was completely destroyed, MASH and the others still managed to obtain a number of items, such as boats, a form of transportation the resistance desperately needed. Judging from your previous behavior, if I'm not mistaken, you might be a captain, Da Vinci said, watching the knight methodically directing the resistance ship. It does feel very familiar, but I don't know what it is. The knight seemed unfazed by his lost memories. It's the female pirates. Go, kill them. During the voyage, the knight encountered the female pirates returning to Hangzhou. He immediately charged, sword in hand, with the resistance members. This time, Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others did not take action. In terms of strength, they held a clear advantage. The knights and the resistance were seeking revenge. Judging from the fact that these female pirates are still around, they may not have been created with the aid of noble phantasms. We can't be sure of Deu's life or death from here. If the situation in the Golden City and the City That Never Sleeps is the same as the female pirates, that would be very interesting. Da Vinci offered her analysis as the knights and their companions fought. Dear Da Vinci, what's interesting? Mashu asked immediately. It's just that I don't know. For a genius like me, not knowing is more interesting, just like Sherlock Holmes would find a case he couldn't solve incredibly fascinating. After hearing Da Vinci's words, Holmes, though silent, nodded slightly. Holmes and Marisha were technically similar, except that Holmes was more rational than Marisha. He wouldn't act out his ideas and allow himself to stray into evil, like fabricating a perfect crime. He knew perfectly well that perfect crimes didn't exist, and that the lack of evidence was simply a matter of lack of skill. In this respect, Marisha could be said to have made Holmes a better person, making him less bored. The City That Never Sleeps was eventually flooded. I wonder what will become of it. Da Vinci asked his Chaldean staff to search for information about the City That Never Sleeps. Compared to the Aquatic City of Wise and the presence of the Sea Princess Deu, Da Vinci quickly zeroed in on the legend of Wise. Legends about the City That Never Sleeps were too numerous to pinpoint at the moment. The combination of the Golden City and the Amazons was much easier to find. I didn't expect it to be such a city that never sleeps. So, what are your thoughts on the identity of the Empress? Arriving outside the fortress city of Never Sleeps and catching a glimpse of its architectural style from afar, Da Vinci's gaze immediately settled on Shen Fei. The architecture of the City That Never Sleeps was entirely Eastern, and he was the only one present who hailed from the East. Do I even need to ask? Shen Fei looked at Da Vinci in confusion. Empress, from the East, with those other two conditions, he immediately understood who the young woman was. Although her image differed significantly from his imagined Empress, considering the spiritual base, that wasn't a problem. Just look at Fergus beside him, his youth and adult forms were two completely different beasts. You know both Peach Blossom Springs, but not this. Realizing Da Vinci truly didn't know, Shen Fei was speechless. He then revealed the Empress's identity. While there were many women who claimed the title of Emperor in Celestial Empire's history, there has only been one truly recognized Empress. Is that so? Search according to this. Strange. There's no mention of the never-sleeping city associated with her. After searching, Da Vinci frowned at the information displayed on the video. Why would the never-sleeping city be related to her? You mentioned earlier that the underground world's topography appears to be pieced together. Why doesn't that apply? And Dayu uses Drake's spiritual base. Don't you find it strange? Holmes commented. You mean the singularity has tampered with the heroic spirit's spiritual foundation? Da Vinci asked. It's only possible, Holmes said, his voice still watertight. Then let's think about this first. I won't go in with you this time. I'll be waiting outside with the resistance. Once you give the signal, I'll lead the charge. After arriving at the outskirts of the Night City, the Knight told Ritsuka to learn from their previous experience and wise to avoid being completely wiped out. After hearing this reasoning, Mashu and Ritsuka looked at each other and agreed. After all, there was no reason to object, his reasoning made sense. Afterwards, the group rested, both to refresh themselves and wait for the light to dim so they could move more easily. Although the Night City was known as a fortress city, it was still easy for Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others to infiltrate. Upon entering the Night City, Fuku-chan immediately became excited. Compared to the garbage-strewn water city of Wise, the streets here are spotless. Even though the light outside has completely faded, it's still as bright as day. It's so lively here, Afu said as he wandered through the alleys, his rationality nearly evaporating once again as he ran straight out onto the street. The queen here is a hidden one. We must investigate thoroughly before we can act. I just looked around, and the men here look the same as the women. There aren't any shackles or anything like that. But we need to investigate further. What the knight said before makes sense. We have too many people, and it would be difficult to act all together. We should split into two groups. In the alley, Diane shared the intelligence he'd gathered while infiltrating the city that never sleeps. To facilitate my investigation, I borrowed some clothes from an empty room on the way here. The clothing here is completely different from other places. If I want to blend in, I have to change into their attire, Diane said, pulling out 4 sets of clothing. Diane, you're such a jerk. How did you do that? I remember we were always together, Fuku said, taking the top set from Diane and, oblivious to the others, began to change. What are you doing? Diane was about to answer Fuku's first question when he saw him undressing and immediately stepped forward to stop him. The master is still here. Seeing Fuku's puzzled look, Diane sighed imperceptibly, speechless at this wall he had worshipped. So what if the master is here? Fuku seemed to still not understand. Go change over there. Diane didn't bother explaining, instead sending Fuku to change in a small alley. Dr. Roman, then, the group began to change. MASH disabled Chaldea's video and audio systems, leaving only the vitals monitoring the master active. After all, that couldn't be displayed to the Chaldean public. I finally understand why people are being turned into lesbians, although Diane had quickly stopped Fuku, some of whose skin had still been exposed. Originally, this wasn't a big deal, since Fuku was a man, but his appearance had made the people of Chaldea gasp, believing they were contributing to global warming. Why are you wearing clothes like this? Diane, where did you find them? Mashu and the others' voices quickly returned to normal, though they sounded a bit shy. Isn't this the Eastern Celestial Empire? Why are their clothes like this? Mashu's voice sounded a bit shy. Yours are authentic Chinese clothes, but why are mine like this? Ritsuka's voice then cut through. What's wrong, Mashu? Let's take a look too. With a hint of curiosity, Da Vinci asked Mashu to turn on the video system. Got it. Although Mashu sounded a little reluctant, she still turned it on. Seeing Diane and Fuku appear on the video, Da Vinci almost burst out laughing. Diane, in particular, looked extremely shy in his maid outfit. Mashu, I can prove for Ritsuka that the clothes you're wearing are indeed from China. Da Vinci wasn't lying, because Mashu was wearing a cheongsam. The 4 people were wearing Afu's sailor uniform, Dion's maid outfit, Mashu's cheongsam, and the master's gothic Lolita outfit. It had to be said that Ritsuka looked quite beautiful in it. Diane, where did you find these 4 clothes? After a moment of shyness, the 4 calmed down. After all, they had to investigate the information about the city that never sleeps next, otherwise they would have changed their clothes back. Da Vinci was very curious about where Diane found these clothes. It's just an ordinary-looking house. Diane was a little speechless at this time. Because she was in a hurry, she didn't have time to look at anything carefully. She just picked up 4 clothes and ran away. I see, this singularity is indeed fused. Forget about the clothes, let's hurry and investigate. The 4 of them then split into 2 groups, agreeing to reunite at their original location in 2 hours at most, then headed off in 2 separate directions. Diane and Alpha were in one group, while Mash and the Master were in the other. It's definitely very Chinese, but aren't the lights too bright? Da Vinci nodded, looking at the streets on both sides of the image. That's if you ignore the messy clothes on these people. Chapter 1104, 1001 Nights, Part 2. The streets, buildings, and even the decorations of the entire city that never sleeps were largely inspired by Chinese culture. For example, the streetlights and colored lights lining the streets were all lantern-shaped. The pedestrians also primarily wore Eastern clothing, though the occasional sailor suit or maid outfit seemed a bit out of place. Does it look normal? Mashu and Ritsuka observed the men and women on the street. On the surface, they saw nothing unusual. What was a little odd was the men's attentiveness to the women. Also, while many women were accompanied by a single man, others were accompanied by 2 or even 3. Master, slow down. Don't tire yourself. Master, are you thirsty? Have some water. The men's seemingly fawning attempts to please the women were strange to Mashu and Ritsuka, but they didn't dwell on it. The sudden male scream startled Mashu and Ritsuka, but the pedestrians seemed oblivious, continuing their normal shopping routine. However, a closer look revealed that most of the men were trembling, and their attention to the women around them became even more eager. Let's go check it out. The pedestrians remained indifferent to the screams, but Mashu and Ritsuka were not. After a moment's hesitation, they immediately rushed towards the source of the screams, which came from an alleyway ahead. When Mashu and Ritsuka reached the alley, they were stunned by the horrific scene before them. Deep in the alley, in a dim corner, a towering, canine-like monster was tearing at a man. He couldn't even scream, only groans of pain. On the other side, another man, his hands clutched over his mouth, trembling violently, as if trying not to make a sound. Mashu, yes, Senior, Ritsuka exclaimed at the sight before her. Mashu nodded in understanding, her Cheongsam vanishing as she transformed into a servant. She swung her shield and smashed into the giant canine monster, her clothing now transformed into a magic ceremonial attire. Bang! The canine monster, devouring the human, let out a scream and collapsed. But Mashu didn't stop, continuing to swing her shield. Her previous blow hadn't killed it. While the two of them had killed the monster, they hadn't saved the man's life. Who are you? The man on the other side asked tremblingly after seeing the monster dead. We're from the Resistance. Have you heard of us? Ritsuka spoke after a brief silence. Rebels. Bad. They're coming. Get out of here. The man was about to ask something, but the sudden sound of heavy footsteps made his face pale, and he turned and fled. Let's go. Ritsuka looked at the man's body on the ground and immediately gave chase with Mashu. They still didn't know the exact situation in Night City, so it wasn't time for a direct confrontation. Are you really from the Resistance? After running through 3 alleys, the man finally stopped, panting loudly. Yes, help me, I don't want to die here. Upon hearing they were indeed from the Resistance, the man immediately pleaded for help from Mashu and Ritsuka with a look of fear on his face. We're here to investigate what's going on in Night City. I don't think the men here are being oppressed, Mashu asked. Of the 3 major forces in the underworld, the Resistance had no idea of Night City's situation. This was quite strange. Theoretically, the Resistance was formed to rescue the men from the 3 major forces trapped in the singularity. But the men in it were all rescued from the Golden City or the Water City. Not a single man from Night City was there. Unless the Resistance had never attacked Night City to rescue people, such a thing wouldn't be possible. What you see is just the surface. In reality, we are slaves to the women here, the man then explained the situation in the Nightless City. After hearing this, Mashu and Ritsuka finally understood why the Nightless City was ranked alongside the Golden City and the Water City. Compared to the violent oppression of the Amazons or the female pirates, this city oppresses men through torture. While seemingly normal, extremely harsh penalties are in place for men, and a large number of torturers constantly patrol the Nightless City. The heavy footsteps they heard earlier were the torturers. Under the laws of the Nightless City, men have the lowest status, even lower than animals. The monster that just bit someone to death was actually the torturer's dog. Therefore, men here need to please women to survive. If their mistresses no longer need them, they will hand them over to the torturers. After hearing this story, Mashu and Ritsuka fell silent. They had never imagined that the seemingly prosperous Nightless City could be so cruel under the covers, no different from the Amazons or the female pirates. Do you know where the Empress is? Boom. Just as Ritsuka was asking the man if he knew where the Empress was, a loud noise suddenly erupted in the distance, prompting them to turn and look towards the source. It must be Fuku and Dian. Mashu and Ritsuka immediately understood that Dian and Fuku were responsible for the sudden incident in the city that never sleeps. It was obvious, without asking, that it must be Fuku's fault. Perhaps his rationality had evaporated again. Stay here for now, we'll find you later, Mashu and Ritsuka said, rushing towards the sound to support Fuku and Dian. Are those the cruel officials? What have they done? After passing through several alleys, Mashu and Ritsuka immediately spotted Fuku and Dian surrounded by a group of tall women wielding sledgehammers and wearing strange masks. Their clothes had transformed into those of heroic spirits. These women were the cruel officials. Fuku, Dian, Ritsuka said, and Mashu rushed out, blocking the hammers aimed at Fuku with her shield. Mashu, Master, Fuku-chan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Mashu and Ritsuka appear. Quick victory, get out of here. Dian simply nodded calmly to Mashu and Ritsuka. Yes, with the support of Mashu, their shield, and Ritsuka's magic, the four of them quickly dispatched the brutal officials before them and left before more arrived. After all, they were in the city that never sleeps, where the brutal officials vastly outnumbered them. Sorry, it was all my fault for being impulsive. Fuku-chan apologized to Ritsuka upon returning to their previous position, outlining the entire situation. It's not your fault. I wouldn't have been able to resist if it were me. After hearing the reasoning, Mashu and Ritsuka immediately understood why they had caused such a commotion. Furthermore, unlike their previous assumptions, this incident wasn't solely Fuku-chan's fault. Dian agreed with them, and if he hadn't, Fuku-chan might not have intervened. The story was simple. Fuku and Dian were exploring the city in a different direction, and they encountered a scene similar to what Mashu and Ritsuka had witnessed. They overheard a conversation between a woman and two men, and their conversation, like what Mashu and Ritsuka had heard, was about trying to please the hostess. However, when the hostess went to the restroom, one of the men declared he could no longer endure his current situation and wanted to escape, requesting his companions to join him. The other man agreed, but then reported him to the cruel officials. The men who attempted to escape were then taken to the execution platform and publicly executed, often by slow slicing. Fuku, of course, would not stand by and watch someone die. Dian initially refused, believing it would expose them, but Fuku's words and the execution platform reminded him of Queen Marie, who had been executed, and he agreed. Dian deeply regretted not being able to save Queen Marie from her execution because he was away from the capital. Unfortunately, due to the sheer number of cruel officials and their fearless fighting style, the two ultimately failed to rescue the man from execution. The only change was that he wasn't subjected to lynching, a form of torture, but was instead killed with a single blow from one of the officials, somewhat alleviating his suffering. So that's why no men escaped. After hearing the two's account, Mashu and Ritsuka immediately understood their previously unspoken question: how could no men escape under such harsh punishment? The never-sleeping city wasn't completely sealed off from entry or exit. Under such circumstances, there would always be those unwilling to escape. But even so, the fact that no one from the resistance army had escaped was rather odd. They now understood this was due to the system of informing, which undoubtedly carried rewards. Under such circumstances, the cruel officials in Never Sleeping City were keeping tabs on the men, and even the men were keeping tabs on each other. It wasn't surprising that false accusations were made. After all, under such harsh punishments, there were no detectives like Sherlock Holmes investigating and presenting evidence of your escape. A single tip-off could easily lead to the execution. As expected of the Empress, Roman exclaimed after the Chaldean group heard the news. The Empress's laws aren't that cruel. Shen Fei glanced at Da Vinci after hearing this, but didn't offer any explanation. It's certain that if the culture of informing is rampant, there will undoubtedly be a lot of wrongful convictions. However, judging by the Empress's rule, this system is completely different from the one in the city that never sleeps. Any system, if someone wants it to, can become extremely cruel, just as absolute justice is sometimes more terrifying than absolute evil, and the human heart is more evil than a demon. The city that never sleeps immediately reminded Shen Fei of a destroyed country in the hunter world. The king there relied on informing to maintain his throne, but sadly, he never expected to encounter the Ant King. The Empress's whereabouts, I remember. A friend of mine once encountered a cruel official who suddenly appeared, seemingly from underground, probably behind the execution platform, while Shen Fei was inquiring about the Empress's situation. Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others were asking about her whereabouts. Underground? That's quite possible. Nightless City doesn't have any buildings suitable for her status. Considering her job as a stealer, it's very likely she lives underground. Chaldea, upon hearing the man's information, immediately concluded it was likely, but they didn't warn Mash and the others. Just like in the Water City, after they infiltrated Nightless City, Chaldea disabled voice communication, fearing a single sound would accidentally expose them. Just like those TV shows, a phone call at a crucial moment could be fatal. Perhaps Roman da Vinci and Holmes hadn't watched TV, but they were experienced enough to have considered everything thoroughly. Ritsuka didn't need any reminders about her decision. Let's go, then. The execution platform, a public slow execution. The Empress is truly impressive. Gazing from afar at the ornately decorated platform, adorned with red lanterns, Roman couldn't help but sigh. This public execution, and a slow execution at that, could easily have a terrifying effect on the men transported to the underground world. Be careful, Mashu, Ritsuka, you're surrounded. Just as Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others were quietly making their way to the execution platform, Roman's voice suddenly echoed from Mashu. She shouldn't have spoken, but it was Mashu and the others who were surrounded. We're surrounded. Mashu had barely spoken when Roman's voice suddenly rang out. We're surrounded, Mashu said, and immediately a large number of torturers appeared around them. The man at the rear of the group quickly ran back. In this situation, there was no need to consider why they were surrounded. You betrayed us? Why? Don't you want to escape? Mashu and Ritsuka looked at the man who had run to the torturers, bewildered. They had come to rescue him, yet he had betrayed them. Save me? I'm just a mere rebel. How could I possibly be the opponent the Empress needs? And after this, I'll be granted a high-ranking status and live a life of luxury, free from fear. Why run? And even if I escape and return to the surface, what will become of it? Will I continue to be a lowly person? I didn't expect that. Mashu and Ritsuka immediately understood why he had betrayed them. The rewards for informants in the city that never sleeps are apparently generous, and with such generous rewards, some people naturally can't resist the temptation. Furthermore, the identities of those transported underground vary, so not everyone wants to return to the surface, especially those who are unhappy or struggling to survive. For another thing, there's no shortage of women in this underground world, and their looks are generally just above average. Many men who were initially transported here were very excited, only to regret their experiences once they understood the rules of the underground world. Furthermore, some people believe they're incredibly charming and might even be able to rise to power in this underground world. For example, a man in the original novel tried to curry favor with the pirate princess Deo to fulfill his dream of controlling the aquatic city of Wise, only to be swiftly defeated by Deo. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1105 1001 Nights, and what should we do now? Diane whispered to the master, watching the surrounding brutal officials. Wait a moment, they haven't attacked yet. Ritsuka glanced around, searching for a way out, whispering the same words. While breaking out now, while the enemy hasn't completed their encirclement, would be the best opportunity. Infiltrating the next time would be difficult. To repair this singularity, some risks were unavoidable. Welcome to the city that never sleeps, Master of Chaldea. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Are you calling? Well, let's just call you drowsy sheep. After the brutal officials surrounded Mashu, Ritsuka, and the group, the Empress's voice echoed from the execution platform ahead. No one was visible, indicating she was hiding underground. Your Majesty, you invited us to the city that never sleeps. Is this how you treat your guests? Ritsuka asked, glancing around. This is my fault, Your Majesty, the man who had previously betrayed Mashu and Ritsuka's group spoke. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the Empress. Shut up. How dare you interrupt me? Take him away and give him 20 slaps, 20 lashes, and boiling water poured into his mouth. The Empress's cold words made the man tremble uncontrollably. Just as he was about to open his mouth to defend himself, the crew officer beside him slapped him to the ground. Then 2 cruel officers came up behind him, dragged him away, and prepared to execute him. I will give you the reward you deserve, and the same goes for the punishment you deserve. With me, there is no offsetting merits and demerits, the Empress continued to speak to the man being dragged away. I was disrespectful before, so I will make an exception and let you enter my palace. The Empress had just finished speaking when she suddenly heard the voice of someone else beside her. However, because the voice was too low, Mashu, Ritsuka and others could not hear the specific words clearly. The only thing they could hear was the female voice. What danger? It's pointless. With me here, what danger could there be? As for the point, why do you think I invited them to my city that never sleeps? I wanted them to see my palace. I've painstakingly built this structure. It would be a shame if no one appreciates it. The Empress's voice echoed again from the execution platform. Mash, Ritsuka, and the others watched as the platform split in half, revealing a vast cavern below. Then, they saw a magnificent, golden, and brightly lit tower rising from the ground. The tower reached 9 stories and looked incredibly luxurious. Above the main entrance on the first floor, an equally resplendent plaque shone brightly, inscribed with the characters Yeoguang Hall. It was the palace the Empress had built during her lifetime. Let's go. Looking ahead at the open gates of the Yeoguang Hall, Ritsuka paused for a moment before taking the lead. Ahead lay a dangerous den, and she was determined to venture forth. Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others were speechless as to the Empress's purpose in inviting them. It turned out they were invited simply to show off her scheme, though that was certainly impressive. That's quite right. A work so painstakingly completed, if no one appreciates it, what a waste it would be. Leonardo da Vinci agreed with the Empress's sentiment. If the Mona Lisa hadn't been made public, how could it have become a world-famous painting? Sherlock Holmes nodded silently, his reasoning echoing the same sentiment. While there's a saying that villains die because they talk too much, that's just the villains. If it were a decent character, they'd reveal the whole conspiracy and make their death clear. Welcome to my Yeoguang Palace. This is the magician. In the main hall of the first floor, Ritsuka and the others met the Empress and another of her servants, the magician. On either side stood a phalanx of cruel officials. I'm Scheherazade, the Empress's military advisor. The magician behind the Empress seemed extremely reluctant, but since the Empress had spoken, she introduced herself, her real name, and how she had once been the military advisor to the pirate Princess Deu. It was she who had given the Empress the plan to flood the aquatic city of Wise. The reason was simple. She had offered Deu several suggestions, urging her to consider the future, but Deu was preoccupied with pleasure and completely ignored her. So, Scheherazade defected to the Empress and copied the floodgate key. Of the 3 major powers in the underworld, only the pirate princess focused solely on plundering and had no desire to annex the other 2. The Empress and the Amazon Queen, however, had always sought to annex the other 2 and unify the underworld. Scheherazade, I didn't expect it was her. Knowing the magician's real name, the Chaldeans immediately learned all the legends surrounding her life. She was a very famous servant. Even if Shen Fei didn't know her real name, he knew her deeds, the legendary heroine of the 1001 Nights. Even though Shen Fei didn't actually know much about the stories of 1001 Nights, what do you think of my city that never sleeps? Is it thriving? How does the Golden City compare to the floating city of Wise? Do you want to join a city that never sleeps? After Scheherazade finished introducing herself, the Empress immediately asked Lixiang about his thoughts on the city that never sleeps. On the surface, it does appear more prosperous than the floating city of Wise, but in reality, it's exactly the same as the other one, Lixiang said bluntly. How outrageous. My city that never sleeps is just glorious and peaceful, the Empress immediately shouted in anger. It's just an illusion achieved through violence. Lixiang then pointed out the problems of the city that never sleeps, especially the harshness of the informing system and the problems of false accusations and wrongful convictions. These are merely birth pains. If we continue to develop, the very concept of sin will be banished from this city. I admire your idea, but unfortunately, it's impossible. While Ritsuka agreed with the Empress's ideal of eradicating sin, as a human, she knew it was impossible. If humans could achieve such a thing, no one would care. The 7 great evils would be burned. Very well, you've angered me. Since you disagree with my city that never sleeps, then stay. Perhaps realizing Ritsuka's convictions were irreconcilable, the Empress gave up her attempts to persuade Ritsuka and his companions with words and prepared for battle. I don't want to fight, but I don't want you to destroy the city that never sleeps even more." The magician seemed deeply reluctant to fight, but ultimately sided with the Empress. "Kill them." With the Empress's command, the cruel officials immediately charged at Mash, Ritsuka, and the others, hammers brandished. What I seek is the next night. And then, the next night again. This is a never-ending tale of wishes woven from my words, 1001 nights. Tonight, I will stop here. As the cruel officials attacked, the magician immediately used his noble phantasm. His decisiveness startled Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others. Servants' noble phantasms were usually unleashed at crucial moments, as a means of victory or defeat. Few would unleash them right from the start. Furthermore, the magician's expression of reluctance to fight had made it easy to wonder if she would hold back during the fight. Instead of holding back, the opponent went all out from the start. "Retreat, Mashu. Yes, Senpai. That is our homeland, the place that heals all wounds and all resentment." Reveal, the already distant ideal city. Following Ritsuka's instructions, the group retreated toward the hall's doors. Meanwhile, Mashu, upon receiving her instructions, immediately unleashed her noble phantasm. Mashu and Ritsuka share a perfect rapport, a bond already fully formed, in the game's parlance. Ritsuka doesn't even need to give specific instructions, Mashu knows what she wants them to do. Mashu's noble phantasm is used to block the attack from the magician Scheherazade. Her noble phantasm summons spirit monsters from the 1001 Nights, formidable in both numbers and power. Had Ritsuka not decisively retreated and allowed Mashu to use her noble phantasm to defend, the group would have been in real danger. Aurora Lily, eternal and everlasting, bloom and splendor, disappear, and raise the magic flute of panic. After Mashu blocked the enemy's attack, Dian activated his noble phantasm, sending a shower of lilies raining down from the sky, freezing the cruel officials. Then, Astolfo's noble phantasm appeared. A golden trumpet appeared. After it blew, a terrifying sonic shockwave spread outward, crushing the cruel officials in front. Unfortunately, before the shockwave could reach the Empress, Scheherazade used magic to block it. Puff. But the next moment, Dion's sword pierced the Empress's body. This scene was a perfect match, causing Roman of Chaldea to shout in excitement. How can an emperor have the class of assassin? Shen Fei, who had watched the whole thing from beginning to end, was not surprised by this result. The reason was simple. As Empress, she simply could not play the role of assassin. After all, generally speaking, the class of emperor would not be assassin. It is impossible to become king by assassination. If the Empress changed her class to a magician, it would definitely not be so easy to succeed. Your Majesty, Scheherazade immediately called out with concern at the sight of the Empress injured. I'm fine, the Empress waved her hand at Scheherazade, signaling her not to worry. Then, she looked at Ritsuka and the others. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from her body. The strength of this aura shocked Mashu, Ritsuka and the others. The momentum that they had originally wanted to press on to win immediately collapsed. What do you think I relied on to get the throne? Someone told me that I was born with a destiny, destined to unify the world. What a joke. Did I get the throne by relying on that destiny? No, I got it by my unremitting efforts and never giving up. The Empress suddenly spoke about her past. Shen Fei agreed with her words. Destiny is one thing, but it doesn't mean that you don't need to work hard. He has met many people who have been destined to be the emperor, such as Naruto, Ichigo, and Luffy. They are all people with destiny, but at the same time, they have to acknowledge their own efforts. While their bloodlines granted them strength, they couldn't unleash it without their own efforts. Harry Potter, by comparison, was far less capable. His conviction couldn't compare to Naruto and the other two. Of course, it was also because of his involvement that Dumbledore didn't treat him preferentially. Just like those female pirates, what should we do now? As the Empress used her aura to suppress Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others, the cruel officials began to split. Soon, more cruel officials appeared in the hall, surrounding them. This situation made her hesitate. The enemy was outnumbered, and they had just exhausted all their noble phantasms, but retreating like that was a bit of a stretch. Mashu, Ritsuka, retreat first, Roman's voice chimed in, now hopeless. Okay, Your Majesty, something's happened, a natural disaster. Just as Ritsuka and his group were about to leave, a ruthless official hurried over. Just as they opened their mouths, a deafening roar erupted from the side. Then, with a bang, a wall shattered, and a towering figure burst in. With a single leap, he swung a massive golden axe at the Empress. Boom! The Empress's position was transformed into a crater nearly 10 meters in diameter. Looking inside, aside from the towering figure roaring to the heavens, the Empress was nowhere to be seen. Hercules, how could this happen? Roman's exclamation echoed from Mashu. Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others all recognized the towering voice. It was the renowned hero Hercules. Now, however, he loomed even larger, his intimidating presence even more terrifying than before. I didn't expect to see Hercules, the young Fergus, who had been guarding his master's side since entering the city that never sleeps, spoke up. He was thrilled. After all, this was their clan's hero. Fergus had been quiet all along the way, pondering the significance of the pirate princess's pirate kingdom. To others, a pirate kingdom lacked merit, but to Fergus, the unbridled enjoyment afforded to its citizens held immense meaning. He pondered how to achieve this goal, unlike the island kingdom. Your Majesty, with the Empress's disappearance, the surrounding brutal officials rushed frantically towards Hercules. Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others paid no heed. Roar! Facing the brutal officials' onslaught, Hercules swept his golden axe, sending the dozen or so brutal officials in the forefront flying, their limbs shattered. Leave this place. It's a natural disaster. No one can stand up to it. Just as Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others hesitated, Scheherazade suddenly ran up to them, signaling them to leave now. Natural disaster? What is that? Afu immediately asked curiously. Now is not the time to talk about that. Let's talk about it after we leave here, okay, Achilles? Just as Mashu, Ritsuka and others were about to leave through the gate, the wall on the other side of Yeoguang Palace was destroyed, and a familiar figure rushed in, shouting Achilles' name, rushing towards Hercules. It's the Queen of the Amazons. Strange, why is she calling her Achilles? Roman's voice sounded puzzled. No matter how he looked at it, it was Hercules, not Achilles. No way, this is too powerful, because the Queen of the Amazons and Hercules had started fighting. Mashu, Ritsuka and others did not take the opportunity to leave, but watched them fight, and then found that the Queen of the Amazons and Hercules were evenly matched. Chapter 1106 Demon Pillar. The battle between the Amazon Queen and Hercules was so intense that the mere aftermath made it impossible for the surrounding brutal officials to approach them, forcing any who came within striking distance to be torn apart. As the two engaged in a ferocious exchange of blows, the Yeoguang Palace, so painstakingly constructed by the Empress, began to crumble. Soon, the entire tower collapsed, but the two men seemed oblivious to the collapse, completely oblivious to the devastation as they continued their battle. Boom! With a resounding roar that echoed throughout the nightless city, the Yeoguang Palace completely collapsed, a torrent of debris cascading down, burying the Amazon Queen and Hercules in the rubble. This is mutual destruction. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. As soon as Roman and Da Vinci finished their words, the already shattered Yeoguang Palace began to shake violently. With a resounding roar, the Amazon Queen and Hercules simultaneously burst from the rubble, sending rubble whistling in the air. Mashu quickly swung her shield, blocking the incoming debris. The sound of bangs echoed off the shield. Mashu, Ritsuka, get out of here. The Amazons are already in. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Let's go. Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others looked at the Amazon Queen and Hercules still fighting, as well as the Amazon warriors charging from afar. After a moment's hesitation, they left with a look of resignation on their faces. Originally, they had planned to wait for the Queen and Hercules to be both defeated, so that they could eliminate both and resolve the singularity. However, perhaps with the Empress gone, the nightless city's brutal officials had been greatly weakened, making them unable to stop the Amazon warriors. If they didn't leave now, they would be surrounded by them. Are you all right? The group had just run a short distance when they were met by the incoming knights and rebels. Upon seeing them, the knight immediately asked with concern. It's all right. The Empress has been dealt with. She's not a demon pillar. Ritsuka quickly explained the situation. The citizens of Nightless City have surrendered to the Amazons. We must leave immediately. After the two sides reunited, the rebels immediately called out to the men of Nightless City, and many of them immediately came running. Having lived in Nightless City for so long, they naturally knew how the other two major factions treated men. Nightless City at least had laws in place, so they wouldn't kill them indiscriminately. But the other two factions had no constraints at all, killing at will. Under such circumstances, they naturally had no intention of staying in Nightless City. with the help of Mashu, Ritsuka, and the other servants, and the fact that the Amazons couldn't have just captured the city and needed to allocate manpower to govern, there weren't many Amazon female warriors pursuing the rebels, allowing them to escape with many men. This rescue was the largest number of men rescued in any single rebel operation to date. What exactly was that natural disaster? Ritsuka immediately inquired about Heracles after the group returned to Taoyuan Township. This is my first time meeting him, too. My intelligence suggests he's been constantly attacking the three major factions with a single goal, destruction. I didn't expect Scourge to be a servant like us. The knights also saw Scourge for the first time. S.H.I.E.L.'s goal is to destroy the Singularity. Scheherazade, who had returned with him, spoke up. As everyone turned their attention, she immediately shared her information on Scourge, knowing considerably more than the knights. In other words, the three major factions are the anchors that stabilize this Singularity. If they're destroyed, the Singularity will be destroyed. So, the Amazon Queen is most likely the demon pillar, but Scourge Hercules is also a possibility. Let's just call him the great hero. Da Vinci offered his analysis, giving the current Hercules a new name. Who is she? The knight then questioned Scheherazade's identity. Military advisor? You're quite the military advisor. That faction is doomed. Why follow us? Wouldn't it be better for you to join the Amazon Queen? The knight couldn't help but laugh after hearing Ritsuka explain his identity. He had to admit, there was some truth to his words. I don't want to die. If I go to her, she'll kill me. Only by following you can I have a chance of survival. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. With that, Scheherazade prostrated herself. While the gesture was innocuous, simply a plea for mercy, her figure and attire sparked wild speculation. Many of the men in Taoyuan Township were transfixed. Get up, Mashu immediately stepped forward, pulled her to her feet, and spoke. Sir Scheherazade, I don't understand why you did this. I remember you volunteered to see the king to save innocent women. Why? Mashu didn't say it directly, but everyone present understood her meaning. As the protagonist of the 1001 Nights and a heroic spirit, why was she so afraid of death? It's natural to fear death, but for Scheherazade, a heroic spirit who would do this to save innocent women, to be so afraid was a little strange. Yes, I volunteered to see the king, but Scheherazade stood up and immediately explained why she was determined to stay alive at all costs. I'm sorry. After hearing Scheherazade's explanation, everyone present fell silent. Mashu was silent for a long time before she apologized to Scheherazade. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh. The protagonist of 1001 Nights, the minister's daughter, willingly married the king to save innocent women and change his cruel ways, is a deeply moving story. However, this touching moment was followed by 1,000 days of fear, fearing her own death the next day. After all, whether the king would want to hear her story or kill her was uncertain. Naturally, she was terrified. Initially, Scheherazade's desire to save innocent women shifted to a desperate struggle for survival. Fortunately, her extensive reading and knowledge enabled her to persevere until the king corrected his mistakes. However, these 1,000 days of fear etched a deep impression on the people. The legend of the heroic spirit is rooted in legend, and it was this legend that shaped Scheherazade into who she is today. It's precisely because of this silence that the hero's deeds are truly moving, but who knows the suffering they endured? Just like Stark, who was initially poisoned by palladium, everyone saw him in his steel armor, looking mighty, but few knew he had little time left to live. As long as you don't become our enemy, we promise not to kill you. Ritsuka finally made a decision and welcomed Scheherazade into their ranks. Originally, there was only one candidate for the demon pillar. And now we have the great hero to join us. We need to investigate. After Scheherazade joined, the group immediately discussed the current situation. Since this is the singularity established by the demon pillar, only one of the three major factions remains. The Amazon Queen is the most likely one, the knight said. Although his words made sense, they still made Da Vinci of Chaldea, Holmes, frown, because his tone sounded extremely eager to deal with the Amazon Queen. Indeed, she is the most suspicious at this stage. Next, I will trouble you, Your Excellency Knight. We need to know the current information on the Amazon Queen. 3 days later, the knight gathered everyone and shared the information he had gathered on the Amazons over the past 3 days, including the location of the Amazon Queen. Now the people of Never Sleeping City have surrendered to the Amazon Queen, but this is good news for us. Never Sleeping City needs guards, and the Golden City's defenses have been significantly reduced, Although the Amazon Queen occupied Never-Sleeping City, she did not reside there, but returned to her Golden City. Now is the perfect time for us to act. If we continue, once they absorb the people of Never-Sleeping City, their strength will grow even greater, she continued. Indeed, but the next problem is how to enter the Golden City without being discovered. I do know a way to get closer to the Golden City without alerting them, but it's quite dangerous, with many monsters along the way, Scheherazade said. That's great. It's just a few monsters. With so many of us, there's nothing to worry about. Upon hearing Scheherazade's words, the knight immediately agreed to take that route. By the way, Your Excellency Scheherazade, do you know the Amazon Queen's true name? Da Vinci suddenly asked. I know. It's Penthesilea. Scheherazade revealed her true name. To avoid certain death, she had thoroughly researched the leaders of the three factions, hoping to find a way to join them when the time came. If she didn't know their true names and their ways, she might be killed if she joined them. Would that be a huge injustice? It's her, after all. I was wondering why she mistook a great hero for Achilles. It's her, no problem. Upon hearing Scheherazade reveal the Amazon Queen's true name, Leonardo nodded in understanding. She had already suspected her identity, and questioning Scheherazade was a matter of confirmation. Penthesilea was the queen of the Amazons, killed by Achilles. It was perfectly natural for her to seek revenge now. Even if both had become heroic spirits, that didn't mean the hatred had dissipated. This should be the final battle. Please go over there and get the resistance troops to the surface. While their presence would add some strength, with you here, it's no longer necessary. By the way, there's something you need to be aware of. After Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others decided on the final plan, Da Vinci, Holmes, and Roman discussed it and decided to send Shen Fei to support them. Chaldea still had no idea what had happened to the designated singularity. These people were dead, perhaps truly dead. Without Shen Fei, it would have been fine, but with him around, there was no need for such a fuss. Okay, Shen Fei immediately agreed and reappeared in Taoyuan Township using a mystical portal. Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others were delighted to see Shen Fei suddenly appear, but some people's expressions darkened. Especially when they heard that Shen Fei planned to send all the resistance troops to the surface ahead of time, they directly objected, saying that without the resistance, who could stop the Amazon female warriors? However, upon witnessing Shen Fei's display of strength, severing a mountain with a single sword strike, they immediately fell silent and agreed to Chaldea's plan. My apologies, Mr. Knight. I will always remember your teachings. Upon hearing they could return to the surface, the rebels' fighting spirit instantly vanished. With the exception of a few who cared about the knight's thoughts, everyone else was eager to get back. After all, they had fought for no other reason than to resist, avoiding death. Now that they could return to the surface, there was no need to fight. Mr. Knight has disappeared. With the rebels and others sent away, the once bustling Peach Blossom land immediately deserted. And the next day, the knight, who was supposed to be with them, disappeared. Looks like he's been discovered. He's quite clever, Da Vinci sighed softly. What's going on? Is there really something wrong with the knight? Mashu asked immediately. Yes, but there's no need to worry about that. Shen Fei will handle it. Now you just need to deal with the Amazon Queen to repair this singularity. I'll tell you everything else when you return. Da Vinci didn't immediately tell Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others the knight's true name. The peaches here are delicious, and they've already been eaten. Let's collect more, and use the multiple shadow clone technique. The night before the operation, Shen Fei arrived at the peach forest and summoned dozens of shadow clones to gather the peaches, pure, unpolluted peaches. You guys, the Amazon Queen's face darkened as she watched the portal suddenly appear before her and Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others emerge from it. As a king, she immediately understood the visitor's purpose, a decapitation tactic. While the queen would lose her mind and fight a great hero at all costs when confronted, that was an exception. Under normal circumstances, despite being a berserker, she was also a qualified king. Otherwise, why would she choose such a prime opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Nightless City? In the original novel, she even calculated Scheherazade's strategy, ambushing them mid-route and later burning down Peach Blossom Village, demonstrating her considerable strategic prowess. It's arguable that if Shen Fei hadn't appeared, she could have ambushed Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others just as easily. Penthesilea, don't call me that name, sir. As Ritsuka mentioned the name of the Amazon Queen, she erupted in fury. With a furious roar, she hurled her chain hammer at Ritsuka. To her, unless she could kill Achilles, the very name was an insult. In life, Penthesilea was the queen of the Amazons and a skilled warrior. Then, upon encountering Achilles, she was easily slain, completely disregarded as a warrior. Even before her death, Achilles praised her beauty. While this might have been a compliment for any other woman, it was the ultimate insult to the Amazon queen. It was precisely because of this comment that she was reborn as a young girl, rather than as an adult. The fact that she was praised by Achilles as an adult speaks volumes about her beauty. Chapter 1107 Jade Box. I will take it, Judas's oath. As the Amazon queen launched another attack, Shen Fei took action. A massive golden cross immediately appeared in his hand, and dozens of chains flew from it, binding the enraged Amazon queen. Though her strength was immense, rivaling that of Hercules, she still couldn't break free from Judas's oath. Roar! The bound Amazon queen roared loudly, her struggles growing with each roar, and a chorus of roars echoed throughout the Golden City. This was the Amazons' war cry, which greatly enhanced their strength and speed. However, even with this, Judas's oath remained unbreakable. The divine key, forged from the core of the Herrscher of Binding, was too powerful to be broken so easily, even with the Moon World's magic. In a sense, Judas's oath is a flawless equivalent of Heaven's chain. The previous civilization's Herrschers, however, forged their victory at the cost of human lives. Out of hundreds of fusion warriors, only 13 survived, marking the Fire Moth's heaviest losses before the Herrschers of the End. Otto's remarkable skill, exploiting a loophole, had neutralized the current civilization's Herrschers. Aside from Teresa, who was severely injured from using Judas's oath against them, no one was killed. Without Otto, if the Herrschers had appeared, the Destiny would have had to sacrifice at least 2/3 of their Valkyries to achieve victory. As for the anti-entropy, its mechas might prove invaluable against other Herrschers, but against the Herrschers, they were simply a dead end. As the Amazon queen struggled mightily, Dian seized the opportunity and stabbed her in the heart. He then retreated, gazing warily at the Amazon queen. Is that the end? Looks like there's still no chance for revenge. The dying Amazon queen's expression suddenly calmed, but her eyes revealed a deep reluctance. However, despite her reluctance, her body slowly began to dissipate. She doesn't seem to be the demon pillar. Could it be the great hero? Mashu and Ritsuko were stunned as they watched the Amazon queen vanish. Their estimate gave the Amazon queen an 80% chance of being the demon pillar, but they hadn't expected to find the wrong target. Perhaps it's that knight. He's also very suspicious, Fuku said, and it made sense. The suddenly vanishing knight could indeed be the demon pillar. No, there's another one who could be the demon pillar. You should have thought of that, Holmes' voice suddenly echoed from Mashu. Who else? Aren't there only that knight and the great hero left? There are no other servants here. Huh? Fuku said, puzzled. Then, upon seeing Scheherazade, he couldn't help but exclaim, for Scheherazade was also a servant of the singularity. The story is complete. Just as the group followed Fuku's gaze, bewildered, Scheherazade, who had been hiding and looking terrified, suddenly smiled a strange smile, the smile of a man who had triumphed. Ms. Scheherazade, how could this be possible? Mashu and Ritsuko cried in disbelief. Boom. At that moment, the ground began to shake violently, intensifying as the golden palace within began to crumble. Get out of here. Seeing the palace about to collapse, the group immediately abandoned Scheherazade and rushed outside. Kill. Avenge the queen. As the group left the palace, the Amazon warriors who had gathered outside, as if aware of their queen's disappearance, roared and charged at Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others. While the Amazon queen had been eliminated, the Amazon warriors remained. Senior, be careful. Mashu immediately threw her shield in front of Ritsuka. 10,000 swords technique. Watching the charging Amazons, Shen Fei immediately activated the 10,000 swords technique. Countless sword flashes rained down from the sky, instantly dispatching hundreds of them. Perhaps due to the disappearance of the Amazon queen, these warriors had lost their increased power, so their numbers were relatively small. The earth is rising. After dispatching the Amazons, the group discovered that the cause of the earthquake was the lifting of the ground thousands of meters below them. Their attention immediately turned to Scheherazade, who had emerged from the Golden Palace with them. Even now, it was hard to believe, even for Shen Fei. Scheherazade's earlier plea for mercy made it incredibly difficult to imagine her as the demon pillar, or more accurately, as possessed by the demon pillar. Ms. Scheherazade, what do you mean by the story is complete? He demanded. The entire singularity is actually my story. You've been trapped in it from the very beginning. Scheherazade didn't hold back, directly revealing the nature of the singularity. I see. Because it's a story, the terrain here looks fused, and the heroic spirits are the reason for the strangeness. Dayu wasn't originally qualified to become a heroic spirit. It was your story that allowed her to merge with Drake's heroic spirit, becoming one. Even then, it was only a barely achieved status, which is why she doesn't have a noble phantasm. Da Vinci's voice echoed from Mashu. Becoming a heroic spirit in the moon world isn't easy. Many are at best phantoms, or even worse. Da Vinci-chan, you already knew this, Mashu asked immediately. It's just a guess. Mashu, Ritsuka, think about the singularity identified in the last fragment, and you should understand, under normal circumstances, suspecting Scheherazade would be extremely difficult. Even Shen Fei, due to her extreme fear of death, completely ignored her. But after all, the Chaldean group had just experienced the bizarre Shinjuku singularity. The final alliance between Shakespeare and Andersen was truly eye-opening. If you observe carefully, you'll notice many inconsistencies in this singularity. The Empress and the city that never sleeps aren't from the same dynasty, but have merged together. Also, the Amazons of the Golden Kingdom and the Amazons of Greece are not the same thing. One of these Amazons exists in the ordinary world, while the other exists in legends, with strong ties to Greek mythology. For example, the Amazon Queen is said to be a descendant of the god of war, Ares. Legendary heroes in Greek mythology are generally all mortals, the so-called heroes of destiny. Yes, this is all my story. While there are some errors and I summoned people I shouldn't have, fortunately, the three major forces were ultimately destroyed. Are you referring to me? Upon hearing Scheherazade mention someone she shouldn't have summoned, Afu immediately pointed at himself and asked. No, it's him. I originally wanted to summon Fergus, who could destroy this female-dominated underground world, but I unexpectedly made a mistake. With Scheherazade's explanation, the group immediately understood the young Fergus. Legend has it that Fergus was a man who could have sex 7 times a night. If he were to arrive in this world, he would be perfectly at home. With his immense athleticism, and the natural disaster of the giant hero outside, he would definitely destroy this unique female-dominated singularity. Scheherazade even wanted to summon the young Fergus to better utilize his 7-night power. The younger, the more energetic, right? However, she never expected that the young Fergus she summoned would be truly afraid of women. Hearing Scheherazade's high hopes for him, the young Fergus fell silent. He found it hard to imagine his adult self being that way. It was because he hadn't seen his adult self before, otherwise they might have been in for a similar drama, like Elizabeth and Camilla, who killed themselves. What is your purpose? Why did you create this singularity, only to destroy it? Destroying singularities was supposed to be Chaldea's job, but Scheherazade herself wanted to destroy them. No wonder she gave the key to the aquatic city's floodgates to the Empress. As the group spoke, the ground beneath them continued to soar upward, even breaking through the earth and reaching the surface. This subterranean world was originally hundreds of meters underground, with a thick layer of earth above, but this one easily parted the upper layer and flew out. My purpose is simple: destroy the world principle, destroy the heroic spirit summoning system, and make the throne of heroes disappear. Scheherazade's words silenced everyone who heard them. They had never expected her to have such a goal. It was undoubtedly a grandiose one. No, if the throne of heroes disappears, how can I see the people I want to see? Fuku shouted. Could he possibly have memories of Sieg? Afu's words made Shen Fei glance at him curiously. Given Afu's sometimes irrational nature, Sieg was probably the only person he could possibly be thinking about. That's impossible, Da Vinci exclaimed. What was the throne of heroes? It was located outside the world, and with 2 major restraining forces, how could it disappear so easily? It can be done. It's called Laputa, and it's currently flying towards the nearest city. Scheherazade then laid out her plan. Another conceptual play. After hearing Scheherazade's plan, Shen Fei immediately understood her confidence, the collision of fantasy and reality. This singularity in the underground world was created by her power, an illusion. After its destruction, its power created the flying land beneath the group's feet, the aerial city of Laputa. While strictly speaking, the land beneath their feet had no connection to Laputa, the two could be conceptually connected. Then, this aerial city would crash into a large city, for everyone to witness. This was the collision of fantasy and reality. With modern technology, it's conceivable that a city in the sky crashing into a major city would quickly spread to the entire world, exposing the mystery and igniting its pursuit. The more people knew about the moon world's mysteries, the weaker they became. If the world knew, the mystery might vanish, and a chain reaction could potentially cause the Hall of Heroes to vanish. Of course, even if it did, it would only be this world, with no impact on the rest of the moon world. Why would you do this? You're a heroic spirit. Why would you destroy the Hall of Heroes? Then you'd cease to exist. Would you do anything to survive? Scheherazade's actions baffled Mash and Ritsuka. For a heroic spirit to want to destroy the Hall of Heroes would be tantamount to suicide, a complete contradiction for her, who had previously offered to surrender to him, willing to agree to anything, just to be spared. Because I don't want to keep dying, Scheherazade stated directly. She was terrified of death, and it was precisely because of this fear that she chose to destroy Valhalla. If Valhalla continued to exist, she would be summoned from time to time for battles in the Holy Grail War. Her own strength wasn't great, and she was usually the first servant to be eliminated in such wars. This answer again surprised the group, but upon reflection, it made perfect sense. For someone with an intense fear of death, constantly dying would be the most cruel punishment. I admit you have a point, but it's also because Valhalla has allowed me to redeem myself and see Queen Marie again, so I don't agree with your plan, Diane was the first to retort. For Diane, being able to become a heroic spirit after death and see Queen Marie again was his greatest comfort. It's not death you should fear, but your mental health, the young Fergus said. I know you won't agree. Although I don't want to fight, I know you won't let me go even if I kneel now. So, I have no choice but to fight. What I seek is the next night. And then the next night again. This is a never-ending tale of wishes woven from my words, 1001 nights. Tonight, that's all, Scheherazade unleashed her noble phantasm. That is our homeland, the one that heals all wounds, all resentment. Reveal, the distant ideal city, Mash followed suit, unleashing her noble phantasm once again, blocking Scheherazade's. I'm sorry, but you can only disappear from here. After Mash blocked Scheherazade's noble phantasm, Diane and Alpha attacked. They all wanted to prevent the throne of heroes from disappearing, so while they understood Scheherazade's actions, they were merciless. With such strength, you still call yourself weak? Shen Fei was speechless as he watched Scheherazade, besieged by the two knights, struggling but always managing to dodge or block their attacks. He didn't join the attack, not because the opponent was of voluptuous beauty and he couldn't bear to attack her, but because the combined strength of Alpha and Diane was sufficient. Even if a magician could block a close attack, how long could they hold out? Even a magician of the age of gods like Medea would be the same. Strange, why do you always block his attacks, but avoid mine? After Scheherazade dodged his own strike at a crucial moment, Alpha ceased his attack, his expression grim. Chapter 1108 End. Because the king can't kill me, Scheherazade answered Alpha's question directly. I see. Has the legend been elevated? A heroic spirit's noble phantasm, abilities, and weaknesses are often derived from legends surrounding their lives. For example, Achilles' heel was his Achilles' weakness. Once his true name became known, the enemy's first attack would undoubtedly be directed at his heel. Scheherazade, thanks to a story from the 1001 Nights, helped the king correct his past mistakes, allowing her to survive. This elevated abilities made her invincible to the king. Killing any heroic spirit with a king attribute is extremely difficult. While Afu wasn't a king, he was a prince, theoretically eligible to inherit the throne, and so he was also affected by this abilities. Interesting abilities. So, I can give it a try. Shen Fei, who had initially been reluctant to attack Scheherazade, became curious upon learning of this abilities and decided to test it out. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he also fell into the king category. Fireball, Shen Fei thought to himself as he condensed a blazing fireball about 1 meter in diameter in his right palm and shot it at Scheherazade. As expected, seeing his fireball deflected by Scheherazade's magic circle, Shen Fei immediately understood that he had also been affected by her invincibility to the king. This invincibility didn't mean that Scheherazade could stand still and be killed by those with a king attribute. Rather, it meant that if someone with a king attribute attacked her, they would easily be avoided or their attack would be deflected after they responded. Of course, this certainly had a limit. If Shen Fei continued to attack, relying on his strength, he could still kill the opponent. Well, it seems this is the only way. I'll leave it to you next. Although Shen Fei only attacked once and then stopped, Scheherazade was still in danger under the siege of Mash, Dian, and Alfu. After learning of her special ability, Alfu stopped attacking and switched to supporting Dian. After being pierced through the shoulder by Dian's sword, Scheherazade sighed softly, as if giving up. Then, Scheherazade's aura suddenly changed. A strange, evil, yet very familiar aura permeated the air. Mash, Alfu, and Dian quickly retreated. Be careful, it's the demon pillar, Ritsuka and Roman's voices rang out simultaneously. I am the demon phoenix, the master of Chaldea. This time, I will not give you the opportunity to stop me. The demon pillar glared at Ritsuka with hatred as it emerged. As the master of Chaldea who ended the burning of humanity, Ritsuka had earned the hatred of all the demon pillars. For the current demon pillars, revenge on Ritsuka is the primary goal. As for the best method of retaliation, the demon phoenix before them chose a different approach than the one in the Shinjuku Singularity. While Bale and the Shinjuku Singularity aimed to kill Ritsuka outright, Phoenix's goal was to destroy humanity. Phoenix, I see. That's why we didn't detect the demon pillar's presence on Scheherazade. Upon hearing the demon pillar's name, Da Vinci immediately understood why Chaldea's detection systems hadn't detected the demon pillar's presence since Mash Ritsuka's transfer to the Singularity, even when Scheherazade appeared nearby. The Phoenix, the legendary Phoenix, represents death and rebirth. Furthermore, this singularity distorts the nature of its servants, making Phoenix appear dead. Under these circumstances, the demon pillar's presence was naturally undetectable. Deal with him quickly. Laputa can't be allowed in the city. We need to deal with a few witnesses now, and the Magic Association will handle them. Since the demon pillar had already appeared, there was no need for politeness. Is that so? Well, I won't hold back. Mashu, Ritsuka, you all should get out of here first. Don't get caught up in this. The Holy Judge of Heavenly Fire is annihilating. After sending Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others clear, Shen Fei immediately materialized the Holy Judge of Heavenly Fire and immediately evolved it into its annihilating form. Disappear, Phoenix. I wonder what it feels like for a phoenix to be consumed by fire. Leaping into the air, Shen Fei wielded the blazing Holy Judge of Heavenly Fire and charged towards the phoenix below. As a phoenix, it could theoretically be reborn from the ashes, but that was only theoretical. No, who are you? Feeling the power of the Holy Judge of Heavenly Fire, the once confident phoenix's expression immediately turned panicked. Dozens of massive tentacles, claws and fangs bared, slammed towards the airborne Shen Fei. Unfortunately, as soon as they approached Shen Fei, they were incinerated by the blazing flames. Boom! A resounding boom echoed through the heavens, followed by a blazing light erupting from Laputa. Phoenix was now completely gone from the ground, leaving only a massive crater, nearly 100 meters in diameter, completely piercing the ground. Through it, the mountains and vegetation below could be seen. Shen Fei's attack had pierced the very ground of Laputa, the city in the sky. As for Phoenix, it had been completely reduced to ash in the blazing flames. Even if it attempted to resurrect, there was no chance of rebirth. Boom boom boom. The ground of Laputa began to shake violently. It was unclear whether it was due to the loss of the demon god Phoenix or Shen Fei's previous attack, but the entire city in the sky was beginning to disintegrate. In reality, it was a combination of both. Oh no. This is not a phantom horse from this world. Seeing the ground in the sky continue to crumble, Fuku-chan decisively used his other noble phantasm, summoning a hippogriff, which carried them aloft. The hippogriff is the offspring of a griffin and a mare. This cross-species magical beast is extremely rare, possessing characteristics shared by both griffins and horses. The origin of the hippogriff is shrouded in legends, one of which harks back to ancient times. Someone sought to tame a griffin and form a griffin army. However, since griffins were difficult to tame, someone considered horses easier to tame. The idea was to combine the strengths of both, and the hippogriff was born, combining the characteristics of a griffin with the ease of taming. While a good idea, hippogriffs are so rare that forming a full army using them would be impossible. It's a shame I haven't said goodbye to her yet, sighed the young Fergus, aboard the hippogriff, as he gazed down at the crumbling sky city below. Earlier, while in Peach Blossom Land, the young Fergus and Scheherazade had interacted, primarily with Fergus's efforts to enlighten her. They discussed many topics, including the Celtic mythical land of youth, a place where gods and fairies lived together, a legendary paradise similar to Avalon, with an endless supply of food, much like the peaches of Peach Blossom Land. Since Scheherazade desired to live in a land free of danger, the land of youth was the only place that would suit her. In the original novel, the young Fergus ultimately persuaded Scheherazade to calm her fear of death, but unfortunately, he didn't have that chance this time. Shen Fei resolved all the issues with a single strike. Strange. Why hasn't the Holy Grail appeared? Shen Fei, unaware of Fergus's lament about Scheherazade's situation, was puzzled as to why the Holy Grail hadn't appeared despite the destruction of the Demon Pillar. While the Demon Pillar's existence was crucial to the Singularity, the Holy Grail was even more crucial. Only when Mash obtained the Holy Grail could the Singularity be repaired. Huh? She's still alive, although the Holy Grail wasn't found. Shen Fei discovered another surprise. The Empress was also present. She must have used aura blocking to conceal her presence, but now that the entire Sky City was destroyed, even if her aura was broken, it would be exposed. Your Highness, why are you here? If it had been the Pirate Princess or the Amazon Queen, Shen Fei would have left her alone, allowing her to fall with the Sky City. But since it was the Empress, he couldn't ignore her. Why can't I be here? I came to help you, but I didn't expect you to handle it so easily. Who are you? I don't even remember humans like you existing. Help? You suspected her before. The Empress' words surprised him. Of course. Just to save her own life, she told me the lifeline of Isu. Do you think I'm stupid enough to trust her? I see. You're the Empress, after all. I truly believe her. Fortunately, I became Emperor through my own strength. Otherwise, this position would be quite dangerous. As the Empress spoke, Shen Fei finally understood what was going on. He had believed Scheherazade's claim to surrender to the Empress for her own life, but the Empress wasn't someone to be so easily convinced. Initially, she even suspected her of being a spy. After Scheherazade gave her the key to the floodgates, she became even more suspicious of her hidden secrets. That's why, when attacked by the great heroes in the Nightless City, she used her aura shield to hide. At the time, she had no intention of killing Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others. Otherwise, if she had used her noble phantasm, they would have been in real danger. The Empress's own strength wasn't impressive, but her noble phantasm had the power to turn defeat into victory, delivering a single, fatal blow. In the original novel, Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others ultimately defeated the reborn Phoenix, thanks to the Empress's final attack. Shen Fei could only sigh, realizing that being an emperor was truly exhausting, requiring skepticism about everything. Fortunately, he didn't have to. The Empress, she's still here. Da Vinci was surprised when Shen Fei brought the Empress to Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others. We'll discuss the Empress's situation later. Right now, there's a more important question. The Holy Grail hasn't been found. What? Strange? The Holy Grail isn't in their bodies. Where else could it be? Could it be with the great heroes or the knights? Diane said. It's possible. Looks like we have no choice but to go find them, so that's how it is, Her Majesty. Now that Wise has sunk, the Golden City is completely destroyed, and only the city that never sleeps remains. The great hero and the knight will likely be heading there. The great hero's goal is destruction. Only the city that never sleeps has survived complete destruction. As for the knight, having lost both cities, only the city that never sleeps can achieve his goals. That's not necessary. I know the knight is there, and I made some preparations before he disappeared. Knowing the knight's problems, Shen Fei naturally had a plan in place. As expected of you, then things are simple. Now it's only the great hero that matters, the Tang Emperor of another world. This is truly interesting. What about Li Shimin? During a break, the Empress was surprised to learn of Shen Fei's background. I drove him out of the Central Plains, and he's busy establishing a kingdom overseas. Shen Fei was very supportive of Li Shimin's overseas kingdom. In fact, he supported not only Li Shimin but also other members of the aristocratic families who established kingdoms. He was eager to reap the rewards in the future. So there's another me. Yes, I do. Although you're only a few years old now, you've already joined the Yinka sect. Finding the Empress was easy. Her family background was clear. In the world of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, Cao Zhuang and Su Xiling were the only two truly ordinary masters. None of the others came from ordinary backgrounds. Shen Lun came from a prominent family, even if it had fallen. The evil king Shi's Hixun was even from the Pei family. Shi's Hixun was a pseudonym. If there's a chance, I might be able to take you there, But you'll have to change your job. The Empress of this singularity had a twisted personality. Although she appeared normal now, she was still twisted on the inside. Okay, let's talk about the rest later. I have things to do. Dragon Palace City. I didn't expect such a place existed, Mr. Knight. Perhaps I should call you Captain Columbus. At the bottom of a large lake at the bottom of the aquatic city of Wise, Shen Fei encountered a previously vanished knight, along with a great hero. At the bottom of the lake lay an underwater city shielded by a protective shield. Relying on the mark he left on the knight's sword, he easily found the location. This time, he was acting alone, without Mashu or Ritsuka, and was just a mere Columbus. Haha, you're too late. I've already controlled him. This underground world is mine from now on, Columbus said, perhaps due to the confidence given by the great hero, as he laughed confidently. Many people know who Columbus is, but many may not know why Leonardo da Vinci was so wary of him. The reason is simple. While Columbus's discovery of the New World may be significant, he was in reality just a slave trader, having nothing to do with the development of history. Knowing it was Columbus, and considering his actions, it was easy to guess his purpose in the singularity. Great hero, kill him, Columbus said, raising the jade box in his hand, pointing at Shen Fei, and giving the order to the great hero beside him. Roar! The great hero roared, brandishing his golden axe, and charged towards Shen Fei. His towering figure looked extremely intimidating. Room, slaughterhouse. Just as the great hero rushed in front of Shen Fei, swinging his massive axe at him, Shen Fei's figure instantly disappeared from his sight. Columbus, who was staring at him, his face suddenly changed. But before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his body. His upper body suddenly flew up, and Shen Fei cut it in two with a single blow of his sword. I'm sorry, Captain Columbus, but times have changed. Your tactics are outdated. After saying this to Columbus, who has only the upper body flying in midair, Shen Fei then pierced his head with a single blow of his sword, sending him back to the throne of heroes. Chapter 1109 Miyamoto Musashi, Part 1. The Oath of Judas. After defeating Columbus, Shen Fei materialized a golden cross and bound the great hero Hercules with dozens of golden chains. You and I are truly destined to meet. This is the nth time I've defeated you. My apologies. The 12 trials, while formidable for others, were no match for Shen Fei. Huh? It just vanished. The 12 trials are gone. Shen Fei was surprised to see the body of the great hero he had defeated begin to dissipate. He had already prepared to kill Hercules 12 more times, otherwise he wouldn't have used the Oath of Judas on him from the start. But then he figured out what had happened. Perhaps due to a twisted connection, the 12 trials ceased to exist when Hercules became the great hero. That saves a lot of trouble. Columbus must have used this to control the giant hero. Magic, forget it. I'll take it back to Leonardo da Vinci later. After the giant hero Hercules vanished, Shen Fei walked over to a jade box Columbus had left behind. His movements suggested he must have used the box to control the giant hero, but aside from sensing a powerful magical energy within, he didn't find anything else. After a quick inspection, Shen Fei put the box away, preparing to take it back to Leonardo da Vinci to confirm its contents. Oh, I almost forgot. They don't have the Holy Grail either. After putting the jade box away, Shen Fei realized he had overlooked something, the Holy Grail. According to their theory, the Holy Grail should have been on either Columbus or the giant hero, but now neither of them had it. That's strange. There don't seem to be any other servants in this singularity now. The Empress can't possibly have the Holy Grail. Judging from the current situation, the only surviving servant in this singularity is the Empress, but from their previous conversation, it's confirmed that she definitely doesn't possess the Holy Grail. Could there be other hidden servants that haven't appeared yet? It wasn't the Empress, and everyone else had been dealt with. The only possibility was that there were still hidden servants that hadn't been discovered. While that was strange, considering that the great hero Heracles had appeared midair, it wasn't impossible that there were hidden servants. We'll have to deal with it after we get back. As for this dragon palace, I wonder if there really are dragons there. Putting the Holy Grail aside for the moment, Shen Fei began exploring the dragon palace. On the surface, it looked like a dragon palace, with magnificent architecture and a grand atmosphere. However, the only problem was that instead of the dragon he was looking for, there were a multitude of monsters. Another jade box. Looks like it could be a treasure from this dragon palace city. Columbus's ability to control the giant hero with a jade box suggested it was a rare treasure. However, Shen Fei hadn't anticipated the abundance of such treasures within Dragon Palace City. After circling the area and defeating numerous monsters, he found 4 jade boxes. So that's how it is. The pirate princess wasn't found. It seems Columbus might have killed her. Besides the 4 jade boxes, Shen Fei also discovered several small submarines within Dragon Palace City, as well as traces of the pirate princess Deu. It turned out she had first discovered this place and had since used it as a secret base. After the flooding of the aquatic city of Wise, she had retreated here to recuperate, preparing to seek revenge. After all, Deu was a heroic spirit, and drowning her would be difficult. What? No Holy Grail found. After clearing out the monsters from Ryugu Castle and finding no other items, Shen Fei returned to Peach Blossom Lands and informed Mashu, Ritsuka, and the Chaldean group of the situation. Yes, I've dealt with Columbus and the great hero, but I found nothing strange. Could it be that other servants haven't appeared? Your Majesty, I wonder if you know if there are any other servants here, Roman asked the Empress. Like Shen Fei, Roman naturally believed the Empress and didn't believe she possessed the Holy Grail. No, the Empress shook her head. Guess we'll have to search slowly, with no clues. This was the only way. Mr. Knight is Columbus. What was his purpose? Why did he disappear? Mashu and Ritsuka were surprised to learn the knight's true name, and curious about why he left. Mashu, Ritsuka, Columbus's so-called discovery of the New World was actually the beginning of colonization. He was a slave trader himself. Roman told Mashu and Ritsuka about the goblins. The great deeds of heroic servants need to be considered within the context of their time. For modern society, the discovery of the New World is a monumental discovery, but if one truly journeys back to that era, one discovers that the initial intentions of such so-called great deeds were not always good. By the way, I discovered Ryugu Castle over there, and this. Columbus used this to control the great hero, Shen Fei said, producing several jade boxes. Ryugu Castle, jade boxes, it seems to be the story of Urashima Taro, Da Vinci and Holmes. Observing the objects in Shen Fei's hands and hearing his description of Ryugu Castle, immediately recognized what they were. The legendary jade boxes. The legend of Ryugu Castle tells of a fisherman named Urashima Taro who rescued the sacred turtles of Ryugu Castle and was brought to Ryugu, where he was entertained by Otohime, the Dragon King's daughter, who ultimately gave him a jade box that could grant wishes. This legend is rarely known to the general public, even Fujimaru Ritsuka, who, despite hailing from the Far East, was unaware of it. Only well-read individuals like Da Vinci and Holmes remember it. The so-called jade box is probably similar to the Holy Grail, a simple Holy Grail containing magical power that can grant wishes. Urashima Taro aged because of his wish. As the saying goes, a day in heaven equals a year on earth. The situation in Ryugu Castle is similar. After Urashima Taro spent some time there, decades had passed when he returned to Earth. His mother and hometown were no longer around. It was with this in mind that he opened the jade box and became an old man. The box didn't simply do it. You still need that? I'm quite lucky then. Upon hearing Da Vinci explain that the jade box was a simple Holy Grail, Shen Fei immediately understood its purpose, to serve as a reserve of magical power for King Arthur, Jean, and the others. In the original novel, Alfred and Diane used this to further unleash the power of their noble phantasms. However, Columbus suffered a tragic fate. In the original novel, he had a chance to rise again, but was thwarted by a rebel who used the very principles he taught, nearly irritating him to death. We haven't found any other servants, nor the Holy Grail. What's going on? Several days later. The group still hasn't found the Holy Grail or any other servants, which makes Roman, Da Vinci, and even Holmes of Chaldea depressed. This is the first time they've encountered a singularity like this. Although Shen Fei can bring Mashu and Ritsuka back, if the singularity isn't completely repaired, who knows what will happen next? You have to know that this singularity is not the Shinjuku singularity that was separated from human history. Even if that world is eventually destroyed, it won't affect human nature. But if something happens to this singularity, it can cause changes in human nature. Damn Knight, get out of here. One day, while the group was resting in Taoyuan Township, a roar suddenly came from the sky. Looking up, they immediately spotted a familiar face, Helena, the servant they had met in the fifth singularity. Miss Helena, Mashu and Ritsuka were surprised when they saw Helena. This noble phantasm is basically a flying saucer, Shen Fei was speechless as he looked at the massive flying device Helena was standing on. It seemed odd that a magician using a flying saucer was the right thing to do. Mashu, Ritsuka, why are you here? Helena, seemingly still retaining her memories of the fifth singularity, was surprised to see Mashu and Ritsuka. We're here to repair this singularity. By the way, Miss Helena, have you seen the Holy Grail? Mashu greeted Helena, then, as if remembering something, asked directly. The Holy Grail? Are you talking about this? Helena said, descending from the sky and holding out a gleaming golden Holy Grail. That's it, Miss Helena. You found it there, Mashu and Ritsuka exclaimed in delight. I found it. By the way, have you spotted a knight here? Be careful of him. Helena's gaze swept over the group, seemingly searching for someone. Knight, what happened? Miss Helena, that guy actually attacked me. Helena recounted her story. It turned out that several months prior, Helena had appeared in this underground world and was the first to discover Utopia. She had since begun researching there. She was a renowned researcher in the mysticism field, most notably her work on the underground world. Leonardo da Vinci's name for the subterranean world, Jagote, was inspired by her. Later, the knight also arrived in Utopia, claiming to have been summoned accidentally. Helena was unsuspecting, believing Utopia was large enough to support two servants. However, one day, the knight attacked her. Fortunately, Helena, a skilled magician, was able to block the attack with magic. She was then severely injured and fell into the river within Utopia, being swept downstream. She then constructed a magical barrier underwater for protection and has been recovering there ever since. This wound took months to heal, and only recently was she fully recovered. Then, eagerly preparing for revenge, Helena, a formidable magus, and with a flying saucer, she had an air superiority. If not for a surprise attack, the knight would have been no match. As for the Holy Grail, it lay within the barrier at the bottom of the river. After she recovered and retracted the barrier, she discovered it at her feet. Her luck was incredible. The object Shen Fei and his team had been searching for days had appeared right beside her. So the Holy Grail is underground? I see. Is it necessary to keep it underground because of this Sky City? Holmes, after hearing Helena's account, immediately understood why the Holy Grail hadn't appeared on the servant. In that case, it's all thanks to Miss Helena. Without her, we would have had a very hard time finding it. Roman then expressed his gratitude to Helena. Without her, the group would never have guessed the Holy Grail was not with his servant, but underground. So he's Columbus. I was wondering why he attacked me. Helena, upon learning the knight was Columbus and the nature of this underground singularity, immediately understood why Columbus had attacked her, his goal to monopolize Peach Blossom Village as a stronghold. You're done. Damn it. I won't let him go next time I see him. Helena, who had initially been unconcerned about Columbus, erupted in anger when she heard Mashu and Ritsuka say the singularity had been resolved, requiring only the Holy Grail to be recovered. For Helena, this underground world was a rare discovery. Even if it was just someone's story, it was worth studying. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so excited when it first appeared. The fact that someone's attack had cost her months of recovery and missed her prime research opportunity was infuriating. My apologies, Miss Helena. Any further delay could lead to unforeseen consequences, while MASH could temporarily withhold the Holy Grail, allowing this large singularity in the underground world to continue existing. Considering the considerable time already lost, and the possibility of any unexpected incidents arising from the delay, MASH immediately stored the Holy Grail within her shield. Master, goodbye. See you someday. As the Holy Grail was stored, Alfu, Diane, the Empress, Fergus, and Helena glowed with a golden light, signaling their return. There will be a chance. MASH and Ritsuka greeted them immediately. Don't forget what you promised me, the Empress said to Shen Fei. Don't worry. Shen Fei nodded. The Empress's business naturally involved meeting her otherworldly self. MASH, Ritsuka, you've worked hard. Go and get some rest. Upon returning to Chaldea, Roman and the others immediately welcomed MASH and Ritsuka back and allowed them to rest. Jade box. I didn't expect this thing to actually exist. Da Vinci took a jade box from Shen Fei's hand, deeply curious about it. Everyone, now, continue to expedite the search for the next demon pillar. Mashu and Ritsuka could rest, but Roman and the Chaldea staff couldn't. There were still 2 demon pillars. Considering the situation at the Shinjuku Singularity and the singularity in the underground world, The current demon pillar was no less dangerous than the previous one caused by the human incineration. Senior, it's time to get up, Senior. The next morning, when Mashu went to wake Ritsuka, something unexpected happened. Ritsuka didn't wake up, no matter how much Mashu called. This situation immediately alarmed Roman, Da Vinci, Holmes, Shen Fei, and the others. Just like the previous times, Senior seems to have visited the singularity in his sleep. After a thorough examination, they finally came to this conclusion. Chapter 1110 Miyamoto Musashi, Part 2. Has this happened often before? What exactly happened? After escorting the sleeping Fujimura Ritsuka to the infirmary, Holmes immediately inquired about the circumstances surrounding his previous experiences and what singularity he had visited. It's happened several times, but it usually seems like she's dreaming and wakes up in the morning. Da Vinci recounted Ritsuka's experiences. Fujimura Ritsuka had experienced something similar to a soul transfer in her dreams, and she'd always woken up in the morning. This was the first time she hadn't woken up in the morning. First time? Interesting. Perhaps something went wrong, Holmes said, lost in thought. Fujimura Ritsuka's situation was an unknown to him, and it intrigued him greatly. For someone like Holmes, the unknown held a strong allure. If the consciousness could transfer souls, where did the body come from? This was a question worth exploring. Could it have been the work of the demon pillar? Mashu asked with a worried look on her face. Mashu preferred to face danger alongside her senior than to remain safe in Chaldea. It's certainly possible. Upon hearing Mash mention the demon pillar, Roman and Da Vinci exchanged a glance, convinced that it was indeed possible. Roman then immediately ordered the Chaldean staff to suspend their search for the demon pillar and begin investigating Ritsuka's situation. As Chaldea's master, even if her consciousness had been transferred, Chaldea could still investigate. Don't worry, Mash, Ritsuka was fine against Gosha. A mere demon pillar is nothing, although unconfirmed. Da Vinci nonetheless blamed the demon pillar for Ritsuka's current situation. We've confirmed Ritsuka Fujimura's vital signs, but were unable to contact her. After days of tireless efforts by the Chaldean staff and Roman, Ritsuka's condition was finally confirmed through Chaldea, bringing a sigh of relief to the Chaldean staff. While they still couldn't contact her, at least they knew she was safe. Then, Roman and the other Chaldean staff, without a break, continued their efforts, determined to quickly confirm Ritsuka's location and send support. I'll go check it out first, Shen Fei said, looking at the worried Mashu. Chaldea couldn't perform a spirit particle transfer without confirming Ritsuka's exact location, but he didn't need to go that far. With Ritsuka's presence, they could use the secret portal to reach him. Chaldea's spirit particle transfer was a technological advancement, and technology naturally required numerous steps to ensure safety. Really? Mashu exclaimed excitedly, naturally wanting to go along. Mashu, you can't go now. You need to rest. You haven't had any rest these past few days. Don't worry, with him there, Ritsuka will be fine. Da Vinci immediately intervened, stopping Mashu. Mashu had been with Ritsuka in the infirmary for the past few days, barely leaving her side. Even with her heroic spirit form, her face was pale. No, I must go. While Da Vinci meant well, Mashu, overly concerned about Ritsuka, had given up on going when there was no other way. Now that she had a chance, she naturally wouldn't give up. Then go get some rest for a few hours. You should know I can open the portal and come back any time. I'll pick you up later. You don't want Ritsuka to see you like this and worry her, do you? Besides, there might be a battle there, and you don't want your health to affect the fight. Finally, persuaded by Roman and Da Vinci, Mashu agreed to go back to her room and sleep for 6 hours, meaning Shen Fei had to come pick her up in 6 hours. This was a mutually beneficial outcome. Regarding Ritsuka's condition, let's first check on her, Holmes said, after Mashu had gone to rest. No problem, this is one man slaughtering 10,000. It's true that heroic spirits are not something ordinary people can contend with. Shen Fei, after stepping through the arcane gate, surveyed his surroundings before activating his observation haki. He immediately sensed a large battle in the distance ahead. However, when he arrived, he saw not war but slaughter. A woman with long black hair and a slender figure, even Shen Fei couldn't help but glance at her chest, was wielding a lightning-charged blade as she slaughtered the soldiers. The ground was a river of blood and corpses. Shen Fei could tell from her aura that she was a servant, but there was a hint of evil and madness within her. Unaware of the situation, the right and wrong, or the specifics of this singularity, he couldn't intervene. A blood moon. That doesn't seem like a good sign. After watching for a while, Shen Fei looked up at the blood-red moon hanging in the sky, then immediately turned and left. If Ma Xiu had followed, she would have definitely intervened, but it was Shen Fei who came alone. He wasn't a savior or a saint. Furthermore, the massacre was nearing its end, and they were the army, so there was no need for him to get involved. If they were slaughtering civilians, he would have intervened. Let's find Li Xiong first, slap the toes and chase the sparrow. After leaving the plain battlefield for a distance, Shen Fei used the binding Dao search technique and quickly located Li Xiong. Inside the city? It seems like she's doing well. She should be resting in this world. Let's find her at daybreak. Using the slap the toes and chase the sparrow, Shen Fei quickly arrived at the city. Looking at the inner city ahead in the bright moon in the sky, he decided not to disturb Li Xiong and wait until daybreak. After leaving there, I can't see the blood moon anymore. Is it because of the special barrier? Looking at the moon in the sky, Shen Fei immediately thought of the blood moon he had just seen. Have you recovered well? I have found Ritsuka. Let's go. After dawn, Shen Fei returned to Chaldea and brought Ma Xiu, who had rested for a while and whose complexion had recovered. Ritsuka should be there. Just when Shen Fei was taking Ma Xiu to the inner city of the city to find Ritsuka, he suddenly saw Ritsuka walking out of the city gate. She was followed by a woman with short pink hair and 2 katanas, and a young man with short fiery red hair who had the aura of a servant. There was also a woman with long black hair who looked very cute. Senior, while Shen Fei was observing Ritsuka's companions, Ma Xiu immediately rushed up. She seemed to not care about Ritsuka's companions at all. Ma Xiu. Ritsuka was very happy to see Ma Xiu appear, and then she introduced her companions. The pink-haired girl holding the katana was called Miyamoto Musashi. Although Ma Xiu was a little surprised that Miyamoto Musashi was a woman, she quickly accepted it. After all, even King Arthur was a woman, so Miyamoto Musashi being a woman was nothing. The other young man with fiery red short hair was Fuma Kajiro, the servant that Ritsuka met here, and the last cute girl with long black hair was Kato Danzo, the female ninja of the singularity. Are you Ma Xiu? You are so cute, and you are my type. After listening to Ritsuka's introduction of Ma Xiu, Miyamoto Musashi's subsequent words made Ma Xiu stunned. Haha, just kidding. Let's talk about it when we get back. This is not the place to talk. Looking at the stunned Ma Xiu, Miyamoto Musashi immediately continued. I'm afraid it's not a joke. I didn't expect Miyamoto Musashi to be such a person. Maybe Ma Xiu took her words as a joke, but Shen Fei had already noticed some problems. The hobbies of this Miyamoto Musashi were different from those of normal people. Then the group left the city and walked towards the suburbs. On the way, Ritsuka explained the reason. Originally, they were in the city to protect Princess Kiaiheim, but they were soon driven out by the samurai inside, so they had to return to another base in the suburbs. Through Ritsuka's introduction, Shen Fei knew what this singularity was. It was the period when Shimausa province was located. During this period, the so-called noble samurai had a very high status. Wandering samurai like Miyamoto Musashi and wandering people like Ritsuka, even if they saved the princess, would not get any good treatment. Look, after such a great achievement of saving the princess, they were driven out without any reward. Why are there so many people? Chaldea. Soon the group arrived at an independent thatched cottage on the outskirts of the city. After passing through a barrier, they entered, and then Shen Fei saw an acquaintance, Shiraui Miaya. However, after Ritsuka introduced him, he found out that this was not Shiraui Miaya, but Sango Muramasa, a swordsmith. From his name, you can know what kind of weapons he has made, the demon sword Muramasa. I didn't expect Shiraui Miaya to have this identity. This was the first time Shen Fei knew that Shiraui Miaya had such an identity. Since you are here, let's eat together. A Feng. Muramasa didn't care about the extra guests, and then asked his granddaughter to start preparing the meal. Is there udon noodles? I want to eat that, Miyamoto Musashi immediately shouted. No, there are only rice balls and porridge, Chaldea? Forget it, cut the myojin and let me see. After the meal, after knowing Ma Xiu's identity, Muramasa nodded slightly, and then asked Miyamoto Musashi for her weapon. Did you kill the 3 riders? By observing Miyamoto Musashi's weapon, Sango Muramasa knew the answer to the question he wanted. What's the situation in the singularity? After Sango Muramasa and Musashi talked about Myojin Kiri, Shen Fei immediately asked about the situation here at Ritsuka. It's the heroic swordsman. Ritsuka then told his experience of coming to the singularity. From the first encounter with Miyamoto Musashi to the protection of Princess Kyohime of Doki Castle. 7 heroic swordsmen. It seems like the Holy Grail War. It seems that the other party wants to use them to achieve some purpose. The number 7 in the moon world is very sensitive, and the heroic swordsmen acted separately after the collective action at the beginning, which gave Miyamoto Musashi the opportunity to kill 3 of them. If he continued to act, even Miyamoto Musashi would not be able to do it. It would look like he was deliberately seeking death. I know. Ritsuka nodded and said, after all, she had experienced a lot of things so far, and she also had some guesses about the situation of the heroic swordsman. But the problem was that the heroic swordsman fought desperately every time, and he was very powerful, so it was naturally impossible for him to hold back on them, not to mention that the heroic swordsman had been slaughtering civilians wantonly. Just from this point of view, Ritsuka would not tolerate them. It seems that the one who killed 10,000 people with one person who I saw yesterday should be the heroic swordsman. He is really powerful. There are many heroic spirits who can kill 10,000 people with one person, but there are not many who can do it with just swordsmanship. Most of them can only rely on noble phantasms to do this. Miyamoto Musashi, who keeps traveling through the world, the person who cuts the world of things. This is really interesting. After Ritsuka explained the situation she encountered in this singularity, she also talked about Miyamoto Musashi's situation. Miyamoto Musashi is not a heroic spirit, she is a human, and this is not the first time Ritsuka has seen her. The last time Ritsuka transferred through the spirit particle in her dream, she met her on Onigashima. The two of them went to Onigashima together and then left that world. Miyamoto Musashi's situation surprised Shen Fei very much. He never thought that he would meet someone who could travel through the world. Strictly speaking, Miyamoto Musashi has traveled through more worlds than him. The worlds here are not all parallel worlds of the moon world. There are also many worlds with fixed events, in other words, they are lost belts. According to the description in Honkai Impact 3rd, they are worlds that have been sunk into the quantum sea. Unfortunately, Miyamoto Musashi's travel was not her initiative, but passive. Even she herself does not know when she will travel through the world. This situation immediately gave Shen Fei a deeper understanding of the moon world. I don't know if those two have many people like Miyamoto Musashi in their hands. The worlds that were cut off simply developed because their development didn't align with human history. This was the general trend, but the people and objects within them were genuine. A figure like Miyamoto Musashi appeared in a world of cut-off events. No one knew how many worlds in the moon world needed cut-off events. This singularity itself contained Miyamoto Musashi, a renowned swordsman, but he was already an elderly man. Therefore, aside from a few people believing her to be real, the vast majority of people here assumed she was a Miyamoto Musashi admirer, and so changed her name. In China, even if a name is unpleasant, it's generally retained by parents for life. For example, Shen Fei, with his current abilities, could easily change his name, but he never considered it. However, in Japan and Fuso, changing names is commonplace. Whether it's to admire a celebrity or reach a certain level, they can change their names at will. Just like Miyamoto Musashi's father, who later changed his name to Shinman Musashi due to his prowess, he became known as Shinman Musashi. The name Miyamoto Musashi is just an abbreviation. Her full name is Shinman Musashi no Kami Fujiwara Genshin. Things are a bit troublesome. Ritsuka, let me check on your physical condition first. After closing his eyes and reviewing the information Ritsuka had given him, Shen Fei immediately began to check on Ritsuka's physical condition. This was Sherlock Holmes' request, and he must have his reasons. Chapter 1111 Miyamoto Musashi, and it's not the original body, after all. The magic circuits in this body are incredibly poor. Upon examination, Shen Fei discovered that Ritsuka's magic circuits were now even worse than when she first arrived in Chaldea. Not only were there fewer, but many of them were incorrectly wired. Is it really that bad? Mashu asked worriedly, seeing Shen Fei's serious expression. There are some issues, but they're not major. Is there a quiet room here? After speaking with Muramasa, Shen Fei immediately took Ritsuka to another room and began restoring her magic circuits. Considering this body was temporary, there was no need to increase the number of circuits. Finally, we've made contact. It seems Ritsuka's magic circuits have been restored. With Ritsuka's magic circuits restored, contact with Chaldea was immediately established. It turned out that Chaldea had been unable to contact Ritsuka because her magic circuits were faulty. Chaldea's communication was using a magic ritual garment, which naturally required a certain amount of mana. Yes, this is the situation here. Shen Fei and Li Xiang then left the room and entered the hall. They introduced Roman, Da Vinci, Holmes, and the others to the others, then briefly explained the situation at the Singularity. The heroic swordsman, Miyamoto Musashi? As I expected, after listening to Shen Fei's account, Holmes nodded with a look of understanding. Normally, I should reveal some things without evidence, but this time is different. According to my theory, the place you are currently in isn't a singularity, but Tifa, located between reality and dreams, a world similar to an inherent barrier that severs events. I've read about how Li Xiang and Musashi met, and I suspect the person causing the current situation is someone like Musashi. Drifting into that world, Holmes hesitated for a moment before stating his theory. Normally, Holmes wouldn't reveal his theories without solid evidence, but this time, perhaps because the circumstances were different, he spoke directly. Determine matters, isn't this a lust belt? After hearing Holmes's speculation, these three words immediately flashed through Shen Fei's mind. I've drifted here from another world like me, and I've never seen anyone like this. He must be the enemy's leader, the sorcerer. It seems we have no choice but to kill him. It's actually possible to allow people who aren't here to communicate remotely. If this world had such a thing, it might make a big difference. After losing contact with Chaldea, Shiko Muramasa was deeply impressed. That's quite insightful. Why is there less war in modern society than in ancient times? Remote communication is crucial. Why were there so many rebellions in ancient times? While there are many reasons for this, the fact that the emperor was far away and the power of the state could not reach them was definitely a major factor. Next, I'll trouble you, Kojiro and Danzo. Later, when the group was discussing how to deal with the heroic swordsman, the samurai in Toki Castle refused to let them approach, so they had to ask Kojiro and Danzo to investigate first to see if they could find the heroic swordsman's location. While the heroic swordmaster's previous actions suggested he might attack Princess Ki-Ilheim of Toki Castle, the correct decision was to stay in Toki Castle. However, the samurai there had driven them out, and they couldn't possibly start a fight with them before the heroic swordmaster appeared. I should get some rest today, Musashi said, smiling as he went to playfully tease Efu's younger brother, Tansuke, after Kojiro and Danzo left. Miyamoto Musashi and Ritsuka hadn't had a rest since arriving in this world. They'd encountered the heroic swordmaster from the very beginning, 6 of them in total, forcing them to flee. The Lost Belt, have the alien gods started moving now? I really should have paid more attention to the human freeze situation. Could it be that the demon pillars have contacted the alien gods? I've never heard of such a thing happening. While everyone else was preoccupied with their own affairs, like Masho chatting with Ritsuka, Shen Fei was lost in thought about the Lost Belt. He regretted not paying enough attention to the storyline during the second episode, when the human freeze occurred. Something happened. The general's troops sent to destroy the monsters were all killed. In the afternoon, Kojiro and Danzo returned together with very bad news. The more than 10,000 troops sent to support Toki City were all wiped out. Not only the army, but also the neighboring country was destroyed. The news spread because the heroic swordmaster who took action at the time left a survivor and asked him to report back. However, after escaping and reporting the situation, the person died of fear. It was not the heroic swordmaster who killed him, but he died of fear. So those were the troops supporting this place. After listening to the two people's accounts, Shen Fei immediately understood that the massacre he witnessed when he first arrived last night was the heroic swordmaster slaughtering the army. The reason why the samurai from Toki City drove away Miyamoto Musashi, Ritsuka and others was simple. Compared with wandering samurai, their own army was naturally more reliable. This was a very normal reasoning. Are all heroic spirits so powerful? Miyamoto Musashi was deeply surprised. Although she had fought heroic spirit swordmasters many times and understood their strength, going 1 against 10,000 was too much. If she were to fight, she wouldn't be able to handle even 1,000 soldiers. It depends on the situation. Some heroic spirits' noble phantasms are suitable for group battles, Ritsuka replied simply. This could put Princess Ki-Ilheim in danger. Should we return to Toki Castle tomorrow and speak to that old man? Now that their army is gone, they probably won't refuse us. Ritsuka, worried about Princess Ki-Ilheim, decided to speak to Yajayu Tajima no Kami, who was responsible for Toki Castle's defense and had driven them away. That night, As the group rested, a sudden scream startled everyone awake. It was a Feng's voice. The group immediately rushed out of their room and saw two servants in the courtyard. Minamoto no Reikao, Shuten Daoji, Ritsuka recognized them instantly. Shen Fei also recognized one of them, the man who had slaughtered over 10,000 soldiers earlier. It was none other than Minamoto no Reikao. Where are Feng and the others? After discovering no trace of his grandchildren in the courtyard, Sango Muramasa radiated a sharp aura, his expression becoming grave, his usual affability gone. Though a swordsmith, he was no ordinary swordsmith. I didn't expect there's a servant here. They've been taken hostage. If you want to rescue them, come to the top of the mountain behind us before noon tomorrow. Then you can have some fun with them. Shuten Daoji finished his words, and before anyone could respond, he and Minamoto no Reikao vanished into the darkness. Simultaneously, a multitude of monsters appeared in the courtyard. HMPH, Sango Muramasa snorted coldly at the disappearing two. With a flicker of his katana, a dozen monsters in front of him were severed and dissipated. Deal with them first. With Miyamoto Musashi, Fuma Kajiro, and Kato Danzo all working together, they quickly dispatched all the monsters in the courtyard. Mashu, concerned about protecting Ritsuka, stayed put. Don't worry, old man. Since they're taking hostages, nothing will happen to Feng and the others. Taking hostages is truly despicable. After dispatching the monsters, the group quickly packed up and headed for the back mountain. While it was called the back mountain, it wasn't actually that far away. The back actually referred to the large mountain behind the thatched hut. Senior, let me carry you. Thank you, Mashu. As the group set off, they noticed Ritsuka was struggling to keep up, so Mashu offered to carry her. Ritsuka accepted, as saving a Feng and his siblings was more important. Ritsuka's physical condition was the weakest among the group. Miyamoto Musashi was human, but she was capable of slaying the heroic swordmaster while still a human. She was no ordinary human. These guys are such a nuisance. With Mashu carrying Ritsuka, the group sped up considerably. Otherwise, the journey wouldn't have been smooth sailing, with monsters occasionally appearing to block their path. Hey, didn't I kill it? The group reached the foot of the mountain behind them. There was only one path up, and a massive, multi-headed snake guarded the sole entrance. Musashi felt strange looking at the giant snake. This wasn't her first encounter with such a multi-headed serpent. She had already killed one in a previous battle. Shuten Daoji, it must be her connection. Fuma Kajiro then briefly explained Shuten Daoji's relationship with the Yamada no Orochi, as well as that of Mochizuki Chiome, who had been slain by Musashi previously. These all had deep connections to the Yamada no Orochi. This female Miyamoto Musashi, while a formidable swordsman, was somewhat lacking in knowledge. Is that so? Then kill it again, Miyamoto Musashi declared, charging forward, unleashing his Nighten Ryu swordsmanship, and quickly decapitating the snake's head. No one else, including Shen Fei, made a move. Firstly, they trusted Musashi's strength, and secondly, the mountain path there was too narrow, making it ill-suited for a multi-person battle. Another one, Miyamoto Musashi quickly dispatched the giant snake. Then, the group continued up the mountain path. Not long into the journey, they spotted another multi-headed snake ahead. Let me do it. Just as Miyamoto Musashi was about to attack again, Shen Fei stopped her. The terrain here was even less suitable for a fight. Previously, it was the entrance to the mountain path, so it was relatively wide. But here, on one side was a bottomless cliff, on the other a towering mountain wall. As he spoke, Shen Fei's hand materialized. This time, there was no need to use a divine key weapon like the heavenly fire holy judgment. 3 streams of sword energy swept through the air, severing the multi-headed snake. You look strong. Let's have a duel. Seeing Shen Fei's background, Musashi's eyes lit up. As a swordsman, encountering a powerful swordsman was instinctively eager to challenge. She had appeared in this world because of a previous instinctive attack, which had provoked the powerful Yajayu Tajima no Kami, prompting him to pursue her to this world to challenge her. At this point, Musashi hadn't reached her peak strength and hadn't yet grasped the secrets of becoming a heroic spirit. In other words, she was only a swordsman, not yet a master swordsman. Let's talk about it sometime. Seeing Musashi's gaze, Shen Fei knew he couldn't refuse. Curious about her situation, he nodded. Did you get here so quickly? I thought you wouldn't show up until daybreak. The group reached the top of the mountain, where Minamoto no Reikao and Shutendaji were already waiting. They were somewhat surprised by the speed of their arrival. Normally, this would have been the case due to Ritsuka's presence, but now Shen Fei and Mashi were also present. "We're here. Where are Naruto and Tatsuki?" Sangamiro's face immediately turned cold after noticing that Naruto and his brother were nowhere to be found. "Haha, I've already eaten them. You didn't think we really needed hostages, did you?" Shutendaji said with a hint of mockery. "Don't lie. You can't just kill the hostages you captured so easily. And even if you did, they wouldn't tell us directly. We'd only be wary if their fate was uncertain." Musashi stepped forward and spoke loudly. "Under normal circumstances, you're right, but don't forget, we're heroic sword masters. Their purpose was merely to lure you here. Now that you're here, they're useless, aren't they?" "What did you say?" After hearing Shutendaji's words, Miyamoto Musashi immediately erupted in murderous intent. She had previously promised to protect Naruto and his brother. As expected of Miyamoto Musashi, the sorcerer has designated her for death. "Leave her to me, and the rest to you." Minamoto Reikao then stepped forward and confronted Miyamoto Musashi. The powerful sword intent emanating from him caused Miyamoto Musashi's pupils to shrink, but then his eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. "My taboo name is Black Rope Hell." Minamoto Reikao then spoke her taboo name, a name reserved for the 7 heroic swordsmen. The 7 heroic swordsmen actually represent the 7 hells. Before each duel, a ritual is performed, and with the initiation of this ritual, a blood-red moon immediately rises in the sky. "Leave her to me, and Shutendaji will be in your hands." Miyamoto Musashi then stepped forward, adopting a Nighten Ryu stance. "My taboo name is Numerous Hells." Meanwhile, Shutendaji confronted Mashu, Fuma Katero, and the others. Boom! The first to start the fight were Minamoto no Reikao and Miyamoto Musashi. Both were powerful swordsmen. After a short standoff, they rushed towards each other almost at the same time. The powerful sword energy raged on the top of the mountain as they attacked. In an instant, the rocks shattered and the ground collapsed, forcing Shutendaji, Mashu and others to retreat to the side to avoid being affected by the fight between the two. Shutendaji originally wanted to watch the fight between Minamoto no Reikao and Miyamoto Musashi, but Mashu, Kajiro, Danzo and others immediately started to attack because she said that she had eaten the Feng siblings. Mashu was the main attacker, using his shield to block Shutendaji's magic attacks, while Kajiro and Danzo looked for opportunities to launch sneak attacks. Both were ninjas, so they were naturally very good at this. It's amazing. In this situation, your strength is increasing rapidly. Shen Fei did not take action and stayed on the side to hold the line to avoid any accidents. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1112, Realm of Zero. It seems I don't need to attack either side, but Minamoto Reikao seems to be holding back, watching Miyamoto Musashi go from being at a disadvantage to slowly equalizing his opponent's advantage, ultimately suppressing Minamoto Reikao. Shen Fei gave Minamoto Reikao a strange look. Although she appeared to be showing no mercy, inflicting numerous wounds on Musashi, she hadn't used a noble phantasm. For a servant, a noble phantasm is the key to victory or defeat. If Minamoto Reikao had used a noble phantasm, Musashi, with his current strength, would have been unable to withstand it. He had witnessed Minamoto Reikao slaughter over 10,000 soldiers before. His noble phantasm wasn't a large-scale attack, but one that could summon something like a shadow clone. Musashi was already struggling to defeat one, so adding several more would have made him a complete no-match. In reality, Shen Fei's understanding was somewhat erroneous. Minamoto Reikao's noble phantasm wasn't something like summoning a shadow clone, nor was it a celestial thunder. Although her sword now flashed with lightning, its power was much weaker than that of a noble phantasm. Be careful, Master of Chaldea, the 1,000 purples and 1,000 reds, the godlike demon poison. Minamoto no Reikao didn't use his noble phantasm, but Shutendaji didn't hold back and directly activated his. Shutendaji's noble phantasm is poison. With a single thought, she can transform the wine in her hand into 1,000 purples and 1,000 reds poison. The 1,000 purples and 1,000 reds refers to the color of the wine. According to legend, Minamoto no Reikao brought this poison with him when he went to subjugate demons. This wine is non-toxic to humans, but extremely poisonous to demons. He made the demons drink this wine through a plan, and only then was he able to successfully subjugate them. After Shen-Fei became a heroic spirit, the godlike demon poison wine became her noble phantasm. It's quite interesting to note that Minamoto no Reikao was supposed to be the one who killed Shen-Fei, but after becoming a heroic spirit, the two had a very good relationship, even after being twisted into heroic spirit swordsman. The ideal city, now so far away, upon witnessing Shen-Fei use his noble phantasm, Mashu immediately activated it, blocking the poisonous gas released by his wine. Mashu's noble phantasm not only blocked physical attacks, but also attacks like poison gas. The Immortal Chaos Brigade, after Mashu blocked Shen-Fei's with her noble phantasm, Fuma Kojiro also activated his own, engulfing Shen-Fei in a blazing flame. It hurts so much? I guess I have to go first. Amidst the flames, Shen-Fei smiled at Ritsuka, then turned to glance at Minamoto no Reikao before vanishing in a flash of light. That's it. After Shen-Fei returned to Valhalla, Minamoto no Reikao's emotions faltered. Musashi seized the opportunity and used a cross-slash to shatter Minamoto no Reikao's lightning bolt, severely damaging her. Looks like I've lost. Don't worry, the Afeng siblings are fine. They're at the shrine down below. Please apologize to her for me. We meant no harm to them. I'll pass the message along to them. Whether they'll accept it depends on their attitude towards you. After hearing that the Afeng siblings were fine, Muramis's serious expression finally faded. I meant no harm to the children. It's a pity Kentoki wasn't here. Otherwise we would have been out much sooner. After saying this, Minamoto no Reikao's figure transformed into light and vanished. This group of heroic swordsmen were the least hostile to Ritsuka and Musashi. In the original story, it was Shen-Fei who repaired Ritsuka's magic circuits, allowing her to connect with Keldia. Of course, as demons, they do have a demonic side. For example, when helping Ritsuka repair her magic circuits, the methods they used were quite brutal. Soon, the group found the siblings at the shrine at the foot of the mountain on the other side. Afeng, carrying her brother on her back, immediately threw herself into Muramis's arms, crying grandpa and bursting into tears. She had managed to remain calm when she had faced Minamoto no Reikao and Shen-Fei with her brother, but now, upon seeing someone familiar, fear washed over her. It's okay, don't worry, we're safe now, Muramasa whispered to Feng. Big sister, samurai sister, and that ghost sister, they didn't hurt to Feng, we already know. The ghost sisters left for something. They were the ones who told us you were here. Muramasa didn't tell the siblings that Minamoto no Reikao and Shen-Fei had disappeared. If you have anything to say, let's go back first, Shen Fei said, opening the portal. The group immediately returned to the thatched hut, a sight that made Muramasa glance at Shen Fei several times. I didn't expect there was such magic. This really saves time. Muramasa looked at Shen Fei and the portal, a thoughtful expression on his face, as if contemplating something. After returning, the Afeng siblings fell asleep not long after. After all, they were still young, and after suffering such a change, they were naturally very tired. On Miyamoto Musashi's side, Yuritsuka was using a healing magic ritual to help her heal. She was seriously injured in the battle with Minamoto Reikao. Because she had experienced such a fierce battle, even though it was already dawn, the group stayed in the thatched hut to rest. Only Kato Danzo went out to inquire about the news. Can your magic take people out of this country and go to the world where Chaldea is? While the others were resting, Muramasa found Shen Fei who was sitting aside. Yes, Shen Fei nodded slightly. Then can you do me a favor and take the Afeng siblings there after the things here are finished? Muramasa told Shen Fei his request. That's no problem, but can I know why? Shen Fei looked at Muramasa in surprise. He didn't expect that Muramasa would talk to him about this. I just want them to grow up in peace, and whatever they do in the future is fine. But peace here won't last long. Even without those so-called transformations, wars are still raging here, and ordinary people live in fear. Even if I've provided them with a means to survive, I can't guarantee their safe upbringing. I learned from Ritsuka that your world allows ordinary people to grow up without worries. Muramasa sighed deeply at this point. He himself lived through a time of war and knew all too well what it was like. Before meeting Ritsuka, he couldn't believe such a person could exist. In times of war, even a noble princess could see her country and family destroyed at any moment. So-called peace wouldn't last more than a decade before war broke out again. Before meeting Fujimura Ritsuka, he couldn't imagine there was someone like Ritsuka in the world. Someone who had truly never seen war and had grown up in peace. Although he was a heroic spirit, summoned from this era, he wasn't endowed with modern knowledge, so naturally, he had no idea of modern society. While modern society isn't entirely peaceful, it's undoubtedly a far cry from the constant wars and massacres of ancient times, especially with a powerful nation. Shen Fei grew up in such an environment in his previous life. No problem. Once this is over, I'll take them away and ensure they live a carefree life. After hearing Muramis's words, Shen Fei immediately nodded and agreed to his request. It seemed like a trivial matter to him. He knew a lot about a Feng from Ritsuka, a very sensible young woman. Considering Ritsuka's personality, even if Muramasa didn't mention it, she might ask for it later. Given her relationship with Princess Kyoheim of Tokyo, perhaps he could ask her to help care for a Feng and his siblings before leaving. Even then, it would be better to take them to modern society and let them live as ordinary people. While food and clothing wouldn't be a problem in modern society, for ordinary people in this era, that was the biggest concern. Thank you, you're welcome. I know the owner of this body of yours. If I take them there, they'll most likely be taken care of by him. What do you think? Shen Fei suddenly laughed at this. He thought of Shirawi Miaya suddenly having a granddaughter and grandson. He found that scene very interesting. Chico Muramasa was an old man, but his appearance was exactly that of a young Shirawi Miaya. His form of existence was similar to that of Ishtar. You decide, let's have this today, hot pot. Looking at the food that a Feng had brought out, Shen Fei immediately took out the food he had brought. There's meat, there's meat. A Feng was overjoyed at the sight of the meat. Due to the limitations of the times, even with the care of Muramasa, the Feng siblings could only ensure they were full. As for meat and other things, there was no need to think about it. Due to the times, supplies were extremely scarce. Then eat more, I promise you'll have plenty. Next, it's the last two heroic swordsmen. It seems we can't go to Tuki Castle to find Princess Kyoheim today. We'll have to go tomorrow. Soon, we'll avenge Inshin. After dinner, Asa carried his brother to wash the dishes. The group discussed the heroic swordsmen. After the disappearance of Minamoto no Reikao and Shuten Daji, only 2 remained of the 7 heroic swordsmen. This situation excited Musashi. She always remembered Hazo and Inshin, who sacrificed himself to allow them to escape. Be careful, the enemy has appeared. That night, the group, resting, rushed out immediately after noticing the changes outside. Sengo Muramasa and Kato Danzo went to protect Asa and his brother. They couldn't let the enemy take them hostage again, as they might not be so lucky if it happened again. Since you're here, come out. This is a good time for us to settle this. Musashi, who had arrived in the courtyard, looked at the blood-red moon in the sky, and immediately shouted to the people around them. The appearance of a blood moon signifies the presence of a heroic swordsman. There's no one around, no monsters either, Musashi began, but Shen Fei suddenly spoke. Musashi then leaped onto the rooftop and scanned the surroundings. Indeed, she saw no enemies, which struck her as quite strange. Let me investigate. Kato Danzo emerged from the room, her body suddenly transforming, and a bamboo tube shot out from within. This stunned Shen Fei, Ritsuka, and the others, as it was a small, bamboo-shaped rocket. This is a flying tube for exploration. It's connected to me through a secret technique, allowing me to observe the surroundings from the air, Danzo said, and began to control this so-called flying tube, which was actually a telescope. Magic is truly amazing. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he watched Danzo's actions. Through his research and conversations with Ritsuka and Mashu, he knew Kato Danzo's origins. She was a mechanical puppet and the person who raised Fuma Kajiro, essentially her mother. In modern parlance, Kato Danzo could be considered an intelligent life form. Aside from her mechanical puppet body, her actions were no different from those of a human. She could think and feel. Something's happening in Tuki City, Danzo then explained what he had observed. There was trouble in Tuki City. Is it in Tuki City? It can affect here. It seems their plan is almost complete. We must stop them, then let's go. Shen Fei then opened a portal and the group arrived in Tuki City. Traveling by foot or other means would have taken at least several hours. Help. Someone, help me, child, Mom is here. Don't be afraid, Mom, what's wrong? It's me, Mom. Upon arriving in Tuki City, The group immediately observed the devastation. The city was filled with all sorts of monsters, slaughtering the fleeing humans. Although there were warriors resisting, they were outnumbered and outmatched. In the heart of the city, the endless Tuki city was shrouded in darkness. Around it appeared several strange pillars and a large number of tentacle-like structures. "Hurry, save them," Musashi declared, leaping out. Nighton Ichiryu unleashed his power, slaying the monsters charging at the humans. Then, Musashi saw some weeping as they fell upon the monsters, twisted forms of humanity. Now is no time to hesitate. "They're beyond saving," Muramasa exclaimed, seeing the remorse on Mashu and Ritsuka's faces. Compared to Musashi, Fuma Kajiro, and other veterans of war, Mashu and Ritsuka were still somewhat immature. "Understood, Mashu, Ichiu, Senior, Ichiu, Miss Tama, do you know where Princess Kiyohime is?" Shortly afterward, Musashi and Ritsuka encountered someone they knew, a remarkably beautiful woman who was helping to organize the escape from the city. Her strength was considerable, and ordinary monsters couldn't get close to her. "I'm not sure, but she's probably inside Tuki Castle. I just ran into one of her mates. It seems someone's attacking there," Tama said, pointing to the inner city in the center. "Are you going there?" "It's best not to. All humans who get close to there have been turned into monsters. A warrior wanted to save the princess before, but, although Xiaoyu didn't say the result, everyone present understood what she meant. Well, Xiaoyu, girl, there's something I need to trouble you with. I hope you can help take care of the Feng and the others. We need to go there. Only by going there can we stop them." Hearing what Xiaoyu said, Musashi immediately spoke to Xiaoyu. She was not afraid of this curse, but it was different for Feng's siblings. "Okay, be careful and remember to come back. I won't take care of them for long, don't worry, we will be back soon." "Hello, Sister Xiaoyu, Feng, be good. Come with me and leave here first." Chapter 1113 Return. "Come, King's Treasure." As Mashu and the others prepared to rush to the center of the town, Naruto activated the King's Treasure. A large number of noble phantasms emerged from the space behind him and shot down the monsters wreaking havoc in the city. His actions freed up many of the samurai on the streets to rescue people. Priest. As Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others approached Tuki Castle, they encountered a familiar figure. It was the missionary Ritsuka had met earlier, the Cave King. However, in this world, he claimed to be a missionary. "Master of Chaldea, please be careful not to confuse those in the dream world with others. Kiyohime is currently in Tuki Castle." Although Shen Fei didn't understand some of the Cave King's words, he did understand a part of them, the story about the sorcerer and Princess Kiyohime. If the spell he was using succeeded, it would not only destroy this world, but also the world of Chaldea. This spell affected other parallel worlds. He also revealed the sorcerer's origins. Like Miyamoto Musashi, he was from another world. After this, the missionary departed. This Cave King is quite powerful. Ritsuka's delicious food is all thanks to his help. Shen Fei didn't quite understand how Ritsuka met the Cave King, but he had been of immense help along the way. He had appeared in the final singularity, the Shinjuku singularity, and here as well. From his words, it seemed he might retain the memories of these worlds, a servant as mysterious as Sherlock Holmes. Bang, bang, bang. After the Cave King left, the group immediately arrived at the gates of Tuki Castle. They could hear a constant sound like a living heartbeat echoing around them. "It sounds like Tuki Castle's heartbeat. Have they revived this city?" Miyamoto Musashi muttered, looking ahead with a puzzled look at Tuki Castle, which was covered in strange, tentacle-like structures. "Kiyohime should be on the top floor. We must rescue her as soon as possible." No one responded to Musashi's doubts. After all, no one present knew what was going on, and they were not very familiar with spells. "It's a pity we have to rescue people. Otherwise, we could try the sort of separation and see if it could destroy the castle." Tuki Castle was actually a castle, where the lords who ruled the territories surrounding Tuki Castle lived. It's strange. The situation has come to this point, why haven't we seen the old man? "I don't think he's someone who can be killed so easily," Musashi said again. Hearing Musashi's doubts, the group's eyes turned to Kato Danzo. Seeing him lower his head, they immediately shifted their gaze. Musashi took the lead, using his swordsmanship to slash the tentacle-like things that covered the gate, clearing a passage for everyone to enter. "Whatever your doubts, once you enter and see the sorcerer, You will naturally understand. Muramasa followed closely behind Musashi, saying with a serious face. Strange, why don't we see anything strange here? Musashi spoke again after the group entered the main hall of Tuki Castle, looking at the empty hall. Judging from the previous battle with the heroic sword master, this Tuki Castle should be their base camp. It couldn't be so quiet and empty. We'll find out once we go up, Muramasa said, preparing to head to the second floor. Everyone, wait a moment. There's something I need to tell you. But just then, Kato Danzo suddenly stepped out of the way, blocking the path. As everyone looked at her with questioning eyes, her expression was full of confusion, as if she wanted to know something but was hesitant to speak it out. If you mean you're a ninja sent by the enemy, then there's no need to say that. We all know it, Musashi suddenly said as Danzo hesitated. You all know it, but when did you know it? Musashi's words made Danzo's face change. Then, looking at the calm faces of Muramasa, Ritsuka, and the others, he couldn't help but ask. I don't know about the others, but I knew at the moment you appeared before me, Musashi said softly. During the battle with Shiome, I sensed something was amiss, Fuma Kojiro said. Why do you think you were able to enter the barrier? Muramasa's words were simple and direct. I only confirmed it when the Afumi siblings were captured, Ritsuka said. Ritsuka had grown considerably during her time with the Human Restoration Project, and the recent events at the Shinjuku Singularity and the Underworld Singularity were still fresh in her mind. She was trusting and had her own judgment. Since you already knew about it, why didn't you just kill me? Kato Danzo had never imagined that his supposedly flawless infiltration would be exposed so early. You didn't do anything to harm us. On the contrary, you fought alongside us, and you're so cute. Why would I kill you? That last sentence was a joke, Musashi said with a smile. Perhaps that last sentence is the key point. Shen Fei looked at Musashi and shook his head in frustration. Although he had only known her for a short time, he knew something about her personality. After all, she hadn't hidden anything, stating directly that she enjoyed pleasure and fought for a fame and fortune. When faced with an opponent she couldn't defeat, she wouldn't fight to the death, but would flee immediately. I need to know your purpose. Fuma Kojiro's words were simple. It's better to have you out in the open than to have you hiding in the shadows. The barrier that Musashi had set up at the thatched hut could block and confirm the situation at the heroic sword master's side. Without him releasing the barrier, it would have been difficult for Danzo to enter it. You don't have to blame yourself for the capture of Feng and the others. It wasn't because you destroyed the barrier that they appeared inside. My barrier might have been able to stop others, but it couldn't stop them. When Feng and his brother were held hostage by Minamoto no Reikao and Shuten Daji, Danzo was so nervous because he believed it was because of her that they had been able to infiltrate the barrier. I believe that Miss Danzo is not doing these things voluntarily. Ritsuka looked at Danzo and said with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, After listening to everyone's words, Danzo's expression became even more entangled. She had never doubted her mission, but she didn't expect that the past few days with Ritsuka, Kojiro and others made her begin to doubt her own existence. It's really interesting. I clearly destroyed your memory, but I didn't expect that such a thing would happen. Just when Ritsuka opened her mouth to persuade Danzo, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a young man with very strange hair. His hair was half two colors and half two colors. Who are you? What did you mean? Seeing the newcomer, the group looked at him warily, and Musashi even drew his two swords. I'm Abe Hiruiki, one of the heroic sword masters. As for what I meant, it's simple. Her supposed damage, impotence, was simply a drain of her magic power. I later destroyed her memory and restored her. I thought she'd be useful, but it turns out to be completely useless. No wonder she was abandoned. Shut up. Hearing the claim of Abe Hiruiki as the culprit behind Kato Danzo's transformation, Fuma Kojiro lost his temper and launched 4 kunai at him, but they were quickly blocked by his magic circle. Abe Hiruiki, I didn't expect someone as corrupt as you. Everyone present knew Abe Hiruiki's identity, the legendary strongest on Miyagi, the one who had defeated the legendary nine-tailed fox. Be careful, I can't control myself. Kato Danzo suddenly thrust her sword at Musashi with such speed that even Musashi was surprised. Fortunately, her previous battle with Minamoto no Reikao had greatly increased her strength. If it had been her before, this strike would have likely injured her. Let her go. Seeing Kato Danzo being manipulated, Fuma Kojiro's eyes instantly turned red. Kojiro tolerated Danzo's presence not because he wanted to know her purpose, but because she was Kato Danzo. If it were anyone else, Kojiro would have immediately attacked. "Fuma Kojiro, I know you, but unfortunately, you can't stop me." As the man spoke, Kato Danzo's body began to vibrate violently, and a powerful burst of magical energy erupted from his body. "Ms. Musashi, retreat!" Kato Danzo and Kojiro shouted simultaneously. This sound, along with the magical energy, signaled his intention to self-destruct. This was Kato Danzo's final trump card. Room. Slaughterhouse. Just as Kato Danzo was about to self-destruct, Shen Fei suddenly appeared at his side. With a single swing of his sword, a flash of light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he had chopped him into dozens of pieces. As his body was dismembered, the violent mechanical sounds faded. The heroic sword master, claiming to be S.H.I.E.L.D, glanced at Shen Fei in surprise upon seeing Danzo's self-destruction stopped. Even he hadn't been able to prevent it in that situation. "Leave her to me. Don't worry, she'll be fine." Shen Fei had no intention of directly dispatching the enemy. This was a training exercise for Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others, as well as a way to deepen their bonds with their servants. His presence ensured there would be no accidents. An impressive method. "Then, let me introduce myself. I am S.H.I.E.L.D." Then stated his taboo name and summoned a massive undead spirit. Unlike the other heroic sword masters, he had this massive undead spirit take his place in the heroic sword master duel. "Leave this to me, and the rest to you." Musashi immediately swung his two swords at the massive undead spirit, leaving the others to deal with the numerous monsters summoned by S.H.I.E.L.D. Under Musashi's Myojin Kiri, the massive undead spirit was a mere target, quickly dismembered. It then approached S.H.I.E.L.D, ready to slash him with a single blow. But at this moment, Haruki suddenly laughed. "You've fallen into my trap, Miyamoto Musashi from the foreign land. Now you will be transformed into the heroic swordsman of the infernal hell." As a pentagram emerged from the ground, Musashi was trapped by a magic barrier. Although a heroic swordsman can take on any job, if someone like Miyamoto Musashi, who is already a swordsman, becomes a heroic swordsman, he will be even more powerful. In fact, from the beginning, this person planned to transform Miyamoto Musashi into a heroic swordsman with the title of Infernal Hell, but failed because of Ritsuka. Reign of Isis. Just as Haruki was about to attack Miyamoto Musashi trapped in the barrier, Ritsuka took action, activating his magic ritual outfit and directly untying the restraints on Miyamoto Musashi. How is this possible? Master of Chaldea, you truly are the biggest trouble. Seeing his cursed barrier destroyed by a single magical ritual garment, Haruki's once confident expression twisted into a distorted one. Just as he was about to strike Ritsuka, Musashi, freed from his trap, slashed his chest with a sword, nearly severing him in two. "Miyamoto Musashi, I'm going to let you." Before Haruki could finish his words, Fuma Kojiro appeared behind him, piercing his back with a kunai. Under other circumstances, Kojiro would have left Musashi alone, but this time, Kato Danzo was his mother, and he was truly furious. "Mother." After defeating Haruki, Kojiro immediately ran to Kato Danzo's side, a look of concern on his face. "Mother." Danzo looked at Kojiro with a puzzled expression. She had always reacted differently to Kojiro, but she had never imagined that she was his mother. "She's fine, but I can't help her with her memory. If it were a human, Shen Fei would have Yuduchin to try, but Kato Danzo was a mechanical puppet, a puppet with her own consciousness, so he couldn't do anything about it. But don't worry too much. Someone in Chaldea should have a solution. Once things are resolved here, I'll take her to Chaldea and see if I can restore her memory." Seeing Kojiro's worried and accusing look, Shen Fei continued. For a mechanical puppet, he naturally needed to consult the all-powerful genius, Da Vinci. "Thank you, Mother. I'll be leaving now." The battle continued, and Kojiro naturally couldn't leave the battle to care for Kato Danzo. "I'm sorry, I'm not sure if your self-destruction has been cancelled. I'll have to trouble you to stay like this." Although the sorcerer controlling Kato Danzo was dead and her self-destruction could be stopped, Shen Fei kept Kato Danzo in the state of being disintegrated by the Operation Fruit to prevent any accidents. He then placed her in the devouring sack. Since Danzo was a mechanical puppet, not a human, she could be contained. The sorcerer should be up there. After killing Haruki, the group did not encounter any more enemies. They went all the way to the 4th floor of Tuki City. Looking at the 5th floor above, they all knew that the decisive battle would be up there. Miyamoto Musashi, die? But at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared out of thin air behind Musashi, trying to sneak attack her. What surprised the group was that this person was Abe Hiroaki, who had just been killed. This situation surprised Shen Fei as well, because there was really no trace of him before he appeared. It seemed that Musashi was about to be attacked, but at this moment, a sword light flashed in the air, and the next moment Abe Hiroaki's body was directly split into dozens of pieces. "It's you, you bastard," Abe Hiroaki, with only his head left, cursed and completely lost his breath. Chapter 1114 Incident. "It's you, Yajayu Tajima no Mori." Miyamoto Musashi sighed deeply as he watched the figure who had chopped Abe Hiroaki into dozens of pieces with a single sword strike. Although Yajayu Tajima no Mori had appeared perfectly normal before, Musashi's intuition had sensed something was amiss with him, and now he could finally confirm it. "Are you the heroic sword master?" Ritsuka looked at Yajayu Tajima no Mori in surprise. Even though she thought he was a bit strange, she had never suspected he was one of the heroic sword masters. He was human, not a servant. Judging by his name, heroic sword masters should all be heroic spirits. "You guessed it." Yajayu Tajima no Mori ignored Ritsuka and instead looked at Musashi with curiosity. He had no interest in Ritsuka, Musashi was his target. "Though you hide it well, I couldn't hide the stench you carry. I just assumed it was from the enemies you killed," Musashi said. After a moment's silence, she continued, "When did you arrive in this world?" "Over half a year ago. After you left, I immediately pursued you and arrived. I thought you hadn't appeared in this world, but thankfully, you did." It was strange to say the least. According to the chronology, Musashi should have arrived first, but it was Yajayu Tajima no Mori who arrived first, over half a year earlier. Musashi arrived only a few days ago. "It seems I should have challenged you." Musashi studied Yajayu Tajima no Mori and sighed deeply. She truly regretted provoking a powerful swordsman just because she saw him. But who could regret it? If she could do it all over again, she would probably challenge him again. After all, Yajayu Tajima no Mori was the strongest swordsman she had encountered in all her wanderings. "No, I should thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have let go of the shackles in my heart. After you left, it suddenly occurred to me that for all these years, I'd never found joy in my swordsmanship. I possessed powerful skills, but I couldn't slash with impunity, so you became the Sword Demon." Sword Demon, the Devil of Swords, isn't a nickname or title, but rather a designation given to a certain type of warrior in the Far East, the man-slaying demon, the man-slaying devil, the warrior who tests his sword on humans. Some warriors revel in this practice, and many of them even appeared in Wano country in the pirate world. Because demons are rampant in the Far East, such individuals are called sword demons, meaning non-human. Yajayu Tajima no Kami, you actually, Ritsuka, stop talking. While I don't agree with his actions, I do understand his approach. Leave him to me to handle, and I'll leave the enemies above to you, Musashi interrupted. As a fellow swordsman, Musashi could clearly understand Yajayu Tajima's intentions, as if she were actively provoking him. In his previous world, Yajayu Tajima had been the undisputed #1 swordsman, unrivaled. This might not have mattered to someone like Shen Fei, but for a swordsman like Yajayu Tajima, it was a cruel move. If he hadn't met Miyamoto Musashi, he might have remained silent and died. But then he met Miyamoto Musashi. Although he was no match for him at the time, he managed to block his attacks and even grew stronger in battle. This talent piqued his interest, and thus the heroic swordsman Yajayu Tajima was born. For a powerful swordsman, a rival to fight is their greatest desire. For example, the original Miyamoto Musashi in this world, already aging and on the verge of death, still awaits his destined opponent, eager for a final showdown, even willing to transform into a non-human for such a confrontation. Indeed, I became a heroic swordsman precisely to fight you again. After meeting you, I realized my swordsmanship has meaning. Though Yajayu Tajima no Mamoru remained calm as he spoke, a hint of enthusiasm could be heard in his tone. Musashi fought tooth and nail to escape, yet he's determined to fight again. I don't understand the train of thought of these people. He and Wang Ying probably have something in common, right? Looking at Yajayu Tajima no Mamoru, Shen Fei shook his head inwardly. Like Musashi, he understood his pursuit, but understanding was understandable, and he would never become such a person. Yajayu Tajima no Mamoru reminded him of someone from Fengyan, Wang Ying, who had abandoned his wife and children for the sake of his sword. Musashi, are you okay? Ritsuka looked at him with concern upon hearing that Musashi would face Yajayu Tajima no Mamoru alone. She knew Musashi very well and was aware of the desperate efforts he had taken to escape Yajayu Tadama no Mamoru's sword. Don't worry, I'm different now. The result like last time won't happen again. Besides, it's my responsibility that he became like this. Musashi turned to Ritsuka and showed a confident smile. This was not fake. Fighting with a heroic swordsman all the way made Musashi feel that her secret technique was about to be perfected. If someone could overlook the overall situation of the 7 heroic swordsmen, they would find that this was simply an opportunity for Musashi to transform. Then be careful. See you later. Ritsuka obviously understood Musashi's choice, and then immediately turned around and walked towards the 5th floor with Muramasa, Kojiro and others. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Fei immediately followed. He also felt Musashi's determination. Even if she died in the next battle, she would not let anyone interfere with her duel with Yajayu Tajima no Kami. Since Ritsuka believed in her, there was no need for him to do anything. Strictly speaking, Musashi was incredibly excited to face Yajayu Tajima no Mori again. She'd been incredibly frustrated when she'd escaped from him before. After conquering so many worlds, this was the first time she'd escaped due to loss. If she had the chance, she'd naturally want to win back. She'd initially thought her chance was gone, but unexpectedly, it finally arrived. My name is the Supreme Heaven, Nighton Ichiryu, Miyamoto Musashi, Azumashu, Ritsuka, and the others arrived on the 5th floor. Yajayu Tajima no Mori and Miyamoto Musashi were engaged in a duel of heroic swordsmen below, both radiating a powerful fighting spirit. Master of Chaldea, you've finally arrived, but it's too late. My ritual is almost complete. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the group immediately spotted Princess Kyoheim lying on the ground atop numerous magic circles, and a young man with long white hair standing at the edge. Twin tails, but he looks familiar. Looking at the young man with a pair of twin ponytails, he is the mastermind behind the changes in this world, the sorcerer. When he saw him for the first time, Shen Fei immediately felt that he looked familiar. It's you, Amaka Sashiro Takisada, why are you doing this? When Shen Fei felt that the other party was familiar, Fuma Kojiro immediately called out the other party's name. So it's him. This is really interesting. After hearing Fuma Kojiro calling out the other party's real name, Shen Fei took a closer look and immediately found that it was indeed Amaka Sashiro Takisada. He didn't recognize the other party before, not only because the other party's hairstyle was different from the one he had seen, but also because the other party looked more mature. The Amaka Sashiro Takisada he had seen was a servant and looked very young, but the one in front of him was a human. I didn't expect that in the orthodox human history, he would become a heroic spirit. What a waste, but I am not him. After the sorcerer Amaka Sashiro Takisada heard Fuma Kojiro talking about the heroic spirit Amaka Sashiro Takisada, his face immediately changed and he scolded the other self as a waste. You are the other person who traveled through the world. Ritsuka immediately stepped forward and asked. That's right, Sango Muramasa, I didn't expect that the restraining force could reach here, but it's a pity that only a second-rate heroic spirit like you came. If you had stayed in the thatched cottage honestly, I wanted you to live until the moment when hell comes. Amaka Sashiro Takisada's tone sounded very contemptuous of Sango Muramasa. In a way, this was not wrong. After all, Muramasa was essentially a swordsmith, not a heroic spirit specialized in combat. These people are so confident. Do they really think that they can block the restraining force like this? Amaka Sashiro Takisada's words made Shen Fei speechless. How much they looked down on the restraining force. In Shinjuku, they said that the world would be extracted and it would not affect the pan-human history. In the end, the restraining force still threw Black Jean and Black King Arthur in. From what you said, the appearance of Chaldea was within your expectations. Shen Fei couldn't help but ask Amaka Sashiro Takisada curiously. He was a little surprised by the appearance of Sango Muramasa, but he didn't care about the Master of Chaldea. Of course, to be precise, it was me who asked the Master of Chaldea to appear here. Only in this way can I accomplish my goal. It's you who surprised me, but it doesn't matter. This world is about to turn into hell. Although an unexpected person appeared, Amaka Sashiro Takisada didn't care at all. Amaka Sashiro Takisada, I want to know why you do this. Why do you want to destroy the world? Fuma Kojiro asked immediately. Why? Haha, of course it is to completely destroy the Tokugawa clan and pan-human history. Fuma Kojiro's words immediately distorted the face of Amaka Sashiro Takisada, probably because he was sure of victory, and then he told the reason. Amakasashiro Takesada was a beautiful person in every world, just like Musashi, and he had drifted to more worlds than Musashi, but unfortunately, in every world, he witnessed the hell of the Battle of Shimabara, where the Tokugawa clan massacred the city after their victory. Witnessing such hell in one world after another made Amakasashiro Takesada turn evil, and before coming to this world, he met the so-called Satan, and then gained power, and then began his heroic swordsman duel ceremony. Poor guy, you don't have enough power. Fortunately, it's much better on my side. After listening to Amakasashiro Takesada's narration, Shen Fei immediately understood where his problem lay. In general, it was his lack of strength. After drifting through so many worlds, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about joining in to change the outcome, but the helpless thing was that even if he joined, he would at most only live a little longer, and the final result would not change at all. Even though he had traveled through so many worlds, because they were all parallel worlds of the moon world and worlds of fixed events, his strength naturally could not be greatly improved. Shen Fei couldn't help but think of himself. Although some of the worlds he encountered were weak and of little help to his strength, there were also some that greatly improved his strength. For some things, even if you know the outcome, without sufficient power, there is no way to change the outcome. Shen Fei had also encountered this kind of thing. When the Kyoho sect fell in Legend of Sword and Fairy IV, he had no way to change it. He couldn't defeat the Nine Heavens mysterious woman and the Emperor of Heaven. Amakasashiro Takesada's words made Mashu, Ritsuka and the others silent. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Yajayu Tajima no Mori, I want to thank you very much. Without you, I could not have completed this move. This sword is my way of the sky, my life, Ishina, and the great celestial phenomenon. Just as the two sides were silent with each other, the battle between Miyamoto Musashi and Yajayu Tajima no Mori below entered the final moment of the decisive battle. Miyamoto Musashi finally completed her secret and reached the realm of zero. This was the sublimation of her experience of drifting through many worlds and fighting against the heroic swordsman. Sword and Zen are one. At the same time, Yajayu Tajima no Mori also used his strongest swordsmanship. The two powerful sword intentions began to collide. The sword intentions of the two made Shen Fei and others on the fifth floor feel the vibration of the ground under their feet. After a burst of exciting sounds of weapons clashing, everything fell into immersion. The winner was decided. Shen Fei felt that it was Miyamoto Musashi's victory through his observation haki. Although it is a bit disgusting to say this, it was really a pleasant duel. After leaving these last words, Yajayu Tajima no Mori's body instantly exploded. Musashi's sword energy from their earlier clash had already filled his body. Although 6 months ago, Yajayu Tajima no Mori's strength far surpassed Miyamoto Musashi's, forcing her to flee. Now, 6 months later, Miyamoto Musashi, having mastered the secret technique, had surpassed him in strength. It was indeed a pleasant duel. Looking at the bloodstain left by Yajayu Tajima no Mori not far in front of her, Musashi's expression was filled with regret. She feared she would rarely encounter such an opponent in the future. Congratulations, Musashi, but you should stand by me. After her victory, Musashi quickly reached the fifth floor. Upon seeing Musashi, Amakasashiro Takesada first congratulated her, then said that Musashi was standing in the wrong place. I don't understand what you mean. You and I are the same, abandoned by the world, constantly drifting between worlds, with no way to return to our own, because our world has been destroyed. Why is our world a world of fixed events? Why must it be destroyed? The world of trimming matters will definitely be eliminated. For the two restraining forces, this is not a big deal. It is the so-called correct choice. But for the humans living in it, it is different. No one wants to be destroyed. Even if it is the choice of the world. The resentment of Amakasashiro Takesada is not only the anger towards the Shimabara war, but also the anger towards the inevitable destruction of the world of trimming matters. Thinking about it from another perspective, Shen Fei had to admit that what he said was very reasonable. From this point of view, the two major restraining forces were the murderers who destroyed his world. Chapter 1115 Untitled. Musashi-kun, Amakasashiro Takesada's words made Ritsuka look at her with a look of worry. Muramasa and the others also looked at her. Although they didn't want to admit it, they had to admit that Amakasashiro Takesada's words were not without reason. Especially for Ritsuka, who had experienced the burning of human principles and could empathize with him the most. It was precisely because of this that she was most worried about Musashi. From Amakasashiro to Kisuda's perspective, the two restraining forces are truly like great demons. Shen Fei remained silent. Thinking from their perspective, he realized that this was indeed the case. However, Shen Fei had no intention of defying the will of heaven. Perhaps in some other world, someone would succeed in defying the will of heaven, such as a certain tomb world, but the situation there would definitely not be compatible with the moon world. After all, the two restraining forces were not unforgivable. They acted in the interests of humanity and the world. Don't worry, Ritsuka, I'm fine. Miyamoto Musashi smiled at Ritsuka, then turned his gaze to Amakasashiro to Kisuda and said, "You're right, but I don't harbor any resentment. I wasn't driven from my own world, I've been moving forward on my own volition." Miyamoto Musashi's departure from his own world was certainly due to his own world, but it was also driven by his own will. He wanted to surpass his father, but he couldn't do it in his own world, he could only transcend it. After drifting through so many worlds, even though Musashi hadn't considered actively learning about the worlds of pruning events and their restraining forces, he had learned some relevant information. The worlds of pruning events weren't complete worlds, but rather, like a lust belt, existing only in a single country. Naturally, such worlds lacked potential for development. So, even though we're the same, we're now enemies, and I will kill you, Musashi said, taking up her stance. Though she bore heavy wounds from her recent battle with the sword master, Yajayu Tatama no Mori, she was now filled with unbridled energy, having just completed her ultimate move and slain the sword master. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, don't blame me. Accept it with all your heart. My lament, the inherent barrier of Shimabara Hell. Seeing Miyamoto Musashi about to strike, Amakasashiro to Kisuda suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh. Before anyone else could make a move, he activated his inherent barrier. Flames. Everywhere they looked was a searing blaze. The earth, mountains, rivers, and towns were all engulfed in flames. In an instant, the group had emerged from the 5th floor of Tuki City into a world of flame, a sea of inferno. Be careful, the air is poisonous, Shen Fei said immediately, sensing the air. Gather together, Ritsuka immediately gathered the group and activated the purifying power of her magic ceremonial garment. To ensure Ritsuka's safety, she carried a number of Leonardo da Vinci's magic ceremonial garments. Although this body was not her original body, but a dream construct, the magic ceremonial garment still appeared. Senko Muramasa, Miyamoto Musashi, this is my hatred, my anger. Savor it, Amakasashiro to Kisuda's voice echoed through the air. The Shimabara Hell Scroll was a barrier that Amakasashiro to Kisuda had created after wandering through many worlds and witnessing the Shimabara Rebellion. Everything within this barrier was a reflection of the tragedies he had witnessed countless times. Using a human body to cast an innate boundary, this guy is comparable to a Miyashirao, and this barrier is even more powerful than the infinite blade system. Looking at the innate boundary before him, Shen Fei couldn't help but compare it to a Miyashirao's infinite blade system. In terms of offensive power, the infinite blade system couldn't match this innate boundary. After all, the infinite blade system required the person to fight in person. However, once trapped within this innate boundary, without the power to break it, one would either be burned to death, scorched to death by the heat, or poisoned by the air. The only way is to destroy this innate boundary. After finding no trace of Amakasashiro and Kisuda, Shen Fei immediately prepared to use this sort of separation to destroy the innate boundary. He and heroic spirits like Masho could hold out for a while in this environment, but Ritsuka and Miyamoto Musashi wouldn't be able to. Even though Miyamoto Musashi's strength had greatly improved, his body was still human, and the heat and poison would still be dangerous to her. Amakasashiro to Kisuda, just as Shen Fei was about to strike, Chiko Muramasa suddenly stepped forward and spoke to the group. I've always wondered why I, an old man who only knows how to forge swords, was summoned, and not Abe Haruiki, Hattori Hanzo, and the others. Now I finally understand my mission. I'm here to slay you. As Chiko Muramasa spoke, a forging table suddenly appeared around him, along with dozens of katanas planted in the ground. With a single swing, a katana flew into his hand, and the others vanished. Muramasa placed the katanas on the forging table and began hammering. With each blow, his aura grew. As he continued to strike, Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others were forced to step aside. Soon, his katanas began to radiate an inexplicable aura. With his final blow, a strangely shaped katanas, blazing with flames, appeared in his hand. The next moment, Muramasa swung his katanas forward. Boom! A huge, terrifying sword energy suddenly erupted, splitting the earth in two. The entire inherent barrier then began to vibrate violently. The group soon discovered that the sky in the distance began to shatter, and finally exploded. They returned to the 5th floor of Tuki Castle, and the inherent barrier dissipated. He's just an ordinary swordsmith who can only forge swords. The inherent barrier was broken with one strike. As expected, no one related to Imai Shirao is simple. Tsumukuri's sword, Amakasa Shiro Takisada, covered in blood, covered his chest with his hands, looking at the katana in Sengo Muramis's hand with an unwilling look. Sengo Muramis's previous strike, while breaking the inherent barrier, also dealt him a heavy blow. Amakasa Shiro Takisada, you lose. Sengo Muramis's suddenly said this, looking at Amakasa Shiro Takisada across the flames. At this moment, the Tuki castle where the group was located had been split in two and was burning with raging flames. Muramis's steel attack had also affected Tuki castle, bringing the inherent sea of fire into the world. At this moment, the katana in Muramis's hand suddenly cracked, and the blade began to collapse. Soon, the entire katana disappeared without a trace. So, when I summoned Mochizuki Chiaihime and Shuden Daoji, the ending was already determined. Amakasa Shiro Takisada seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned very ugly. It was no wonder that he was like this. If it was because of lack of strength and being stopped by Muramasa, it would be fine. The key is that his so-called revenge plan was a joke from beginning to end. The ending was predetermined from the beginning, and he was destined to fail. Tsumukuri Daito, so that's what it is. And there's Chiayana Mochizuki and Shuden Daoji, playing with concepts again. Shen Fei was a little confused at first, but after hearing Tsumukuri Daito mention Chiayana Mochizuki and Shuden Daoji, and remembering what the so-called Tsumukuri Daito was, he immediately understood why Amakasa Shiro Takisada said the ending was predetermined. Tsumukuri Daito, this name, most people don't know what it is, but if it were called another name, many people would definitely know it, that is, the Aim no Ken. This name is familiar to many people. The Tsumukuri Daito used by Sengo Muramasa is actually the Aim no Ken, also known as the Kusanagi sword, one of the 3 sacred artifacts of the Far East. When discussing the Aim Q no Murakumo sword, one naturally brings up the Yamada no Orochi. Legend has it that Chiayako Mochizuki was cursed by the snake, while Shuden Daoji is said to be the son of a human and Yamada no Orochi. Both share a deep connection with the Yamada no Orochi, and the Aim Q no Murakumo sword is known as the snake-slaying sword. As the sorcerer who summoned Chiayako Mochizuki and Shuden Daoji, Amakasa Shiro Takisada naturally became tainted with the concept of the Yamada no Orochi and was consequently restrained. As Sengo Muramasa previously explained, this is why he was summoned, and not powerful figures like Abe Hiruiki or Hattori Hanzo. The concept of the moon world, when elevated, possesses immense power. For example, after the second film, The Freeze of Humanity, when the Chaldeans confront the Olympian gods and the sea god Poseidon, Drake plays a crucial role. The reason for Drake is that, according to legend, she is a woman who conquered the sea and, to some extent, could restrain the god of the sea. The same thing happened here. No matter what Amakasa Shiro Takisada prepared, he was doomed to fail in the face of a Murakumo sword. Why, I refuse to accept this. Just as Amakasa Shiro Takisada was yelling in dissatisfaction, Fuma Kojiro suddenly appeared behind him and pierced his heart with a kunai. This is for Mochizuki Chiaihime. The kunai Kojiro used to stab Amakasa Shiro Takisada to death was the same kunai Mochizuki Chiaihime left behind before she disappeared. Now it could be considered revenge for her. After killing Amakasa Shiro Takisada, Kojiro immediately went to Princess Chiaihime, who was still lying on the ground, picked her up, and quickly came to Ritsuka and the others. We should leave, Shen Fei said as he prepared to open the portal and leave. The surroundings were filled with flames, and there was no way back. You guys go first. I'm leaving. I'll leave the Feng siblings in my care. Sengo Muramasa's body began to emit light, and he was about to return to Valhalla. Sengo Muramasa's previous strike was immensely powerful, but it came at a heavy price. The Aim no Murakumo sword is a divine weapon, wielded only by gods. Even if he forged a single-use weapon, it was still a divine weapon, the price of its use being the collapse of its spiritual foundation. The moon world holds many valuable treasures, but sadly, they have been carried along by the gods into the inner world. Though a formidable swordsmith, Sango Muramis's goal to forge a permanent divine weapon remains beyond his reach. He claims to be striving to forge a renowned sword capable of settling grudges, severing karmic bonds, severing fate, and severing karma, a true divine weapon. Don't worry, they will live happily ever after. If the opportunity arises, you may see them again. Ritsuka remained calm regarding Sango Muramis's disappearance. Now that the matter is resolved, even if he doesn't vanish now, he will eventually. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to Sango Muramasa, the group immediately prepared to face the Sea of Fire. However, at that moment, Miyamoto Musashi's expression suddenly changed. He instantly drew the twin swords from his waistband and, staring at the flames, shouted, "Who are you? Come out." What? Unexpectedly, there were still enemies. Mashu immediately blocked Ritsuka's path. "I'm sorry, he did me a favor, so I'm here to kill you." A familiar figure emerged from the Sea of Fire, and upon seeing it, Miyamoto Musashi couldn't help but call out. Sasaki Kajiro. Although she had never met him before, the name immediately popped into her mind. "So that's my name," Sasaki Kajiro, clad in a long sword, said, staring intently, waiting for her response. "Not a servant," Mashu whispered immediately. This Sasaki Kajiro was not a servant, but a human. "Have you been here the whole time? Why didn't you take action before? Now that it's over, there's no reason to act," Ritsuka asked without waiting for Musashi to speak. "I agreed to his request to kill Miyamoto Musashi. And what's the reason for the battle, Miyamoto Musashi?" Two swordsmen, both confident in their abilities, meet. What better reason could there be for a fight? Indeed, there's no better reason, Musashi said, stepping forward excitedly. As a swordsman, she was well aware of the opponent's strength. He was a swordsman even more powerful than Yajayuta Jima no Kami before. As a swordsman, how could she not be excited to face such an opponent? "Dear Musashi," Ritsuka looked at him with concern. "Ritsuka, there's no need to say more. In fact, to some extent, there's not much difference between me and Yajayuta Jima no Kami. You two should leave first, senior," Mashu said, looking away from him. "I understand. When you come back, you must win." Ritsuka looked at Musashi and immediately realized there was no way to stop the fight between the two. He could only offer Musashi some encouragement. Then, he passed through the portal and the group landed on the ground. "Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to Musashi." Shen Fei, who had also landed on the ground, then took off, ready to watch the two fight from the air. "Niton Ichiryu, Miyamoto Musashi, my style." Sasaki Kajiro. After everyone else left, Miyamoto Musashi and Sasaki Kajiro each announced their styles and names. Then, they stood still, the invisible aura they exuded preventing any surrounding flames from approaching them. Boom! After a long moment, the two men moved almost simultaneously. Miyamoto Musashi's Myojin Kiri slashed towards Sasaki Kajiro, while Sasaki Kajiro's Mannequin Shuo also appeared. The swords clashed, and powerful sword energy erupted. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 10 rounds. The sword energy they exuded caused the 5th floor of Tuki Castle, which could have held out for a while in the Sea of Fire, to collapse. The rebel and flames were completely unable to reach the two men under the sword energy. If Sasaki Kajiro was a sword rank, he would definitely be a 5-star. Shen Fei, watching the battle between Miyamoto Musashi and Sasaki Kajiro from the air, couldn't help but think of himself in the game. In the game, he was just a 1-star dark user. Chapter 1116, The Sea of Electronics, Part 1. Come to think of it, Sasaki Kajiro's assassin class is clearly good enough to fight King Arthur, so why is it only 1 star? Thinking of Kajiro's assassin class, Shen Fei then recalled the battle between Kajiro and King Arthur in the original novel. Boom boom boom. While Shen Fei was daydreaming, the battle between Miyamoto Musashi and Sasaki Kajiro had already advanced from the 5th level to the 3rd level. Compared to the damage done to the earthly city by the flames, the destructive power of their swords was even greater. Excellent swordsmanship, Miyamoto Musashi. Time's almost up. Let's use the secret technique, swallow return, no problem, Isina, great celestial phenomenon. After another clash of swords, the two figures suddenly separated. Sasaki Kajiro raised the object in his hand, and an invisible aura immediately forced back the approaching flames. After a long battle, he had decided to use his strongest swordsmanship. Miyamoto Musashi's eyes immediately lit up. Although she had never heard of Sasaki Kajiro's swallow return, as a swordsman, she naturally wanted to witness the unique skill possessed by such a powerful swordsman. If it were anyone else, upon learning that the other party was Sasaki Kajiro, they would definitely know that his unique skill was swallow return. Unfortunately, this was the first time Miyamoto Musashi had seen Sasaki Kajiro. Although she had drifted through many worlds, she had never heard of his name. Even without hearing the opponent's name or special moves, Miyamoto Musashi knew that he was her mortal enemy. She had traveled all this time just to duel him, which was why she knew his name the first time they met. Compared to Sasaki Kajiro, the previous Yajayu Tajima no Mamoru was just an appetizer. That is, Yajayu Tajima no Mamoru is dead now, otherwise he would be extremely depressed. Before, he had never encountered a swordsman of Miyamoto Musashi's level, but now there were two. What made him even more depressed was that he had met Sasaki Kajiro before as a heroic swordmaster, but Sasaki Kajiro had no interest in fighting him at all, which was simply saying that his strength was inferior to Miyamoto Musashi. Sasaki Kajiro had said before that when two powerful swordsmen meet, do they need a reason to fight? Boom boom boom. Swallow return confronted the six paths five wheels Kurikara celestial phenomenon. The powerful sword energy directly destroyed the third floor of the earthly city. After a dazzling clash of sword energy, the two bodies crossed paths and stood quietly in the sea of fire. What a pleasant duel. With these words, Sasaki Kajiro was engulfed by the sea of fire falling from above. This duel, he had lost. Yes, Miyamoto Musashi nodded in agreement, and then a large amount of blood spurted out of him. His body trembled, and even with the dual swords in his hands, he finally collapsed. Sasaki Kajiro's swallow return dodged the first blow and blocked the second, but she had no strength left for the third. She flashed from the real world, then ignored the concepts of time and space, and overlapped the two flashes completely simultaneously, creating a three-way slash. This was Sasaki Kajiro's swallow return, an attack that surpassed speed, skill, and other aspects. In some ways, it could almost be considered to have reached the realm of secondary magic. Of course, it was a weakened version of the second magical domain. And its second and third strikes could be considered attacks from a parallel world. There were only two ways to counter Sasaki Kajiro's swallow return. One was to rely on sheer strength to withstand it. For example, if Shen Fei faced him, he could just take it head-on. As long as he couldn't break his defense, it didn't matter if he got hit. The second method, of course, was to rely on strong intuition to avoid it. For example, King Arthur dodged Sasaki Kajiro's swallow return unscathed during their clash, though the process was somewhat awkward. In this respect, Sasaki Kajiro's swallow return was another unavoidable fatal blow. This time, his opponent was Miyamoto Musashi. Anyone else could only block or dodge the first strike, but the second and third strikes were definitely unavoidable. You don't look well, but congratulations. Just as Miyamoto Musashi sat in the flames, quietly awaiting her end, Shen Fei appeared before her. Although she was severely injured, she had defeated Sasaki Kajiro, a cause for celebration. It was certain that if she survived this time, her swordsmanship would have advanced even further. Her battle with Yajayu Tajima no Kami had helped her grasp the secrets, and her battle with Sasaki Kajiro would have taken her even further. It seems my journey has come to an end. Say my apologies to Ritsuka. I'll have to break my promise to her. Though she was about to die, Shen Fei could not see the slightest trace of fear on her face. Would you be unwilling to leave like this, having just grasped the secrets and furthered them, only to die? He would have been deeply unwilling. Somewhat. If I hadn't met him, dying like this wouldn't have been bad. It's a pity I can't go back and show off to the old man, Miyamoto Musashi said, looking at Sasaki Kajiro, who had perished in the flames. From the beginning, her greatest goal was to surpass her father and attain the realm of zero. If she died at this point, she would have smiled. However, she unexpectedly discovered that there were swordsmen who surpassed this, leaving her somewhat resigned. Miyamoto Musashi and Sasaki Kajiro's swordsmanship took opposing paths. Musashi's swordsmanship was to simplify the complex, transcending the unrivaled, reaching the ultimate one, and even further, the zero. Sasaki Kajiro's swordsmanship, on the other hand, was to transform the simple into the complex, expanding from the finite to the infinite. Yanfam currently only possessed the ability to launch 3 simultaneous attacks. Could he achieve 4 or 5? Of course, this was only theoretical, practically impossible. Yanfam had already reached the pinnacle. You're lucky, so you should say goodbye to her yourself, Shen Fei said, a white lance materializing in his hand. He was the only one who could heal Miyamoto Musashi's injuries. Even Nightingale couldn't save anyone else from the moon world. This is it. It seems I'm really lucky. Looking at the white light emanating from his body and feeling the changes in it, Miyamoto Musashi immediately laughed. No one came to stop me. It seems my attack won't have much of an impact. After the treatment was completed, no one showed up unexpectedly, which made Shen Fei feel relieved. Judging from the previous situation, if it weren't for him, Miyamoto Musashi would have died. His appearance changed the outcome. For an ordinary person, this would be a trivial matter. But Miyamoto Musashi was different. From her experience, we can see that in the moon world, drifting across worlds at will is only possible with this second magic, but she did it very easily. Without someone's permission, this would be impossible. With the strength Musashi displayed, if she died, she would undoubtedly be a powerful heroic spirit. I almost forgot. Time in the moon world means nothing to a heroic spirit. Even if she were alive now, it wouldn't affect her as a heroic spirit. Then Shen Fei realized he'd overthought. Even if Musashi wasn't dead, she would surely be on the throne of heroes. Just look at the situation of Imaya Shirao and Ready Let's Go. Waving off the incoming flames, Shen Fei grabbed Miyamoto Musashi's arm, gathered up the two katanas on the ground, and rushed out of the sea of fire. Although he had healed Musashi's injuries, the previous battle had drained her strength, leaving her in a weakened state. Dear Musashi, seeing Musashi, who had been brought here by Shen Fei, covered in blood, Ritsuka rushed over with a worried look on her face. She then prepared to activate her healing magic. Shen Fei could heal Musashi's injuries, but he couldn't erase the bloodstains on his clothes. No need. My injuries have healed. I just have no strength left. I won. Are you all okay? I saw the blood moon in the sky disappear. Just then, Xiaoyu suddenly ran over. After the sorcerer Amakasashiro Takesada was defeated, the blood moon in the sky disappeared. It's okay, but I'll have to trouble you next. The group then went to Xiaoyu's room. Because her room was located farther away from the inner city, it was not damaged. The inner city area centered on Tuki Castle was the hardest hit by this incident. Anyway, you saved this place. I'll let you stay here for the time being, Grandpa. Upon learning that Sango Muramasa had disappeared, silent tears immediately flowed down Ah Feng's face. Anyone else would have burst into tears by then, but Ah Feng, not wanting to worry Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others, held back. Don't worry, maybe you'll have the chance to meet again in the future, Shen Fei said immediately. Really? Of course. If you don't believe me, ask your sister Ritsuka. Seeing Ritsuka nod, a smile immediately crossed Ah Feng's face. Although she didn't know what a servant or a heroic spirit was, since Ritsuka said her grandfather wasn't considered dead, she naturally believed him. Oh, I forgot one thing. I should have borrowed the Tsumukuri sword earlier. Perhaps I could have used the Hersher of Reason's power to construct it. The group then went to rest. Everyone was exhausted from the previous battle. Shen Fei, remembering that Tsumukuri sword in Sango Muramasa's hands, couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It was undoubtedly a divine weapon. If it could be constructed, it might be a weapon comparable to the Holy Tribunal of Heavenly Fire. Although Sango Muramasa's words suggested that it was a weapon wielded only by gods, he didn't believe he couldn't use it. In a sense, the Holy Tribunal of Heavenly Fire was also a weapon wielded only by gods. What's next? Shen Fei glanced at the people in the room and then left. It's such a shame that I failed. I finally found this chess piece, and it can even bring down the illusion tree early. Human, the master of Chaldea, is truly incredible. But just keep trying your best. When the illusion tree arrives, everything will be over. Ha ha ha. A familiar figure suddenly appeared on the outer city wall. After staring at Xiaoyu's room for a moment, he turned to the people busy cleaning up and rescuing people. Then, after a low, twisted laugh, he disappeared. The illusion tree must have heard something extraordinary. I was wondering why the demon pillar wasn't there this time. I didn't expect it wasn't them causing the trouble. After his figure disappeared, Shen Fei emerged from the shadows on the side, looking at the place where he claimed to be a Haruiki disappeared, and nodded thoughtfully. He'd sensed something was amiss in his room before, and unexpectedly, upon exiting, he'd run into Abe Haruiki, who'd already died twice. He'd considered a surprise attack, but after hearing about the Tree of Imagination, he immediately abandoned that idea. While even if he defeated the enemy, It wouldn't be possible to stop the tree of imagination. There was no need to expose himself and alert them in the current situation. Everything could wait until the lost belt. Take care, Musashi. 3 days later, Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others bid farewell to Miyamoto Musashi outside the city. Although Musashi longed to visit Chaldea and even considered fighting Shen Fei, unfortunately, before that, the urge to travel to other worlds resurfaced. Musashi's world drifting was beyond her control. Even if she ended up in Chaldea, she'd still leave. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll meet again. When I reach the end of my journey, I might go back to Chaldea. Musashi, as always, was enthusiastic about continuing his world drifting adventure. After all, it was an unknown adventure. Next time we meet, let's fight. Musashi then turned his gaze to Shen Fei. We'll talk about it when we meet. Shen Fei nodded gently. Musashi then stepped aside and vanished, leaving so silently that even Shen Fei had no idea what world she would go to next. While he could have left a mark on her and then gone there, considering Musashi likely had her own agenda, he chose not to. We should leave. After Musashi left, Shen Fei prepared to take Mashu and the siblings away. Senior, I'll be waiting for you back. Mashu immediately said goodbye to Ritsuka. Ritsuka had arrived in this world through a dream and couldn't return through a portal, only through Chaldea's spirit particle transfer. Your Highness, big sister, goodbye. Ritsuka immediately said goodbye to Princess Kiaheim and sister Xiaoyu. As for the siblings' future lives, Mashu and Ritsuka also preferred to leave this world and live in modern society. Even if Princess Kiaheim said she would take care of them, it wouldn't be as good as living in modern society. Xiaoyu, for her part, was very interested in modern society, but unfortunately, after realizing she couldn't return after leaving, she gave up. She still had family in this world. Princess Kiaheim was equally interested, but the problem was that she had a greater responsibility. She would be responsible for the subsequent reconstruction of the city. You've come, but it's too late, too late. I can't lift the sword anymore. An old man sitting in a cave in the Ryogan cave of Kinpu Mountain became very excited upon seeing the newcomer, and let out an unwilling roar. There's no need to lament. Miyamoto Musashi and Sasaki Kajiro have already fought their fateful battle in Shimausa province. Miyamoto Musashi defeated Sasaki Kajiro and reached the realm of Zero. The newcomer was none other than Sasaki Kajiro. Chapter 1117, Sea of Electronics, Part 2. Is that so? Since you said it, it must be true. So then, Miyamoto Musashi said, suddenly closing his eyes, his life force completely fading. Miyamoto Musashi should have been dead long ago, but his obsession had kept him alive until now. Now, after hearing the words of his destined enemy, Sasaki Kajiro, he felt his regrets resolved, and his obsession naturally faded. Sasaki Kajiro quietly waited until Miyamoto Musashi completely lost his breath, then immediately turned and left. His purpose in coming was to inform him of the outcome. If there hadn't been another Miyamoto Musashi, his dual opponent would have been this one, but if that were the case, the outcome would be uncertain. Princess Kiaheim, Miss Kadama, take care. We'll see you again, Kajiro. After Shen Fei, Mashu, and the others returned to Chaldea, Ritsuka, upon receiving notification from Chaldea, immediately said goodbye to Princess Kiaheim, Kadama, and Fuma Kajiro. With the impending departure imminent, Ritsuka looked a little sad, for after all, this was a farewell they would never see again. Because this world exists between reality and dreams, Fuma Kajiro didn't vanish before his master, Ritsuka. Only after she departed would he return to Valhalla. Senior, would you like some water? In the Chaldea infirmary, after Ritsuka woke up, Mashu hurriedly brought a glass of water. Even after confirming her safety from the other side, Mashu remained deeply concerned for her. Thank you, Mashu, I'm fine now. After drinking the water, Ritsuka vigorously waved her arms, as if to prove she was fine. Anyway, since you just woke up, you should stay in the infirmary for a day. Having been in another world in the form of a dream for so long, Ritsuka needed a thorough examination to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. After leaving Mashu in the infirmary to care for Ritsuka, Shen Fei, Roman, Da Vinci, and Holmes went to Da Vinci's magic workshop, where Shen Fei outlined the situation. So the mastermind behind this isn't the demon pillar, but that Amakasashiro Takeshita from the world of scissored matters. After hearing Shen Fei's account, Da Vinci couldn't help but frown. Invading pan-human history from the world of scissored matters isn't so easy. I don't think a single sorcerer could pull it off. It must be connected to that Satan. As a versatile genius, she immediately spotted the problem. Destroying or invading pan-human history from the moon world isn't so easy. Gosha had been planning the burning of humanity for over 3,000 years, and the same could be said for the escaped demon pillars, who had been planning this for over 3,000 years. These were inhuman beings. While Amakasashiro Takeshita was a powerful sorcerer, he was still human, with his limits. I think someone should have good news for this Satan, Holmes said, smiling at Shen Fei. I did find some intel on Satan. The heroic swordsman who calls himself Abe Hiroaki isn't dead. He mentioned the illusion tree at the end. Shen Fei recounted his latest observations. He couldn't bring himself to discuss the human freeze, the alien gods, and so on. However, since someone had previously discovered the illusion tree, revealing it now wouldn't matter. It would allow Da Vinci to begin preparing the armored vehicle capable of diving into the sea of illusions, which Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others used to escape, showed that Da Vinci and the others were not completely unaware of the human freeze. Otherwise, they wouldn't have prepared it. Illusion tree, illusion. Holmes. Ritsuka lowered her head in thought. There's someone behind this who isn't the demon pillar. I'm not expecting another human incineration. Roman sounded a little melancholy. He had hoped to live his life as an ordinary person, but after becoming one, he never enjoyed it and was caught up in the human incineration. Roman had previously planned to leave Chaldea once matters were settled and enjoy ordinary life. As the direct descendant of the previous director, it would be difficult for him to stay once Chaldea was completely sold. Roman didn't mind this. In fact, if he had a choice, he really didn't want to work in Chaldea. It wasn't just him. Mashu, Ritsuka, and Da Vinci were the same. They had made the same plans as Roman. Da Vinci naturally left with Shen Fei to explore other worlds, while Mashu and Ritsuka went to Ritsuka's kingdom together to enjoy daily life. Although Shen Fei's presence allowed Mashu to see the modern city early and explore it, they were still worried about the burning of human reason at that time, and couldn't fully enjoy their daily lives. Aside from Shen Fei, everyone else, including Da Vinci, knew that the world still had many problems, but no one expected a catastrophe like the burning of humanity to wipe out all of humanity. As for the other issues, they would naturally be handed over to the new director of Chaldea. It could be said that if the Magic Association hadn't been slow to act, the 4 demon pillars that escaped from the Temple of Time wouldn't have been their responsibility. Let's record this first. Once the new director arrives, we'll let him handle it. Our top priority now is finding the other 2 demon pillars. Roman, Da Vinci, and Holmes quickly reached a consensus. Satan and the imagination tree would be sealed beforehand, with finding the remaining 2 demon pillars remaining the top priority. By the way, Da Vinci, please help me check on her. After the meeting, Shen Fei stopped Da Vinci as he was about to leave, retrieved the dismembered Kato Danzo, and briefly explained their situation. Kato Danzo, a cyborg created by the first-generation Fuma Kajiro and Kashin Koji. I didn't expect you to bring her here. Upon seeing Kato Danzo, Da Vinci's eyes lit up. A technical servant like her was naturally very interested in cyborgs like Kato Danzo. For a magician, a virtual personality wasn't a big deal. For example, Lannis's Moon Marrow Ecstasy Maid was a virtual personality, but it was mechanical. Kato Danzo, on the other hand, possessed human emotions. Judging from this, perhaps Kato Danzo also existed within Valhalla, much like the first android, Frankenstein, who became a heroic spirit. Where is this place? The released Kato Danzo asked, scanning the surroundings. This is Chaldea, Shen Fei replied immediately. Chaldea, Mr. Fujimura Ritsuka, so you have prevented the disaster? Yes, this is the renowned all-round genius, Da Vinci. She will examine your condition. If there are no problems, you will be able to see Ritsuka and the others soon. Shen Fei brought Kato Danzo here primarily for Ritsuka's sake, but also because he didn't want someone like her to slowly self-destruct in that world. From the person claiming to be a Hiroaki, it was known that Kato Danzo had exhausted her magic power and entered a state of shutdown. For such a powerful and loyal ninja to fall to this state, it was clear how little she was valued. This was understandable, after all, since this wasn't Naruto's world. In the Moon world, ninjas were held in a very low position, constantly carrying out the most difficult and dangerous missions, while also lacking any status at all. Compared to samurai, the difference was a world of difference. I'll leave this to you. I have other things to take care of, Grandpa. In the Fifth War world, at Imei Kiritsugu's mansion, When Shen Fei brought the siblings to the mansion, Kiritsugu cried out in surprise upon seeing Shirao Imaya. He then rushed to Shirao's side and grabbed the corner of his clothes. In an instant, all eyes in the courtyard fell on Shirao Imaya's bewildered face. I didn't expect Shirao to be a grandfather already. Am I already that old? Irreversible said as she stood up, walked over to Kiritsugu with a smile, squatted down, and said with a smile, "Come on, call me sister." "Hello, big sister, you're so beautiful," Kiritsugu said immediately, looking at the gentle Irreversible. "Good girl." Kiritsugu looked adorable, and Irreversible immediately rubbed her head with a smile. "I say, they can't really be Shirao's grandson and granddaughter, right?" Rin Tosaka suddenly spoke up from the side. Because her sister was here, Rin Tosaka would occasionally stop by for free meals, especially when Shen Fei wasn't around. Sometimes the King Arthurs would do the same, though this time, the King Arthurs weren't there. They and Heizhen went to the clock tower, ready to tour modern Britain and visit their graves. King Arthur, due to legend, was said to be buried in several locations. Rin Tosaka's words focused everyone's attention on Shen Fei, and Emilia Shirao was even more bewildered. They all knew that Shen Fei could travel between different worlds in the moon world. If that meant, the siblings before them might actually be the granddaughter and grandson of Emilia Shirao from another world. "Rin, you're a genius." Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh at the bewildered Shirao. He had brought the Feng siblings here just to see him. "Come on, tell me, what's your name? Who's your grandmother?" Sakura approached, a smile on her face. "My name is Feng, and this is my brother Tansuke. I don't have a grandmother." Although Sakura's smile looked very gentle, Feng seemed to sense something different in that smile. While answering, he grabbed the corner of Shirao's clothes and hid behind her. As expected of Sakura, "You really have the potential to turn evil." Shen Fei naturally knew why Sakura asked this. Shirao's granddaughter and grandson, what should I call them? The elder and younger Ilya were entangled in that. "No grandmother, why?" Sakura continued to ask. Feng and Tansuke were adopted by grandpa and have never seen their grandmother, Feng said slowly. "Oh, come and call me sister." Hearing that they were adopted by Shirao Imaya, Sakura nodded with a smile on her face, stepped forward and touched Feng's head. This time she did not hide. This time Sakura's smile was a pure and gentle smile. "Here's the thing. They come from a war-torn world. Their parents were killed by bandits. They then met Shirao Imaya from another world and were adopted. However, Shirao disappeared for some reason, leaving them with no one to care for them. He entrusted me with their care, and now I'm leaving them to you. It should be alright, right?" Shen Fei briefly recounted the origins of the Arasua siblings, noting, of course, that they were from the world of the cutting matter, or the circumstances surrounding Sengo Muramasa. "No problem. I'm sure Shirao will love his granddaughters dearly," Irreversible said with a smile. Alice, Emilia Shirao's demeanor immediately returned to normal upon hearing that they were adopted from his other world, and he looked at Alice with a look of resignation. Although Alice was considered her adoptive mother, he kept calling her by name, as did Kiritsugu, her adoptive father. Alice also called them by name, as did Ilya and Ilya. "Let's have a party to celebrate Arisu and Tasuke joining us." At Irreversible's suggestion, Shirao Imaya and Sakura went shopping for food. "Grandpa, I'll cook." Feng had wanted to help, but was stunned when he realized he couldn't figure out how to use the stove. Although Feng was young, she was very sensible. When she was with Senko Muramasa, she cooked all the meals. Senko Muramasa was, after all, an old-school man, and it was impossible for him to join the kitchen like Emilia Shirao. "Come here, Feng." Irreversible immediately led Feng away. Emilia Shirao looked at Feng's back and shook his head helplessly. He wanted Feng to call him brother instead, as he was only in high school and couldn't be a grandfather, but Feng couldn't change his tone for the time being. "Are there any other things going on over there? Do you need any help?" Scathach, who had stayed behind, asked immediately after returning to the Tosaka family villa after the banquet. "Several demon pillars have escaped from the Temple of Time and are being pursued by Chaldea. They don't need any help yet. Also, it's not appropriate for you to be there right now," Shen Fei said, briefly explaining the situation in Chaldea. "HMPH, human," Scathach snorted coldly after hearing Shen Fei say that Fujinro Ritsuka's achievements in saving the world had been erased due to certain circumstances, and fell silent. Right now, the hunt for the demon pillar in Chaldea wasn't a big deal. The real issue is the political struggle surrounding Chaldea. Such matters were even more complex than the burning of humanity. After all, it was impossible to wipe out all the members of the Magic Association. Those bastards, idiots, Alma Marie, having just stepped off the Chaldean helicopter landing platform, immediately launched into a barrage of curses. Given her usual ladylike demeanor, one could imagine her rage in this situation. While Chaldea was hunting the demon pillar, Olga Marie had left Chaldea. Roman, Da Vinci, and Holmes were already handling the spirit particle transfer, and she was planning to return to the Magic Association to provide support. Shen Fei's intentions had no way of influencing Olga Marie's actions. Compared to the original novel, due to the deaths of Olga Marie and Roman, Da Vinci was the acting director, forcing her to react passively. Now that Olga Marie is still alive, the situation in Chaldea is naturally much better. After all, no matter what, she is now born a monarch and has certain rights. However, judging from her attitude, it is obvious that things are not going smoothly. Chapter 1118, Sea of Electronics, Part 2. Captain, what are these? After Olga Marie entered Chaldea, Roman, Da Vinci, Mash, Ritsuka, and the others immediately approached, their gazes fixed on the boxes being unloaded from the helicopter. Some supplies. Oh, and some of those masters can be transferred for treatment. The Magic Association ignored the injured and frozen masters, but Olga Marie wouldn't do that. Since the Magic Association didn't care, she personally negotiated. While the outcome didn't seem smooth, it was a good start. I'll transfer Kirsch and the others immediately. Da Vinci nodded in understanding, and then prepared to arrange for the cryo chambers to be transported. Not Group A, but those in Group B. Olga Marie stopped her immediately. Seeing Da Vinci's puzzled look, she couldn't help but curse again. The Wadham family has said they're not in a rush for now and can prioritize treating the other seriously injured. The rest of the clock tower shares this sentiment. As soon as Olga Marie spoke, Da Vinci immediately understood the reason. It was all about a struggle for power. Kirsch was the next heir to the Wadham family. Normally, no one could compete with him, but he was deeply wounded. If they continued to delay, they might still have a chance. And if they could kill Kirsch, even better, if they could. Generally speaking, for a Magus, legacy is paramount. A genius like Kirsch is naturally highly valued. Unfortunately, however, the vast majority of magi in this world have degenerated, no longer pursuing the fundamentals of magic, but rather a struggle for power and gain. Just look at the clock tower's current discussions about selling Chaldea. A major mage institution like Chaldea, capable of observing the past and future and even transferring spirit particles, would normally be extremely attractive to magi. However, since the restoration of human nature, not a single important figure from the Magic Association has come to Chaldea. Due to the Fourth Holy Grail War, the clock tower in this world differs significantly from the clock tower in Shen Fei's world of the Fifth Holy Grail War. The most significant difference is the absence of El Meloi and his modern magic department. Thank you for your hard work, Director, Roman said with a smile, comforting Olga Marie. That's nothing. By the way, your salary has been back issued. And Mashu, Ritsuka, the same goes for you. Mashu, this is yours, Olga Marie said, handing Mashu the bank card. As a Chaldean android and a simulacrum of heroic spirits, she naturally didn't receive a salary. However, Chaldea was about to change hands, and Mashu was leaving Chaldea, so she needed money. Da Vinci had fiddled with the information about Mashu being a simulacrum of heroic spirits when reporting it to the Magic Association. That's because they're androids. After the final singularity, Mashu lost the power of a heroic spirit and became an ordinary person. With the help of Shen Fei's hint magic, Chaldea wasn't aware that Mashu still possessed the power of a heroic spirit. Similarly, the master, Ritsuka Fujimura, was just an ordinary person with no magical talent. It was only through good luck that he repaired the human burning. Perhaps because of this, the Magic Association didn't take the human burning seriously, believing that they could complete the repair much faster, not requiring a year or so. That's brains. I can save time, but that's just brains. Thank you, Director. Mashu took the bank card. Although she didn't care about money, it was essential for living in the human world. Hey, where's my share? Da Vinci was a little dissatisfied when he saw that Roman, Mashu, and Ritsuka all had their salaries. What do you need a salary for? Isn't Chaldea supplying everything you need? And you'll be returning to Valhalla soon, right? The Magicians Association was leaving Chaldea to dismiss all the heroic spirits. Da Vinci's excuse for staying was that he needed to hand over some of Chaldea's equipment to the future director. Originally, it was Leif's responsibility, but now it was Da Vinci's. The other Chaldean staff couldn't possibly compare to Da Vinci in this regard. But then, wouldn't I be working for nothing? The heroic spirits are truly pitiful. Olga Marie ignored Da Vinci's complaints. It was because Masha wasn't a pure heroic spirit, and because she felt guilty towards her, that she earned a salary. It was impossible for Da Vinci, a heroic spirit, to take a salary from her. Besides, he was already short on cash. Chaldea had suffered heavy losses due to Leif's actions, resulting in numerous casualties and the need for compensation. In the original story, she was dead, so such matters naturally had nothing to do with her, but she was still alive. Although Chaldea received assistance from the United Nations during its construction, the UN wouldn't provide funding forever. Furthermore, Olga Marie lacked Marispal's skill and ability to balance interests, so the situation was naturally strained. Had Marispal been in charge, Chaldea would undoubtedly have continued. Politics is a whirlpool. Thankfully I don't have to get caught up in it. Watching Olga Marie grappling with various issues, Shen Fei once again felt fortunate that he relied on immense power to rule the country. Otherwise, he'd be worse off than Yang Guang. Roman, Da Vinci, routine communications with the Seraphic soil field will be up to you. I still have to deal with those guys. Olga Marie returned for 2 days before departing with 6 cryopods. Her helicopter was limited in space, and it couldn't transport too many people at once. I see, now I see, Marispal is truly impressive. Watching Olga Marie depart in a helicopter, Shen Fei suddenly realized something. Chaldea is located 6,000 meters above the south pole of this world. Building such a large research base in such a desolate place would be incredibly difficult. Marispal doesn't have his own portal, so he can only transport supplies bit by bit via transport plane. As for why Chaldea was built so high up, it wasn't for prestige or concealment. He had the support of the United Nations. It was built at the South Pole for ritual reasons. Chaldea has another name, the Observatory. Routine contact with the Seraphic soil field is about to begin. Anyone wishing to speak, please contact Control. The day after Olga Marie's departure, Roman was preparing for a routine call with the Seraphic soil field. The Seraphic oil field, an offshore oil field belonging to the Animusphia family, provides a vital source of income for Chaldea. As a monarchical family of the astronomical sciences, the Animusphia family controls numerous large enterprises, even owning nuclear power plants. Olga Marie's previous problems stemmed in part from her own family. In the original novel, Olga Marie's death sparked a power struggle within the Animusphia family. Even though she's still alive, some are still dishonest and support the sale of Chaldea. Many of whom are members of this family. As the controlling power of Chaldea, the Animusphia family would undoubtedly profit from the sale of Chaldea. Unlike Marispal, they have no deep feelings towards Chaldea and may even have opposed its establishment from the outset. Chaldea's expenses are enormous, and for these individuals, it's better to keep the money for their own enjoyment than to waste it on observations of the future and the past. It's me, Munir's voice, a slightly plump Chaldean staff member, immediately broke into the line. For Chaldean staff, the 3-monthly contact with the Seraphic soil field base was a rare moment of relaxation, and the same was true for those on the other side. The working environments at Chaldean and Seraphic soil fields were similar. Even on vacation, leaving the base was difficult. In such a closed-off environment, contact with the outside world was naturally a rare opportunity for relaxation. Many Chaldean staff had friends and relatives there. Let's confirm some work details here first. Roman nodded gently. After a moment's wait, he initiated the call, which was the agreed-upon time. Hello, this is Dr. Roman from Chaldean. The director is away on business. As soon as the call connected, Roman immediately introduced himself. Previously, Olga Marie had handled the contact, and even earlier, Leif had handled it. Hello, is anyone there? Speak up, what's going on? Roman introduced himself and waited for a long time, but no one spoke, feeling a little strange. Help, someone help me, everyone here has disappeared, SOS. After a long while, a panicked voice finally came from the microphone. Just as Roman was about to ask something, a shrill scream erupted from the other end, and then the voice disappeared completely. Hello, are you still there? What's going on? Roman waited a moment longer, but still received no response. He immediately spoke to the Chaldean staff. Use the S.H.I.E.L.D lens to confirm the location of the Seraphic oil base immediately. Understood. As a lens capable of observing the near future, the S.H.I.E.L D lens could naturally observe conditions on Earth. The Seraphic oil base has not been located, and there are no signs of it anywhere near it. The Seraphic oil base was a movable platform, but no matter how fast it moved, it couldn't outpace the S.H.I.E.L D lens's observations, let alone its speed. Just as Roman was at a loss as to what to do, the control room's large screen suddenly went dark. A strange music filled the air, and then the group saw a beautiful young woman with long, radiant purple hair appear on the screen. Hello everyone, welcome to Channel BB. Dear humans, aren't you glad to see me? A cheerful voice echoed through Chaldea, but everyone in Chaldea stared at her with a solemn expression. Chaldea had been hacked, and more importantly, the staff hadn't noticed how the intruders had gotten in. As a research institute capable of observing the future and transferring spirit particles, Chaldea's computers were protected by top-tier defenses. Even Shen Fei, using Red Queen, wouldn't have been able to penetrate them. Who are you? Did you do that to Seraphics? Roman demanded, his voice gravely intensifying, while ordering the Chaldean staff to find the intruder. Alice, after thousands of years, humanity hasn't made any progress. Want to know Seraphix's location? Then use your S.H.I.E.L D lens to observe the Mariana Trench in the year 2030, the girl on the screen said, shaking her head in frustration. Dr. Roman, the Chaldean staff couldn't help but look at Roman. Just like she said, use the S.H.I.E.L D lens to observe, Roman said immediately after a brief silence. Found it. The Seraphic oil field base has appeared in the Mariana Trench and is sinking deeper, soon. Shocked voices echoed from the Chaldean control room, and this result silenced all the Chaldean staff. It was 2018. Want to save them? Then quickly transfer the spirit particles here. Otherwise, the oil field will soon sink over 10,000 meters to the seabed, and over 200 workers will die. Master of Chaldea, are you willing to sacrifice your life to save these 200 people? At this moment, the BB on the screen smiled devilishly. Impossible. Spirit particles can only transfer to the past, not the future, Da Vinci suddenly said. Due to the sudden change, Shen Fei and Da Vinci from the magic workshop also rushed over. The two had been studying Cato Danzo's condition. After Da Vinci's examination, there were no hidden dangers in his body. However, there were still some problems with his memory, that is, he could not remember Kojiro. Da Vinci was trying to find a way to restore his memory. It's indeed the outdated technology of 2018. Don't worry, I can solve this problem. Now you can transfer the soul particles and transfer them over. The next step is whether you are willing to come and save them, Senior. BB waved his right hand, indicating that the soul particle transfer and the inability to transfer to the future were not a problem at all. Who are you, and why do you call me Senior? Senior, Mashu had been standing quietly aside, but BB's address to Ritsuka made her step forward and ask. For Mashu, she didn't care how others addressed Fujimaru Ritsuka, but the two-word Senior were her exclusive address to Ritsuka. Why? Of course I like her. Okay, we'll talk about the rest later. The countdown is starting now. If you don't transfer your spirit particles here within 5 minutes, you'll just have to watch them sink to the bottom of the ocean in despair. Ho-ha, what's your purpose? Why are you doing this? Roman demanded immediately. My purpose? You'll know once her spirit particles transfer here. The countdown is starting now. With that, BB vanished, replaced by a 5-minute countdown on the large screen. Check for any trace of the demon pillar, Roman ordered the Chaldean staff. This might be a trap. The group then gathered in the control room to discuss their next move, and Holmes emerged from the shadows. This is a trap, but one we have to fall into. The enemy was using an overt scheme, and Ritsuka, as a man, naturally wouldn't stand by and watch over 200 people sink to their deaths. More importantly, even if he didn't care about those 200 people, he still had to consider their purpose. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1119, Sea of Electronics, and no matter what, we can't leave her alone. Even if Mashu and Ritsuka could watch over the casualties of over 200 employees, they couldn't ignore the fact that this was a singularity. If left unchecked, the damage would extend far beyond the casualties of 2 or more people. If things went wrong, even humanity itself would be destroyed. In fact, if it were any other singularity, such considerations wouldn't be necessary. Mashu and Ritsuka would likely have already been there by now. The reason for this particular consideration was that the time frame was 2030, which was far in the future for Chaldea. Chaldea's technology could only observe the future, 100 years in the future, and couldn't interfere. This time, even the transfer of spirit particles was under the control of the enemy, so caution was warranted. Indeed, while there's still time, come to my magic workshop. Since they had no choice but to go, they had to be fully prepared. Da Vinci then took Mashu and Ritsuka to her magic workshop, preparing to equip them with magic ceremonial gear. Be careful, this time spirit particle transfer was different from previous ones. Before Mashu and Ritsuka's transfer, Roman and Da Vinci wore serious expressions. Holmes, on the other hand, went off to investigate, to see if he could uncover anything. Don't worry, we'll be back soon, Mashu chuckled, and Ritsuka began the spirit particle transfer. Ha ha ha, as expected of humans, so easily provoked. Now, let's give our seniors a proper welcome. In an unknown space, sensing the vibrations of the spirit particle transfer, Bibi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mashu, Ritsuka, we can't get in touch with them after all. After Mashu and Ritsuka disappeared from the frame, Roman immediately tried to contact them, but sadly, no matter how hard they tried, they received no response. Dr. Roman, this is bad. We've completely lost contact with Master Fujimura Ritsuka. Just then, a Chaldea employee shouted. Let me check. Da Vinci immediately walked over. We were able to confirm the connection before, but then it disappeared. It's like, the employee didn't utter the last word. As a Chaldean master, even if contact was lost, one could still confirm the master's life status through the Chaldean system. Chaldea's spirit particle transfer required the master to be constantly under observation. Only then could the transfer be effective, a bit like Schrodinger's cat. Even if Ritsuka had transferred to a singularity through a dream, Chaldea would have roughly confirmed her situation. Once this connection was lost, there was only one possible outcome, the master's death. This was the unspoken implication of the Chaldean employee's subsequent words. Don't be so nervous. She must be in a special area. She even made it through the Temple of Time. It's just a mere demon pillar. Trust Ritsuka's abilities, Da Vinci exclaimed, looking at the flustered Chaldea. Compared to the Chaldean employees, she had the greatest faith in Mash and Ritsuka's abilities. Even if they encountered a demon pillar right after their spirit particle transfer, they wouldn't be killed so quickly, unless they were facing a mission of the same magnitude as Gosha, which was unlikely. While Da Vinci had no idea what exactly was happening in 2030, it was unlikely that a being on Gosha's level would emerge. In front of the Chaldea employees, Da Vinci remained calm, dismissing the issue. However, upon approaching Roman, her expression suddenly grew serious. She needed to maintain composure in front of the employees, but not with Roman and the others. Things are complicated. Based on my assumption, Mashu and Ritsuka should be able to make it across. Since it's 2030, it's possible they have the technology to block Chaldea's detection. In that case, I'll go, Shen Fei said, standing up and preparing to go. His original plan was to assist Mashu and Ritsuka when they encountered difficulties, just like in other singularities. The initial stage had been a training exercise for both of them, but he hadn't anticipated how unique this singularity would be. Fortunately, his side was still accessible. If even his side was blocked, that would be a real problem. It seems that you need help, Shen Fei, who came out of the portal, looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help but say with a smile to Mashu and Ritsuka. The scene before him was that Mashu, Ritsuka, and 3 other servants were besieging a strange-looking female servant. Her eyes were bound by an eye patch, and her arms were a pair of huge golden claws. She also had beautiful long purple hair and a very majestic chest. I encountered such a powerful servant right after arriving. This singularity is really dangerous. He only knew one of the 3 servants who joined forces with Mashu and Ritsuka, and that was Gawain. Even with him, it was still a tough fight for 4 against 1. The key was that judging from the blood on Gawain's body, it seemed that he was seriously injured. In such a situation, the opponent's strength could be imagined. She's truly a dangerous servant in every way. Is she one of those stunning beauties who's so beautiful she's practically invisible? Shen Fei had been accustomed to seeing beautiful women, but this was the first time he'd seen one of his caliber. Even Tsunade would pale in comparison, and he couldn't help but recall a phrase he'd heard before. Mr. Shen Fei, you've arrived just in time. Could you please restrain her for a while? Mashu and Ritsuka breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Shen Fei appear. Trapped? Got it. Shen Fei nodded gently at Ritsuka's words, then clasped his hands together, and several red chains flew out, instantly restraining the opponent. What a powerful force! Sensing the opponent's struggle, Shen Fei increased his strength. Senior, seeing the enemy restrained, Mashu immediately glanced at Ritsuka behind him. Understood. Ritsuka quickly ran over to the bound servant and placed her right hand on the majestic area in front of her. This startled Shen Fei, but at that moment, he felt the servant's struggle cease. This is a mind invasion. Shen Fei immediately realized the cause. Ritsuka's mind had invaded the servant's. Being able to simulate Udechen, he was familiar with this situation. How could this happen? What's going on? I didn't see him last time, so why would someone I don't know appear? While Shen Fei still restrained the female servant and Ritsuka launched a mind invasion, a female servant with long purple hair, also in the background, looked at Shen Fei in surprise at his sudden appearance. She muttered something, but her voice was too low for anyone present to hear. Alright, you can stop. After a long moment, Ritsuka, who had been closing her eyes, opened them again. She nodded to Mashu and the purple-haired female servant, and then told Shen Fei that it was over. As Shen Fei retracted the chains, the female servant immediately fell backward. Li Xiong reached out to support her. At the same moment, a female servant, either a fox or a cat, scurried over and supported her from the other direction. Well done, Gawain said, praising Li Xiong's actions with a smile. He then continued, she's been fighting all this time and must be very tired. We need to take her to the church to rest. Meow, I'll take her there right away. Just as Gawain reached out to support the female servant on Li Xiong's other side suddenly scooped her up and vanished. This situation left Gawain, who had offered his hand, looking a little embarrassed. I didn't expect Gawain to be this kind of person. Shen Fei, standing aside, looked at Gawain speechlessly. This side of him, the renowned Sun Knight and Prince, was new to him. Ahem, who is this? Gawain withdrew his hand, coughed forcefully, then looked at Shen Fei and asked Li Xiong. It seems you don't recognize me. Gawain's words immediately made Shen Fei realize that this wasn't a Gawain from the sixth singularity. But that made sense, that Gawain was a reversal, so this was normal. This is Mr. Shen Fei, from Chaldea, just like me. Ritsuka then briefly introduced Shen Fei's situation, along with the servant present and the one who had just left. So it's Tamamano Nico. No wonder she looks like both a fox and a cat. Tamamonami is quite powerful, so by that, she must have 9 clones. The one who had just left carrying the Fallen servant was Tamamano Nico, a clone of one of Tamamonami's 9 tails. What's the situation at this singularity? Shen Fei nodded and immediately asked. Here's what happened. Ritsuka then recounted her experiences at this singularity, with Mashu adding a few more words. The fictional world of Ryuguchi, the Holy Grail of the Moon, the Holy Grail War of 128 Servants. Isn't this the world of Okunoka Shinami, one of the 4 great evil forces of the Moon World? I remember this guy seemed to have the title of the Moon World's strongest harem king, but unfortunately, he's the one I'm least familiar with. After discovering that this place was actually connected to the Holy Grail of the Moon, Shen Fei sighed softly in his heart. Of the 4 great evil forces of the Moon World, this one was the one he was least familiar with. He only remembered a name. He had wanted to learn more about him in his previous life, but unfortunately, he never had the chance again. I didn't expect the flow of time here to be so different from the outside world. Fortunately, I'm here. Otherwise, when this place is completely computerized, maybe even I wouldn't be able to make it. Shen Fei was originally wondering why Mashu and Ritsuka could do so much in such a short time. He didn't expect time here to be extended 100 times compared to outside. 1 minute outside is 100 minutes here. I understand. Anyway, BB is probably the mastermind behind this. Just find her and defeat her. I'll go with you. Oh, and when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I'll change my identity, unfamiliar with the Moon Grail, and especially since this wasn't a legitimate Moon Grail, Shen Fei left the decision to Ritsuka. He activated his disguised magic suit, transforming his aura into that of a servant. Let's go. The central control room is just ahead. We should be able to find the celestial chamber there. After a short rest, the group immediately began their journey. The female servant from earlier was a guard protecting this area. Since much of the Seraphim oilfield base had been computerized, only a few areas were safe. To reach certain areas, one had to defeat the guards. Although Mashu and Ritsuka had initially planned to rescue the 200 or so employees, this was, in reality, impossible. Before the Chaldean troops arrived, the vast majority of them had perished, consumed by the computerized Seraphim oilfield base. Only a few had managed to avoid digitization by hiding in safe areas. Shen Fei and Li Xiong were also threatened by digitization. Once digitized, their existence would vanish. Of course, due to their differing strengths, digitizing Shen Fei would be much more difficult. Problems had long plagued the Seraphix oilfield. Simply put, something went wrong 3 months ago, after a routine communication. Since then, attempts to send a distress signal to Chaldea have been unsuccessful. Originally, this was trivial. If they could hold out for 3 months, Chaldea would surely discover the situation and rescue them by the next routine communication. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, 3 months in the outside world would take decades at the oil field, a figure that devastated the surviving staff. Consequently, the human toll from internecine slaughter was even greater than the toll consumed by the computerized oil field. How could this happen? Why did a demon pillar appear here? The group arrived at the central control room without any problems. Surprisingly, a massive demon pillar stood in the center, much to Mashu and Li Xiong's surprise. They were prepared for the possibility that the demon pillar was responsible for this singularity, but its brazen appearance before them was odd. Based on their investigation, it was likely connected to BB attack. While they didn't understand the demon pillar's brazen appearance, they couldn't let it go. They immediately began to attack, and then they discovered something: the demon pillar was too weak. They hadn't even unleashed their noble phantasms, and even Mash hadn't had time to attack. Gawain and Milt Lilith had already dispatched the demon pillar. It must be a fake, Shen Fei said, and Mash and Ritsuka nodded in agreement. After all, it was a demon pillar. It couldn't be so weak. You're the Chaldean rescue team. Why are you so late? Do you know how many people died? Did the computerization outside take care of it? After defeating the demon pillar, a young man suddenly ran over and began to question Ritsuka. The gazes of the group present immediately turned cold. Perhaps sensing the hostility in their gazes, the young man fell silent. Before explaining our situation, could you first tell us what is going on, why the demon pillar appears here, and most importantly, why you are alive? Without waiting for Ritsuka to speak, Shen Fei took a step forward, staring at the other party and questioned him. If he hadn't questioned him earlier, Shen Fei would have handed him over to Ritsuka, but since he was not polite first, he naturally wouldn't be polite either. He was not Fujima Ritsuka. Chapter 1120, Killing Inner Kihirwang. Shut up. Can I suspect you of colluding with the demon pillar and killing everyone in this base? Shen Fei continued, watching the young man across from him fall silent under his aura. Ritsuka, who was about to speak, paused after hearing Shen Fei's words. Everyone in the hall focused their attention on the young man. Judging from the situation at the scene, his suspicion was not unfounded. After all, that was the demon pillar. Even if its power was inferior, it was no ordinary opponent. I didn't. The demon pillar suddenly appeared. The young man immediately began to defend himself. So you're saying you're innocent, and those people just sought their own deaths? You're really lucky, then. Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh at the young man's explanation. According to him, the survivors persecuted the church doctor, and then the demon pillar suddenly appeared, killed everyone else, and then absorbed them. He survived because he hid behind it, and the demon pillar didn't actively attack. Shen Fei scoffed at this claim. He had no idea what exactly had happened at the oil base, but from the intelligence Li Xiong had shared with him, he already knew the situation there. It was similar to the life of people at the end of the world. What was the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse? Monsters? No, it was the human heart. Li Xiong had previously obtained the remaining memories of some of the oil-based staff during the battle. Under normal circumstances, these people would not have left any lingering memories, but since so much of the oil base was computerized and digitized, their memories had become data and remained. What's your name? Shen Fei didn't debunk the young man's claim, but instead asked his name. Arnold Beckman, the young man said, overcome by Shen Fei's aura. Shen Fei then looked to the side and Mash. That's the name Mabel mentioned earlier, but Mashu glanced at Ritsuka before stopping. Ritsuka's doubts infuriated Mashu the most, like the erasure of Ritsuka's achievements that shocked humanity. It wasn't that Mashu wanted any reward or honor for Ritsuka, but rather that her hard work went unrecognized. Let's get her to confirm it when we get back. Is it the real person, or has he been replaced by the demon pillar? Shen Fei nodded and announced his plan for Beckman. No one present objected. Ritsuka was no fool. She knew Beckman was suspicious, but given her personality, she'd only kept a close eye on him, not speak out. Now that Shen Fei had laid out his plan, she had no objections. Alright, hurry up and find the information about the celestial chamber, Lilith said immediately after Beckman was dealt with. Not bad, Gawain said, immediately beginning to search through the pile of documents in the central control room. Meanwhile, Lilith was operating the computer. Even though her hands didn't seem to be very handy, she handled the task with ease. After all, she was the alter ego at BBBB was an artificial intelligence, the highest level of AI Shen Fei's mother had ever seen. Jarvis and Red Queen couldn't even begin to compare. This comparison wasn't about data processing, but about emotions. BB was already considered an intelligent life form. Wait a minute, even if you're a rescue team, you're not allowed to review this information. You can only do so with the director's permission, or I'll be held accountable. Beckman, who had retreated to the side, saw Lilith and Gawain's actions and immediately stepped forward to stop them. However, his words made everyone present look at him as if he were an idiot. Why was he thinking about this at this moment? Sorry, we're here to deal with this disaster. Other matters have nothing to do with us. Even Gawain, known for his good temper, was now a little annoyed. Why are there still Alteragus? They've slaughtered so many of us. Beckman seemed to have just noticed Lilith, then stepped back in fear, pointing at her and shouting. Not as many as you, your own people, have killed, human. Beckman was about to continue, but Lilith's words immediately stopped him. His expression instantly darkened. Given what he had done before, if anyone knew, it would probably not end well for him. What exactly do you want? She's the alter ego. The next moment, Beckman's gaze shifted to Ritsuka. Senior's actions are naturally her own ideas. We're here to solve this disaster. She's BB's enemy. Before Ritsuka could say anything, Mash immediately retorted. A lot of the data here has been deleted. It seems someone doesn't want us to find the celestial room. Hey, do you know about the celestial room? Lilith asked, glancing at Beckman. I've never heard of such a department in Seraphix. Although he didn't want to answer the alter ego's question, seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Beckman answered anyway. I haven't found any records related to the celestial chamber either, Gawain said. While much of the information at the Seraphix oilfield base was computerized, there were also relevant paper documents. But I found this, a password to a diary written by someone from the church. Gawain glanced at Beckman. According to what you said before, he was executed by those who rioted. An execution that left him the password, huh? Although Gawain didn't continue, everyone present understood his meaning. The fact that he had the time to leave the password meant that his death wasn't immediate. I don't mind my own business. I can't stop them. It looks like we can't get any more information here. Let's go back. With this, maybe we can see what's in the diary hidden in the church. Earlier, Ritsuka and the others had discovered a diary terminal in the church, but they couldn't open it without the password. Now they had the password. Let's go then. After checking the central control room again and finding no further information, the group decided to return to the church. As for the body left in a cupboard, they would have to leave it there for the time being. It was difficult to deal with it now, and there was no time to do so. The body in the cupboard had committed suicide, injected with a large amount of morphine, likely driven by sheer terror. It's something different again, Lilith muttered to herself as she watched Gawain's back as they left. You're back. I heard you risked your life for a certain buxom girl. The group returned to the church and met Tristan, who had stayed behind. After introducing themselves, Tristan immediately began teasing Gawain. Saving innocent girls in distress is a knight's unshirkable duty, Gawain declared righteously, but Tristan simply smiled. While the others didn't understand Gawain's situation, he knew full well. Mr. Gawain, you're back. A woman with glasses ran up to him excitedly upon seeing Gawain. I didn't expect to run into him again. Shen Fei had no interest in Gawain's love life. Upon arriving at the church, the first person he saw wasn't Tristan, but a short-haired, dark-skinned acquaintance. Emilia Walter, also known as Black Emilia, was quietly tucked away in a corner of the church. Beckman, You're still alive, the woman, who had been chatting with Gawain for a while, beamed with surprise upon discovering the truth. You're not dead, so how could I be? Beckman said coldly. I need to confirm something. Are you sure he's really your colleague, Beckman? Shen Fei withdrew his gaze from Blackie Maya and looked at Mabel, pointing at Beckman and asking, carefully examining the woman. Ritsuka explained how they met Mabel. Unable to bear the situation in the control room, she had run away alone, only to be rescued by Ritsuka and the others. The whole thing seemed like she was just lucky. However, given the current state of the oil field base, some things can't be explained away by sheer luck. Furthermore, claiming she could escape from those wandering servants and guards because she was a former marathon runner is a joke. Servants are vastly different from ordinary people. Even a servant with limited speed wouldn't be easily outmatched by a regular person. Furthermore, given the conditions at this oil field base, the fact that there were still survivors was truly suspicious. Not only Shen Fei suspected her, but even Mashu and Ritsuka were suspicious. However, lacking proof, they could only keep a close eye on her, much like Kato Danzo in the previous world. Well, I'm just an ordinary employee. I don't know Mr. Beckman well, Mabel said, glancing at him before stepping back and saying, well, I'm a little tired. I need to rest. Despite feeling deeply annoyed, Beckman, under Shen Fei's pressure, could only grudgingly endure it. He also vowed to report Ritsuka to his superiors once he was rescued. Take him to rest, Shen Fei nodded and said to Mabel. In the absence of evidence, his suspicions were nothing more than suspicions. Well, okay, Mabel wanted to refuse, but after seeing Beckman's cold gaze, she immediately nodded and agreed. Meow, look who's here. After Mabel and Beckman went to the second floor, Tamamo Cat walked out of a room on the first floor, followed by a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure. It was the guard she had brought back earlier. At this moment, she looked like an ordinary, shy girl. I'm sorry for causing you trouble earlier. After being pushed out from behind by Tamamo Cat, Parson Lip immediately apologized to everyone. Don't worry, the master is a good person and won't blame you, meow. Lip is a very gentle person, naturally, no one present blamed Parson Lip. After all, she looked truly adorable, which deeply touched her. Ritsuka immediately agreed, offering to help the master and fight together. Ritsuka was a guardian, and even though she had been relieved of her duties due to Ritsuka's relationship, her strength remained formidable. Let's take a look at the diary first. Perhaps it contains information about the celestial chamber. After introducing Parson Lip to the others, she used the password to open the diary terminal, and the group then read the contents of the diary. I didn't expect this to happen. That's why the demon pillar appeared in the central control room's lobby. But this demon pillar is too weak. And since BB was also summoned by the demon pillar, the one there must be just a clone. The diary records that the diary's owner was possessed by the demon god G-Pi. Despite his constant resistance, it was futile. Eventually, the demon god G-Pi summoned BB to computerize the Seraphic soil base, aiming to sink it to the seabed and thus revive the demon god G-Pi. That's right, a resurrection. This demon god G-Pi was far more unfortunate than the previous two demon pillars, Baal and Phoenix. He had lost his body, leaving only his soul. The diary's owner was killed by the survivors in the central control room, and then the demon pillar appeared and killed all those who had tried to kill him. Ritsuka and the others then arrived and eliminated the demon pillar. On the surface, the demon god G-Pi seemed dead, but considering that BB was summoned by him, the group naturally didn't expect him to be so easily defeated. Besides the information regarding the demonic pillar, the diary also contained another crucial piece of information, the celestial chamber. It turned out that this so-called oil field base, a significant source of revenue for Chaldea, was actually a covert operation for a secret experiment. Every shipment of supplies was actually a test subject. The concealment was incredibly successful. Before seeing the diary, Shen Fei's understanding of the oil field base was that it provided financial support for Chaldea. The diary didn't mention the specific experiments. He's a magician, after all, Shen Fei sighed softly. The only person capable of conducting secret experiments at this oil field base was Marisbury, the former director of Chaldea. The demonic pillar summoned BB, Lilith. Did you know about this? After reading the diary, the group fell silent. Ritsuka had never imagined the diary owner's struggles, nor the oil field base's secret experiments. He then turned his gaze to Lilith. I'm sorry. Although I betrayed BB, she also snapped her fingers. There are some things I can't tell you directly. You have to find and discover them yourself, Master." Lilith, who had been lowering her head, immediately raised her head after hearing Ritsuka's words and said slowly, "I understand. It seems that if we want to deal with the demon pillar, we must first deal with BP." After that, the group decided to rest for 6 hours before starting the action. Since the opponent was confirmed to be the demon pillar, they naturally needed to conserve their energy and face them in the best condition. "Why don't you rest inside?" Shen Fei asked as he watched Lilith and Parsonalip walking together towards the outside of the church. "Some people won't be at ease with us being here," Lilith said, glancing at Tristan. Chapter 1121 Human Evil. As BB's separated personalities, former guards, even though they were now on the Master's side, they were still viewed with suspicion. Even though Ritsuka and Mashu didn't mind, others, like Tristan and Kuro, were extremely wary of them. Technically, if they truly intended to do something, there wouldn't be any difference between being outside the church and inside. It was only a distance of a dozen meters at most. Even Tristan wouldn't think that such a small distance would change anything. Even if they stayed inside, no one would say anything. They were doing this for Ritsuka. The small distance wouldn't affect anything, but it was a matter of attitude. Ritsuka was kind to them, so they naturally didn't want to make things difficult for him. "Tristan, thank you for your help." 6 hours later, after resting, the group prepared to move. As usual, Tristan stayed behind to prevent any accidents and protect the two survivors. While the church was theoretically a safe zone, there was no guarantee that accidents would be prevented. Although the woman named Mabel preferred Gawain to stay, he unfortunately had his own things to attend to. This time, the group split up again, but Shen Fei's appearance prompted Gawain to join forces with Kuro. Kuro shared Ritsuka's goal of preventing the disaster, but due to his personality and philosophy, he chose not to join forces, instead operating independently. One reason was to expand the scope of their exploration. After all, two teams could explore much faster than a single one, given the limited time available in this computerized oilfield base. Another goal was to hunt down the 128 servants summoned to the computerized Seraphix oilfield base. Seraphix was currently holding the Moon Holy Grail War, and no matter what BB thought, a victory in the Holy Grail War would indirectly undermine their plans. Gawain and Kuro, working together, could eliminate the remaining servants while also searching for the hidden celestial chamber. Mash and Ritsuka's group were now preparing to deal with the guard, Suzuka Gazan. BB identified her 5 emotions: love and hate, happiness, purity, desire, and compassion. Mild Lilith represented happiness, Parsonalip represented love and hate, and the other 3 had likely already been dealt with, as the guards behind them had become Suzuka Gazan, Tamamo Nico, and the others. Even Mashu and Ritsuka hadn't seen them, likely meaning they were dealt with before they arrived. Tamamo Nico had been a guard before, and it was Ritsuka who had rescued her, and now she was preparing to rescue Suzuka Gazan. Shen Fei was actually quite curious about the 3 other emotional clones, pure curiosity. "Hercules, you and I are truly destined to meet." As he advanced, Shen Fei sighed as he saw Hercules appear before him. However, just as he was about to attack, Hercules fell to the siege of Tamamo Nico, Lilith, and Parsonalip, and didn't resurrect. It seems these so-called 128 servants are all degraded servants, without noble phantasms. The chaotic battle between 128 servants promised a fierce battle. Considering the Holy Grail War, there were only 14. Lilith's skill is truly insane. Given the right conditions, she could even win a true 128 servants battle. Mild Lilith possesses a skill called Melvirus, which steals the opponent's abilities. This means she can become stronger with each fight, much like leveling up in a game. Enemies are nothing more than experience points. Lip. Don't worry about your claws, meow. It's the same for me. After defeating Hercules, the group continued on their journey. Tamamo Cat noticed Lip seemed displeased and approached her to talk. She then displayed her claws. While her claws weren't as impressive as Lip's, they were still inhuman and could be mistaken for those of a monster. Such claws wouldn't be suitable for delicate work, but Tamamo Cat was a skilled chef. This prompted Lip to look at her with admiration and offer to become her apprentice. Tamamo Cat immediately welcomed her to the MTL cooking class, offering her a carrot as her reward. "Carrot, you're not a rabbit." Shen Fei looked at Tamamo Cat speechlessly. She could be a fox or a cat now, but no matter how you looked at her, she had nothing to do with rabbits. Rabbits like carrots, and Emilia was a big fan of them. But I didn't expect her to be so attentive. Judging Tamamo-Cat by appearances, one would have thought she was simply confused, but her conversation with Lip made Shen Fei understand the importance of not judging a book by its cover. Is it Pharaoh Nitocris this time? How on earth did she manage to summon so many servants without a master? Looking at the servants reappearing before him, Shen Fei couldn't help but wonder what was happening in this Moon Holy Grail War. Even though this Moon Holy Grail War couldn't be compared to the original, with the servants being inferior and weakened, the fundamental requirement of the Holy Grail War remained. The master was required to summon servants. Even on Chaldea, with its own system allowing a single master to summon multiple servants, this still required a master. The problem was that this oilfield base had only one living master, Ritsuka. I don't know. I'm afraid only BB knows how they did it, Ritsuka immediately responded to Shen Fei's question. She had naturally considered this question, and it wasn't just her. The same was true for Kuromitsuru. Kuromitsuru had appeared more often than Ritsuka, relying on his exceptional assassination skills to kill many servants along the way. However, the number of servants didn't decrease significantly, as BB could summon them again. This completely violated the rules of the Holy Grail War. Ritsuka had also asked Lilith about this question, but due to the rules, she couldn't tell Ritsuka the answer, leaving him to find it on his own. You've come again. This time, we won't let you escape. Arriving at the guarded area, they encountered Suzuka Gazan, rumored to be the daughter of the fourth heavenly demon king. She was supposed to be a stunning beauty known as a celestial maiden or a demon, but in this computerized world, she was dressed like a high school girl. Wait a minute, Suzuka Gazan. Before we start, I have a question. Just as Suzuka Gazan saw Ritsuka and was about to attack, Ritsuka raised her hand to stop her. What's the question? Tell me. Suzuka Gazan stopped in her tracks. Where's your master? Ritsuka immediately asked. Didn't I tell you before? I don't know. I've never met a master, but it doesn't matter. As long as there's a battle, it's all good, Suzuka Gazan said nonchalantly. Are you so willing to be a puppet of BB and the Demon Pillar? Ritsuka asked again. Who are their puppets? I just want to fight on my own. No more nonsense, come and fight, Suzuka Gazan said, not giving Ritsuka a chance to speak, and immediately rushed towards her with her sword in hand. I won't let you get close to you, senior. Mashu immediately raised her shield to block her. You're too slow. Suzuka Gazan moved her feet and quickly moved around Mashu. Have you forgotten about us? Lilith also joined the battle. That's right, we're here too. Meow. Tamamo-Cat and Lip also joined the battle. 4 against 1, no big deal. You over there, join in too. I don't mind. Suzuka Gazan looked at the 4 people blocking her way, then glanced at Shen Fei standing next to Ritsuka. You have to defeat them first, HMPH, Suzuka Gazan said, ignoring Shen Fei and focusing on fighting Mashu and the other 3. Don't just run around, meow. Relying on her superhuman speed, Suzuka Gazan was able to move forward and backward freely against 4 people at once. If she were in her normal state, she wouldn't be able to do this. After all, Mashu and the other 3 were not weak. But who made her a guardian now, with a KP spiritual base? The strength of a servant mainly depends on its spiritual base. For example, a crown spiritual base is completely different from an ordinary spiritual base. A KP spiritual base is completely dependent on this computerized oilfield base and is a local specialty, just like the Sakura coins that Mashu, Ritsuka and the others collected along the way. Ritsuka uses these Sakura coins to buy various items and tools from BB, such as keys to passages. Some passages are locked by BB and can only be opened by purchasing her keys. As the mastermind behind this singularity, she also sells items to clear levels. This reminds Shen Fei of Kaiba Akihiko from Sword Art Online. In that case, then, Manjusri Wisdom Sword Great Avatar, Love Explosion, and Heavenly Demon Rain, Suzuka Gazan looked at the 4 people before her and immediately activated her Noble Phantasm. While her speed could make Mashu and the other 4 unable to attack her, she also couldn't defeat them with their combined strength, so she had no choice but to use her Noble Phantasm. Senior, be careful. Upon seeing the enemy's Noble Phantasm, Mashu immediately rushed to Ritsuka's side. Instead of using it, she raised her shield to block Suzuka Gazan's attack. Mashu's Noble Phantasm was indeed extremely defensive, capable of blocking even a blow from Gosha, but it had a flaw. It was difficult to react to attacks from the sky, and Suzuka Gazan's noble phantasm was attacking from the sky. Isn't this the 10,000 swords technique? Looking at the dense golden sword shadows in the sky, Shen Fei immediately remembered the 10,000 swords technique. All of you come here, blazing sky covering 7 rings, Shen Fei said as he released a defensive noble phantasm towards the sky. Although Suzuka Gazan's noble phantasm was powerful, it was impossible for it to break through the defense of the chrysanthemum shield. Go, Ritsuka. After blocking the opponent's heavenly demon rain with his noble phantasm, Shen Fei immediately bound Suzuka Gazan with chains and asked Ritsuka to remove his guard function. Although Suzuka was very fast, his speed was useless after being covered by chains all around. What do you want to do? No, kill me. The bound Suzuka Gazan looked at Ritsuka's actions and immediately shouted. At this moment, she did not look like a powerful servant at all, but an ordinary girl. To peer into a young girl's heart, how could such a person be so shameful? I'm going to die. After Ritsuka defeated Suzuka Gazan in the spiritual realm, she, freed from her restraints, covered her face with her hands and prepared to jump from a nearby cliff. This was unexpected for everyone, including Shen Fei. He immediately prepared to rescue her, but Tamamo-cat, standing nearby, was quicker to react and rushed out to grab Suzuka Gazan. After Tamamo-cat's persuasion, Suzuka Gazan agreed to join their team. Be careful. It's the demon pillar. Room. Slaughterhouse. Just as Ritsuka was about to welcome Suzuka Gazan, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, and a massive demon pillar appeared beside them, its massive tentacles sweeping across. Its timing and location were impeccable. To appease Suzuka Gazan, Mashu, Ritsuka, Tamamo-cat, and the others were all standing at the edge of the cliff. Even if its attack was blocked, it would still be enough to knock them off the edge. Shen Fei acted decisively, using the power of the Operation Fruit to swap positions with Mashu, Ritsuka, and the other 3. He then used his sword to slash the attacking tentacles. By then, Lilith and Lip had already reacted and immediately began attacking the demon pillar. It's much stronger than the previous demon pillar. Sure enough, it wasn't so easy to defeat. Someone come out. After defeating the demon pillar, Shen Fei suddenly turned and looked behind him, shouting. Hearing his voice, Mashu and the others immediately became alert, shielding their master behind them. It's me. Tristan stepped out. Why are you here? Is something going on in the church? Ritsuka asked immediately. No, I was just worried about you and came to check on you. This is over. We should go back. Guard Suzuka Gazan had been dealt with, so there was no need to stay. Wait, there's still one guard left. But just then, Lilith stepped forward, and with her words, the group realized she was referring to herself. Indeed, she had joined Ritsuka's team and had not been deactivated by Ritsuka. Be careful. Although my body has some flaws, my heart is at its peak. I won't lose, Ritsuka said with determination. A mental duel has little to do with physical strength. If it really came down to sheer physical strength, Ritsuka wouldn't be able to defeat even one person. Asshole, damn it. I won't let him go. I'm the highest ranking here, and I'm just a mere servant. And that master of Chaldea, I won't let them go. Are you kidding me? How dare you laugh at me? Inside the church, with Tristan's departure, Beckman's hidden rage erupted. He screamed for revenge, then, upon seeing Mabel nearby, stepped forward and slapped her. Bang! Just as he was about to continue beating Mabel, a gunshot rang out. Beckman felt a pain in his chest, and then he lost consciousness. Why did you kill him? Even though he had a bad temper, there was no need to kill him, Mabel said in surprise, looking at Kuromaya as she emerged. What do you want to do? Just as Mabel was about to say something, Hui Gong raised his gun again, this time targeting her. Without a word, he pulled the trigger. If it were Shen Fei who killed Beckman, he would definitely not let him die so easily. However, Hui Gong had seen too many people like this before and was too lazy to say anything. This way, no one will know what happened here. Chapter 1122 The Cruel Truth. As the guardian of the suppression force, Kuromiya's job was to silence witnesses, a task he loathed, yet he felt compelled to do. Many unsolved cases in history, even those with only a vague clue, were often attributed to the Guardians in the Moon World. Shen Fei had always harbored a question about the Guardians. Could the mighty suppression force only have one Guardian under its command? Unfortunately, unless he asked the suppression force himself, there was no answer. Are you just leaving like that? You did the same thing last time, just as Kuromiya, believing his mission accomplished, was about to turn and leave, a sudden voice appeared, sending a shudder through his body. "It's you. Why are you here?" "So, you did all this." Kuromiya turned to look at Mabel, who had regained her feet, and immediately raised his dual pistols, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang, 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 a continuous stream of bullets ripped through the air. Unfortunately, none of the bullets struck Mabel, who had regained her feet. A black mist appeared in front of her, swallowing the bullets. Once upon a time, there was a place where many geniuses gathered. However, because they were so brilliant, they were considered dangerous. In reality, they weren't dangerous at all. None of them were evil. The real danger lay with the one who brought them together, a certain female leader. Then, someone attempted to kill her. The followers risked their lives to stop her. Then, knowing the danger posed by the female leader, someone else willingly took the sin of killing innocent people to execute her. As Mabel spoke, the entire church suddenly began to transform. Kuromiya watched his feet sink as they were swallowed by the church. He's next. After Kuromiya vanished, the church suddenly returned to its original state, pristine. Beckman's body and the bloodstains that had stained it vanished without a trace. Strange, where are they? Shortly after Mabel vanished, Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others returned to the church. To their surprise, Mabel and Beckman, who were supposed to be there, had vanished. That guy has appeared, although there were no traces left inside the church. Lilith, after a brief inspection, seemed to have learned something, and her expression was extremely nervous. Lilith, Ritsuka immediately looked at Lilith, but before she could ask, a burst of loud music suddenly filled the air, and a screen appeared in front of everyone, and BB appeared. "Senior, see you again," BB called out to Ritsuka as soon as it appeared, causing Mashu's brow to furrow, but she did not react angrily. "Senior, I'm sorry. Although there was an anomaly involved, the time has come for the Holy Grail War to end. The victor of this Holy Grail War is the faction of the demon god G, which means that humans have lost. Of course, for the joy you brought me, I can give you one last chance. Come and defeat me. I await your arrival," BB said, glancing at Shen Fei. As an intelligent being that controls the entire fictional world of the spirit particle, anyone who enters here cannot hide from her. Let's go to the celestial chamber. While Ritsuka was still worried about the missing Mabel and Beckman, resolving the singularities issue was clearly more important. After disabling Lilith's guard function, they learned the celestial chamber's location from her. Led by Lilith, the group quickly arrived at BB's liver stream. "Mother, you've really gone too far this time." Upon seeing BB, Parsanlip spoke first, a rare move. Unlike Lilith, even in her hostile stance, she remained faithful to her address. Both Lilith and Parsanlip were emotional beings separated from BB's body, so in that sense, calling BB their mother was not wrong. "You're all here. A mere player dares to defy the administrators. Today, I'll show you the power of the administrators," BB spoke, her purple pupils instantly turning red. With a change in her pupils, her aura underwent a dramatic shift, becoming menacing and overbearing. At this point, there's nothing more to say. Let's get started. While Lip still maintained respect for B, Lilith showed no respect at all. She charged forward, swinging her legs like blades at BB. "Don't be so impatient. Let's have some fun with them first." BB swung her staff, and a barrier immediately appeared around her, blocking Lilith's attack. She swung her staff again, and instantly, a myriad of magical beasts and shadow servants swarmed the liver stream. Fortunately, the liver stream was spacious enough, otherwise, with so many magical beasts suddenly appearing, the room would have been overcrowded. Among the summoned monsters, many were enormous, such as the Sphinx. Heavenly Demon Rain, Suzuka Gazan then used her noble phantasm. A hail of golden swords instantly cleared out BB's summoned monsters. Unfortunately, the noble phantasm did no damage to BB, blocked by the barrier surrounding him. "I'm sorry, Mother," Parsanlip said, waving her two massive golden claws at BB simultaneously. Tamamokat and Tristan also attacked BB. Tristan, the archer, continuously channeled invisible sword energy against BB as expected of a digital world. Even the most powerful attacks didn't cause any damage to the surroundings, whether it was the monsters BB had summoned earlier, the noble phantasm released by Suzuka Gazan, or the aftermath of the group siege of BB. If it were in the outside world, they would have undoubtedly caused massive damage to the surrounding area. But now, the most they could do was create some smoke. Shen Fei didn't make a move. With so many servants already in action, one more wouldn't make a difference. Even if BB was incredibly powerful, under the siege, defeat was inevitable. He also had to prepare for the demon pillars that would appear later. You're just too annoying. I won't play with you anymore, senior. It's your turn next. The besieged BB seemed annoyed. With her staff, she forced back Tristan and his group. Then, she transformed into a nurse, produced a massive syringe, and rushed towards Ritsuka. What kind of weapon is that? It's so powerful. Shen Fei was curious about the staff BB held. It was so powerful, it could instantly force back several servants. In truth, it was because he didn't understand the Moon Holy Grail War that he didn't understand BB's strength. In terms of true strength, BB was undoubtedly among the top heroic spirits. Her skills were far more powerful than Lilith's G-Virus, which absorbed enemy experience books. For example, her staff was actually the 10 domination crowns. BB possessed numerous skills, even powers, possessing even Tiamat's womb of beasts. The already distant Ideal City, watching the charging BB, Mashu immediately stood before Ritsuka and deployed her defensive noble phantasm. The collision between the syringe and the wall wasn't earth-shattering. Instead, BB stared with a gloomy expression as the needle tip of the massive syringe in his hand shattered. It was truly worthy of King Arthur's dining table. Its defenses were formidable. While BB's noble phantasm didn't appear particularly powerful, the strength it had just displayed suggested it was certainly significant. Brilliant sunlight nap palace, a pool of wine and a forest of meat, even death separates two. Wailing Phantom, seizing this opportunity, Tamamokat, Parsonalip, and Tristan simultaneously unleashed their noble phantasms, striking BB and forcing him out of the fight. This result struck Shen Fei, watching from the sidelines, as something of a quirk. It seems I've lost. Did you expect me to say that, senior? I'm saying, don't assume you've won, human. With these final words, BB's body transformed into golden glow and vanished. At that moment, the light in the liver stream suddenly faded. Be careful. Several gunshots rang out in the pitch-black liver stream room, accompanied by cries of surprise from Mashu, Lip, and the others. Just as Shen Fei was about to summon flames to illuminate the surroundings, the area suddenly lit up, and the group found themselves no longer in the liver stream room, but inside a vast research facility. It's you, Imaya. Why did you attack senior? Looking at Kira Imaya standing nearby, his gun raised, it was clear who had attacked from the darkness. I'm sorry, but the secrets here can't be revealed, Kira Imaya said calmly in response to Mashu's questioning. Mashu glanced around, her expression instantly darkening as she took in the rows of incubators and the bodies within. Where is this? Ritsuka's expression was even darker than Mashu's, evidently having seen what was happening. That's outrageous, Lip's pupils constricted as she gazed at the incubators. Don't look, meow, Tamamokat soothed her. This is the abandoned celestial chamber, and it's also the original research facility for spirit particle transfer. Kuromaya immediately revealed the secret. Spirit particle transfer is no easy feat. Even Marisperly, as skilled as he is, couldn't have obtained the information out of thin air. He achieved this through extensive experimentation. These experiments sound simple, but knowing the behind-the-scenes reveals a truly murky process. Such experiments couldn't be carried out publicly. Chaldea, built with the combined efforts of the United Nations, couldn't possibly conduct such experiments there. Therefore, they had to choose a secluded location. The Seraphix mobile offshore oil base was undoubtedly a highly secretive location. Aside from resupply every few months, it was completely isolated from the outside world. Kuromiya's words caused Mashu and Ritsuka's expressions to change. They had never imagined that spirit particle transfer technology could be born from such bloody research. In fact, these masters are not dead. Weren't you wondering earlier why so many servants could be summoned during this Holy Grail War without any masters? In fact, these servants are the masters, Kuromiya said, pointing at the incubators. The demon god G faction discovered this place and launched this Holy Grail War. And these summonings weren't just once, but repeated several times until your arrival. Weren't you curious about where the power comes from? It comes from them. Using human life force as magical power is a specialty of the Moon World's magicians. Now that I've completely destroyed the power supply here, no more servants will be summoned. Once I eliminate you, no one will know what's going on here. Kuromiya raised his gun at Ritsuka. Although Mashu was utterly shocked by what had happened in the celestial chamber, Upon seeing Ritsuka in danger, she immediately threw herself in front of him with her shield. What's going on here? Just as the two sides were about to fight, Robin Hood appeared from nowhere, looking at the scene with a bewildered look. What do you mean BB is out? How is that even possible? Seriously, this is great. We're finally rid of her. Upon hearing from Lip that BB was out, Robin Hood couldn't believe it at first, but after confirming it, he almost jumped for joy. Among the servants summoned this time, it was undoubtedly Robin Hood who was the most unlucky. The other servants summoned would just die and return to Valhalla, but for him, even though he had died several times, he was still dragged out by BB to be used as a tool. No matter what, he's the enemy now, Master. I'll join you. Although Ritsuka didn't want to fight Kuromiya, she wouldn't just sit there and wait for death if he was determined to kill her. The battle ensued, and with the help of Mashu's shield, Kuromiya was soon beaten to the ground. Kuromiya's gun was powerful, but Mashu's shield was even more powerful. You've gone too far. He was your servant before, after all, and you just killed him like that. Just as Kuromiya was being defeated, the missing Mabel burst out of the celestial chamber. Mabel, you're still alive. That's great. Meow. Did you expect me to say that? Reveal your true form, Demon Pillar, Tamamo Cat said, swinging a claw at Mabel without hesitation. Have you been discovered? Okay, Mabel raised her hand to block Tamamo Cat's attack, revealing her true form. Tamamo Cat took the opportunity to leap back, and the group discovered that the figure before them wasn't the Demon Pillar, but a stunningly beautiful woman with a slender figure. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Who are you, exactly? I'm Kiara Seshoin. I was originally a psychologist sent by the church, but I unexpectedly became possessed by a demon, Kiara Seshoin. She showed up at this very moment? This is unbelievable. Hearing the other person claim to be Kiara Seshoin, Shen Fei was immediately speechless. He had no idea what this singularity was, but he had long heard of Kiara Seshoin. One of the evils of humanity, even if only half of her body, was still no match for a demon pillar. So Shen Fei ignored the latter part of her statement about being possessed by a demon pillar. It was a joke. As one of the evils of humanity, how could he be afraid of a mere demon pillar? Even if Seshoin was only half of one of the evils of humanity, her status was still equal to Gosha's. This demon pillar is probably the worst demon pillar in history. Shen Fei didn't even need to think to know what the fate of the demon pillar possessed by him would be. It was like throwing a meat bun at a dog, a loss without return. You are the church's psychiatrist, the one who left the diary. Chapter 1123 The Last Singularity, Part 1. Yes, it's me. Kiara Seshoin nodded slightly after hearing Ritsuka's words. Impossible. If you're him, then who died before? And what about the demon pillar? You're lying. This was completely inconsistent. Previous investigations had shown that the person who wrote the diary and the person killed in the central control room were likely the same person. But now it was revealed to be Kiara Seshoin. Ritsuka immediately sensed something was amiss. Be careful. She's one of the human evils, Shen Fei immediately warned the celestial chamber. What? Human evil? The same as Gosha. Mashu and Ritsuka stared at Shen Fei in shock. They had never expected to encounter human evil here. They had already learned what human evil was after Tiamat and Gosha. There are many interpretations of human evil, including that it's not evil towards humanity, but rather a stain of rejection by humanity, various disasters that could destroy humanity, or that it's actually human love itself, and that the desire to destroy humanity isn't based on malice. This is because malice is only temporary and becomes less effective with use. Therefore, the true threat to humanity lies in the desire to protect human principles. The desire for a better future, bearing its fangs against the present peace, gives rise to human evil. For example, Gosha, where human principles were incinerated, would not have triggered the incineration without the founding of Chaldea. The purpose of Chaldea was to protect human principles, but the process of Chaldea's establishment was undoubtedly deeply tainted. Mashu's birth, and now the celestial chamber at the Seraphim oilfield, are all manifestations of Chaldea's dark side. A question many overlook is why Leif's witnessing of Mashu's birth triggered the incineration. The reason is simple: he witnessed countless children who died before Mashu's birth. Finding someone who can become a pseudo-servant is no easy task. The sheer number of lives lost in the spirit particle transfer gives us a rough idea of Mashu's past. Speaking of which, human evil and the collapse are quite similar. Looking across at Kiara Seshoin, Shen Fei suddenly remembered the collapse. Human evil and the collapse share a common characteristic: they are ineradicable. As long as humans exist, human evil will exist, and humans must overcome human evil. Human evil is evil that humans eliminate, not evil that destroys humanity. This characteristic is somewhat similar to the collapse. Why do humans become human evil? Ritsuka suddenly asked a question. She understood human evil, but she was a little confused by the fact that human evil was actually human. Haha, I didn't expect that someone actually knows me. Let me introduce myself formally. I'm S.H.I.E.L.D, and I'm also the beast of happiness the evil of mankind. Originally, I should have been the same as the others. After being possessed by the demon god, I slowly disappeared. However, because of the demon god, I learned a lot of things: parallel worlds, compilation matters. Among these many worlds, I met her in a certain time and space. S.H.I.E.L.D slowly began to talk about her experience. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for her to become the evil of mankind, but she didn't know that the demon god G faction had contacted the moon world, and then began to digitize the oil field base and hold the Moon Holy Grail War. This was originally the means for G faction to resurrect, but what he never expected was that because he connected the world of the Moon Holy Grail, the S.H.I.E.L.D here met the S.H.I.E.L.D there, and then things got out of control. So the base's map has become female because of you, not BB. Through S.H.I.E.L.D Kiara's narration, the group discovered that BB had lied. After the oil field base was digitized, the map now resembled a giant woman, with human body parts replacing the original facilities. Originally, I wanted to stop the demon, but I was just a weak human, and there was no way I could stop it. But now it's finally over. You defeated BB and saved the base, S.H.I.E.L.D Kiara said, a pitiful expression on her face. Shut up, you're lying. Just as Ritsuka was about to speak, Suzuka Gazan suddenly shouted. If it's as you say, then what about the demon pillar? And those summoned servants? How many have you absorbed so far? And how many cruel dreams have you caused those masters to have in order to make so many servants appear? Haha, there's nothing I can do about it. I know it's shameful to obey the orders of a demon, but I'm just a weak human after all. And those servants' battles are so captivating. I'm completely captivated by them, so I plan to make better use of them before their bodies become completely tattered. But it's only for about 70 times. I won't do it anymore. Her beautiful face and the words she uttered made everyone present gasp. I never thought such a twisted person could exist in the world, Tristan said slowly after a long moment. I knew there was someone behind BP, but I didn't expect it to be someone like you. You must not be allowed to live. Bow of Prayer, Robin Hood said, unleashing his noble phantasm against S.H.I.E.L.D. Tamamonami, Suzuka Gazan, Tristan, and the others were also ready for battle. That's why I was exiled here, but now it's all over. Master of Chaldea, I'm glad to speak with you. It's worth destroying your spirit, S.H.I.E.L.D said, disappearing from the celestial chamber before Robin Hood's noble phantasm could unleash its final blow. Although S.H.I.E.L.D had hidden her true nature well, after so many years in the church, someone had discovered it, leading to her exile to this oilfield base. Escaped, Robin Hood's noble phantasm, though described as a bow, was actually more like a wood release technique. It materialized the yew tree used to craft a bow, binding the enemy and inflicting various negative effects like poison before detonating. Normally, those bound by this noble phantasm would be unable to escape, but it clearly had no effect on S.H.I.E.L.D. Boom. Just as the group was about to discuss their next move, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. That noise, could it be that the oilfield base has sunk to the seafloor? Tristan asked. Is it still too late? Ritsuka looked deeply disappointed. In the end, she hadn't saved a single soul. We must stop her, or the entire world will be destroyed. Her goal isn't just to sink the oil base to the seabed, but to penetrate the strata of the planet and penetrate its core. Then, she'll transform the planet into her body, becoming its brain and erogenous zone, Parsanlip suddenly shouted. What? Parsanlip's words shocked the group. They had never imagined her ultimate goal would be this. As expected of human evil, the demon pillar is incomparable. While the demon god was still considering using this singularity to restore his body, human evil had already set his sights on the inhibitory force. If successful, it might even replace the inhibitory force of this world. I didn't expect you to be so perceptive. I really underestimated you. Yes, My goal is to transform the planet into her body, becoming one. This way, I can save humanity and alleviate all suffering. But before that, I must deal with you." Kiara Seshoin's voice suddenly cut through. So huge. After hearing Kiara Seshoin's voice, the group quickly left the celestial chamber and headed outside, where they were greeted by a massive figure, over 100 meters tall. Upon catching sight of them, a massive hand descended from the sky. Shen Fei, watching the immense, white hand descend from the sky, made a split-second decision and prepared to unleash his sword of disillusionment. While he could also grow to that size, with Mashu and Ritsuka nearby, it would be a dangerous move. Dang, dang, dang. In this critical moment, the heroine has finally appeared. Just as Shen Fei was about to act, a familiar voice echoed in their ears. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw it was the previously vanished BBA portal for spirit particle transfer appeared, sucking the group inside. Before Kiara Seshoin's massive hand could descend, they vanished. Then, the oil field base was shaken violently again, likely caused by Kiara Seshoin's attack. This was the school. When the group reacted, they were shocked to find that they were in a classroom. I didn't expect that Ritsuka's school was still using such retro desks and chairs. BB looked at the surrounding environment with interest. Who are you, BB, and which side are you on? Ritsuka didn't care about the surrounding environment at all. He stared at BB and asked, and the servants on the side did the same. Logically, BB should be a servant summoned by the demon pillar, and it was confirmed from Kiara Seshoin before, but now BB was saved by Kiara Seshoin. Of course I'm on your side, senior, I've said it before, BB immediately said with a smile, because the development of the matter was too bizarre. This time even Mashu didn't care about BB's address to Ritsuka. Well, then I'll tell you. In fact, I was thrown here by someone, saying that it was to save the world, but it turned out to be a one-way ticket. BB then revealed her origins. She was indeed summoned by the demon pillar, but it was indeed a coincidence that the Moon Holy Grail's fictional world of spirit particles was created to facilitate this. The digitized fictional world of spirit particles here at the oil field base was completely incomparable to the Moon Holy Grail's fictional world of spirit particles. Is there such a powerful monster now? How should we deal with it? Robin Hood asked immediately after BB introduced himself. Robin Hood was not familiar with human evil. It was not something that everyone could know, not even a heroic spirit. Of course, I have the tools to deal with her. Ding, 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 look at these. As BB spoke, a screen suddenly appeared in front of Ritsuka, displaying props with various effects and the prices. Hey, this is too expensive. We're saving the world, Robin Hood shouted after checking the prices. We can't help it. This is the rule. I worked hard to make this to hide it from her. Why do you think I need those Sakura coins? Sakura coins are magic resources in this fictional world of spirit particles, and BB has secretly collected a large amount of magic resources in this seemingly weird and troublesome way. In the Moon world, magic is omnipotent. Things like the Holy Grail and the Jade Box are actually the products of condensed magic. It can be said that in this world, with enough magic, you can do anything. The problem is that the word enough is remarkable. Originally, this was the last battle, and it would have been possible to let BB take out all of it for free. However, due to the rules of this fictional world of spirit particles, it can only be bought with Sakura coins. BB has control of this world, but Kiara Seshoin also has it. The female figure on the map is hers, and fighting her here is equivalent to facing Gosha in the Temple of Time. Well, thankfully, I collected enough Sakura coins before. Although the items sold by BB are very expensive, they are all items targeting Seshoin Kiara. With these items, it will be much easier to beat her. In order to save the world, Ritsuka will naturally not be reluctant to part with these Sakura coins. Besides, these Sakura coins can only be used in this world, and she can't take them out at all. This singularity really has some game style, but Seshoin has too many buffs. Shen Fei was speechless after seeing the buffs on Seshoin Kiara, especially some of the skills. Even if he faced them, he might not be able to win. For example, the 5 elements black robe and the 10,000 colors stasis skills are all aimed at the 5 senses. It can be said that any sentient life will find it difficult to deal with her when they encounter her. After purchasing all the items, the group rested for an hour and recovered to their peak condition before going outside to prepare to deal with Seshoin Kiara. As long as they defeated her before the oil field base entered the core of the planet, it would be fine. I didn't expect you to dare to come back, BB, why did you go against me? And you, why did you choose to help humans? Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D paid no heed to the reappearing group, her gaze fixed solely on BB and Lilith. Do you really think I was summoned by that idiotic demon? BB placed her hands on her hips, sneering at the enormous Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D across from her. Speaking of which, he's truly pathetic. He never saw through your true colors, and you played him like a fool from start to finish. While others might not know the true story of the demon god G faction, BB had witnessed it all, and he undoubtedly deserved the title of the most miserable demon pillar in history. While other demon pillars suffered their share of tragedies, like the one used as cooking material by a witch, at least the demon pillar never gave up its dignity. The demon god G faction, on the other hand, ultimately gave up its dignity and desperately begged for mercy, only to be abandoned by Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D. I simply fulfilled his wish for freedom, Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D said with a smile. No matter what he says, you always choose the opposite outcome. What a mischievous thing. What about you? Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D's gaze shifted to Lilith. HMPH, Lilith snorted coldly, ignoring her. Let's get started. Ritsuka nodded to the group and immediately began to use the props she had bought from BB at a high price. At first, Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D didn't care, but as she continued to use the props, she immediately felt something was wrong. What did you do? Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D said, slapping down with her huge palm again. Would release. Chapter 1124 The Last Singularity, Part 2. As Kiara's massive hand pressed down, Shen Fei activated wood release. A massive tree suddenly appeared before the group, meeting the downward force. Upon contact, the immense force from Kiara instantly crushed the tree by dozens of meters. However, the tree then began to fork, continuing its rapid growth, finally halting the downward force of Kiara's massive hand. Wood Dragon Technique. After halting the downward force, the previously forked trees continued to grow, transforming into several massive wooden dragons that stretched towards Kiara's massive form. Such immense power. Truly worthy of being called the human evil. Why don't you take action? Shen Fei shouted, looking at the group, seemingly stunned by Shen Fei's attack. The power emanating from the wooden dragons made it clear to him that he wouldn't be able to restrain them for long. The Phantom of Pain, the brilliant sunlight nap palace, a pool of wine and a forest of meat, even death parts us, the five-stringed Pippa at Benzaten, Demon Rain. After receiving Shen Fei's warning, Tristan and the others reacted immediately using their noble phantasms to attack S.H.I.E.L.D Kiara's massive form. Ritsuka's weakening item had significantly weakened S.H.I.E.L.D Kiara. Under the onslaught of noble phantasms, she screamed in pain. The next moment, the group looked at the severely injured S.H.I.E.L.D Kiara, their expressions changing. No blood flowed from her wounds, but instead, gigantic eyes emanated from them. These were the demon pillars. As S.H.I.E.L.D Kiara sustained her injuries, numerous demon pillars appeared around her. At this moment, even Shen Fei's wood release technique was unable to restrain her. Mashu, yes, Senior, the already distant ideal city, seeing the countless tentacles of the demon pillars about to attack, Mashu immediately used her noble phantasm. A massive white wall appeared before everyone, blocking the advancing demon pillars. Even Gosha would be ashamed of themselves seeing this. Even Shen Fei couldn't help but gasp at the dense mass of demon pillars before him. It felt a bit creepy. Gosha only had 72 demon pillars, but the number before him was over 100, and the number was constantly increasing. Heaven and earth separation, the star of creation. Looking at the ever-increasing demon pillars, Shen Fei considered for a moment and immediately drew out the sword of separation. The demon pillars were too numerous, and with the power he wielded, only the sword of separation could eliminate them all at once. As he swung the swirling sword of separation, a golden-red storm of blades instantly engulfed the demon pillars and Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D ahead. The group could clearly hear Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D's shrill screams from within the storm. Boom! At that moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to crumble. S.H.I.E.L.D Kiara, trapped within the storm, plummeted toward the sea below, protected by the numerous demon pillars. A strange power emanated from Shen Fei and his group, causing them to drift upward. You win this time, but when I return, it will be your doom. Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D, falling to the sea, stared angrily at Shen Fei and his group above. Previously, she had always smiled sweetly, as if everything was under control, but now her expression twisted. What a formidable opponent. Looking down at Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D, who had practically become a sea of demon pillars, Shen Fei was momentarily unsure how to defeat him. In terms of strength, Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D was inferior to Gosha. While her power was certainly formidable, it was actually comparable to Kaguya Otsutsuki's. She relied on the sheer strength of her powerful physique and lacked much combat experience. This wasn't surprising, after all, she was previously a psychiatrist, while Gosha had acquired Solomon's body, and the difference in combat experience between the two was vast. However, Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D surpassed Gosha in her ability to survive. Facing the sea of demon pillars, even Shen Fei had no effective strategy. Another attack from the Sword of Disobedience would have been similar, and there simply were too many demon pillars. I won't give you a chance. Just as Shen Fei was considering whether to switch to the Heavenly Fire Judgment, Lilith suddenly stepped forward, and the group stared at her in surprise. Given the current situation, Lilith's noble phantasm would have little effect on Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D. Lily, Parsanlip looked at Lilith with concern. Just as she was about to continue, Lilith interrupted her. I'll trouble you next, I understand. Parsanlip, who had been about to speak up to Lilith, saw Lilith's resolute expression and immediately remembered what she had said to her earlier. Master, do you believe me? Lilith suddenly looked at Ritsuka and asked. Of course, Ritsuka nodded without hesitation. Then use the command seals. Lilith then instructed Ritsuka to use one for Parsanlip and the remaining 2 for her. Okay, Ritsuka then used all 3. Even if death separates us, replenishing her magic power, Parsanlip immediately used her noble phantasm, this time targeting Lilith, but not to attack her, but to hurl her. This love is like a meteor, a palladium spear. With Parsanlip's throw, Lilith's body transformed into a brilliant beam of light, shooting towards S.H.I.E.L.D. and Kiara below. Upon noticing Lilith's attack, Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately deployed countless demon pillars to block her attack. Unfortunately, these pillars were unable to stop Lilith for even a moment. The spear transformed from her body, after defeating countless demon pillars, pierced Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D.'s body. Normally, given Kiara's power as a human evil, such an injury wouldn't have been fatal. Unfortunately, the noble phantasm that inflicted this injury was the Palladium, a weapon modeled after the spear of Athena, the legendary goddess of victory in war. Even human evil couldn't withstand this blow. The Palladium is so powerful that, in this fictional world, its speed can surpass beams of light and reverse time. The current Lilith is actually the Lilith from the second game, after Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D.'s first defeat against a human evil, resulting in her master's death. She then used this noble phantasm to reverse time, returning to time before Ritsuka's death. Originally, such a thing was impossible, but since this was a fictional world of spirit particles, in other words, a cyber world, it was possible. Simply put, it was like rewinding the progress bar on a video online. Of course, such a feat didn't come without a price. Lilith's hands were crippled because of it. Goodbye, I finally did it this time. Looking at Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D., pierced by her, Lilith smiled heartily. To save her master, she had paid a heavy price. Her alter ego, her first game self, had burned itself to death before her. Fearing Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D. would discover the 2 Liliths and cause trouble, the first game Lilith, after syncing her memories with him, burned herself to death without hesitation. Don't think you're guaranteed victory. Don't forget you're happy too. I'll take your body and kill the master. Everything you do is for her, Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D. said, her long black hair transforming into the tentacles of a demon pillar, wrapping around Lilith. While Lilith's happiness, born from the splitting of the BB, differed somewhat from the happiness of Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D., the third beast's half, it was still happiness, sharing the same origin. That was why she had previously cared about Lilith. Lilith's smile froze. She hadn't expected anything like this, and having transformed into the Palladium lance, she was now powerless to resist. Slaughterhouse. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hair was about to entangle Lilith, and just as he was about to take over Lilith's body with a smile on his face, Lilith suddenly disappeared from before him, replaced by a grenade. Bang! The grenade exploded directly in front of Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D. The force of the blast naturally couldn't harm her, but it seemed to mock her end. No, I don't want to die. Her last hope vanished, causing Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D. to roar in despair. Sadly, even with her unwillingness, her body began to dissipate. As her body faded, the sea of demonic pillars slowly vanished as well. Lily, Parsanlip ignored Kiara S.H.I.E.L.D.'s disappearance below. Instead, a worried look on her face, she took Lilith from Shen Fei's hands. He had previously used the power of the opera fruit to construct a grenade and swap it with Lilith. While he could have constructed a more powerful missile, there was no need now. You're not going to say goodbye to her? This time, you're gone for good. There's no chance we'll meet again. Inside the central control room, with S.H.I.E.L.D's disappearance, the singularity naturally vanished as well. BB found Lilith and Parsanlip. Their presence was due to BB's detached feelings and Kiara's S.H.I.E.L.D's summons. Once this imaginary world of spirit particles vanished, they would vanish as well. They would no longer be on the throne of heroes. That's fine, Lilith shook her head, rejecting BB's offer. Really? You're so happy. Fortunately, I knew you'd make this choice. Don't worry, with my help, you can summon individual servants later. Seeing Lilith's expression, BB revealed her hidden secret. You can do that. Parsanlip and Lilith looked at BB in shock. They had never imagined BB could pull off such a feat. Don't you care who I am? I'm BB. That damn guy only gave me a one-way ticket. So, of course, I have to go to Chaldea. BB put her hands on her hips and nodded confidently. Although it was difficult, as she said, she was BB. If you don't want to say goodbye, forget it. Then go say goodbye to Tristan. He's been secretly protecting you. BB's words made Lilith's eyes widen. Tristan was protecting her, but she had never felt it. It seemed to her that Tristan didn't trust her and wanted to kill her. I wasn't lying. He said you look a bit like S.H.I.E.L.D. Hearing BB's words, Lilith fell silent. Thanks to her servant status, she knew a little about Tristan and S.H.I.E.L.D's story. After a moment's hesitation, Lilith decided to go meet Tristan, and Parsanlip accompanied her. It's no use keeping it a secret now that it's done. I'll let BB help you. But I didn't expect an outsider to show up this time. This is going to be interesting. Goodbye, Lilith. Parsanlip, BB, Ritsuka finally met up with Lilith. As they prepared to return to Chaldea, BB escorted them back because they couldn't contact Chaldea. Suzuka, Tristan, Robin Hood, thanks to you all this time, I didn't help much either. It's all BB's fault. Robin Hood was about to say something, but when he caught BB's eye, he immediately shut up. He couldn't afford to offend BB here. Thank you for your hard work. I didn't expect to encounter human evil again. Upon returning to Chaldea, Mashu and Ritsuka immediately recounted their experiences at the Seraphic soil field. Roman and Da Vinci were shocked to learn that this time, not only the demon pillars but also human evil were involved, while Holmes remained thoughtful. But I didn't expect Director Mirispoli to do something like this in secret. Roman, do you think we should tell the director about this? Well, Da Vinci asked. Roman hesitated. Logically, Olga Marie should have been informed, but with a former director involved and the dark human experiments involved, they were concerned about whether Olga Marie would accept it. Dr. Roman, Da Vinci-chan, I think we should not tell the director. He's already got enough on his plate, Mashu said. Indeed, then, don't tell anyone yet. Also, the incident report needs to be kept secret. Da Vinci completely concealed the details of the human evil, Kiara's S.H.I.E.L.D., in his report, mentioning only the demon pillar. After all, he was a member of the church, and revealing his identity as a human evil would have been a wild guess. Alright, Mash, this Ritsuka incident has nothing to do with you. You're tired, so get some rest. The last demon pillar is coming up, and then we'll be free. How about we go to Ritsuka's house together then? That's a good idea, Roman agreed immediately. While the Magic Association demanded that Chaldea dismiss all heroic spirits, Da Vinci wasn't going to disappear. For the next period, Chaldea continued its search for the final demon pillar while also making personnel changes. The competition for Chaldea had finally concluded, with Gulraf Mujik becoming its new director. Chaldea needed to complete the blood transfusion before the new director arrived. At the same time, the new director also sent people to treat the frozen masters. Only the 7 people in Group A were still frozen. However, the reason given this time was very sufficient, that is, waiting for the new director to arrive and have him rescue them personally. This way, they could do a big favor to the 7 people in Group A. It must be said that this idea is very good. However, leaving them in the cryostat for almost a year without any care, it is hard to say whether this is a favor or hatred. Chapter 1125 The Last Singularity, Part 2. An order has arrived from the Magic Association. Chaldea can now only conduct one final spirit particle transfer. If the demon pillar is not eliminated before the new director arrives, it will be handed over to the new director and his team. The new director, who hadn't yet arrived, had already issued orders through the Magic Association. It was clear from these orders that they didn't take the demon pillar seriously. However, this was understandable. After all, to protect Mashu and Ritsuka, the intelligence reported by Chaldea had been edited and censored. Naturally, Roman and Da Vinci couldn't disobey the order from the Magic Association. The only solution was to eliminate the last demon pillar before the new director arrived and complete the handover safely. Regarding the new director and the new Chaldea, Da Vinci has been making multiple preparations. If the last demon pillar is not found before the new director takes office, the task will naturally be handed over to the new director. After all, she is only a heroic spirit, and she only needs to do her job well. She doesn't think that without her, Chaldea will be the end of pan-human history. In addition to the new director, Da Vinci and Holmes have also made preparations for the human freeze. The subsequent imaginary number dive was prepared at this time. The two naturally did not know that the human freeze would occur, but they knew that there was a deeper reason behind the human incineration, which is why they began to prepare for it. It could be said that the subsequent freeze in human logic would have been much simpler if those people had waited until Mashu and Ritsuka left Chaldea and Da Vinci was sent back to Valhalla before initiating it. Of course, this was only from Shen Fei's perspective. If they were in the middle of a situation with a master with almost no magical talent, a homunculus who had lost the power of a heroic spirit, and a heroic spirit with little combat power, while they had several powerful heroic spirits on their side, they naturally wouldn't have to worry about it. A few days later, a sudden alarm sounded in Chaldea. Mashu and Ritsuka rushed to the control room immediately. Shen Fei also rushed there from the magic workshop. He had been in Chaldea mostly during this period and was extremely curious about the last demon pillar and its situation. Dr. Roman, Da Vinci, have you found the last demon pillar? Mashu asked upon arriving at the control room. I can't be sure. In fact, this incident was not observed by Chaldea, but reported by the Magic Association branch. Da Vinci then explained the reason for the alarm. This incident occurred not on the past or future, but in the present. A port city called Salem in the United States suddenly fell into darkness. Initially believed to be a sudden power outage, it was later discovered that the incident had nothing to do with the power outage. Satellite detection also showed darkness, and no one in the city could be contacted by any means. After the initial official investigation failed, it was handed over to the military. However, after a team of soldiers entered, they also lost contact. Finally, the Magic Association and the church jointly intervened, but the result was no different. A team of magicians and clergy disappeared into the darkness. Originally, such a matter should not have been left to Chaldea to handle. Until the Magic Association, through various means, finally obtained some intelligence from the darkness, realized the seriousness of the situation, and handed the matter over to Chaldea. In that darkness, any means of communication were useless, even for familiars. That is, until a puppeteer and his mechanical puppets managed to enter and obtain some images of the interior. Leonardo da Vinci spoke as several black and white images immediately appeared on the large screen in front of him. Strangely, the buildings depicted were extremely ancient, completely unlike modern skyscrapers. The clothing of the characters was also completely different, appearing to be from ancient times. By comparing the images, we discovered that these were 17th century Salem buildings, and the clothing was the same. Subsequent investigation revealed that only 17th century technology could be used to enter. Once technology beyond that era was used, communication was lost. Leonardo da Vinci described the puppeteer, a common magician of modest skill. His puppets were made of ordinary materials, which allowed him to enter the interior. There's another, more important point. Salem originally had a population of 50,000, but investigations have revealed far fewer than that. From all the intelligence we've gathered so far, we've discovered that Salem has truly transformed into that 17th century town. This is a transposition. Someone has transposed 17th century Salem into modern society. Only the demon pillar could pull off a transposition of this magnitude. The moon world's displacement and projection magic are both basic, yet powerful enough. They can be incredibly powerful. Understood. We're ready. Regarding the demon pillar, Mashu and Ritsuka immediately stated their readiness for a spirit particle transfer. No, Mashu, this time is different. Salem is a very special place. Before the spirit particle transfer, you must memorize all the information within 3 days, Da Vinci said, pulling out 3 tablets and handing them to Mashu, Ritsuka, and Shen Fei. This should be the last spirit particle transfer. Please go with them and resolve it as soon as possible, okay? Shen Fei said as he took the tablet. Holmes, I'll trouble you next. In addition to the information in the tablet, Da Vinci also asked Holmes to teach the three people. The name Salem is very famous both in the magic world and the ordinary world, because it is the place where the witch is judged. If it is an ordinary world, it is just a persecution movement, but in the moon world, it is completely different. In view of the previous behavior of the demon pillar, this last demon pillar is probably also carrying out some unknown conspiracy. Wait a minute, I have a question I want to ask. Why is it a witch trial? There are no demon men? When Holmes was explaining the situation in Salem, Shen Fei suddenly had an idea and asked a question. This question immediately stunned Holmes, Mashu and Lixiang. They had never thought about this question before. But Holmes is Holmes after all. After being stunned at first, he explained to Shen Fei why it was a witch trial and not a magic man trial. This also involved certain magical concepts in the moon world, just like beauty. This statement made the three of them nod in unison. 3 days later, after Shen Fei, Mashu and Lixiang had memorized the information about Salem and even some names of that era, Da Vinci was also prepared to let the three understand why it took 3 days. Because that era was very xenophobic, although because of the age of exploration, people also knew about other continents and countries, but because of the witch trial, Salem was very wary of outsiders, fearing that witches and the like would appear, so Da Vinci needed to prepare suitable identities and clothes for them. Dear Da Vinci, you want to come too? When preparing for the transfer of the spirit particles, Mashu and Ritsuko were very surprised to see that Da Vinci was also ready. Don't worry, we have Roman and Holmes here, nothing will go wrong. If it was Chaldea where Roman sacrificed himself, Da Vinci naturally could not leave Chaldea, but now that Roman is still there and there is a Holmes, Da Vinci can naturally leave with peace of mind. We are a theater troupe. If the number of people is too small, it will be hard for people to believe. The identity that Da Vinci prepared for the group was a wandering theater troupe. During these 3 days, she prepared not only clothes, but also scripts for drama performances. Including the mechanical puppet Kato Danzo, there are a total of 5 people in the group, which is almost in line with the situation of a small wandering theater troupe. Speaking of which, this is the first time that the spirit particles have been transferred to now. As the voicemail countdown began, the group began their written transmigration. Although the singularity was in the modern era, considering that everyone who had previously entered had vanished, Da Vinci had come up with the idea of using written transmigration to reach it. After all, it was a singularity. Is everyone here? Da Vinci's voice was the first to echo from the dark forest. I'm here. Mashu's voice was the first to utter, followed by Ritsuka, Shen Fei, and Kato Danzo. The group remained together, which was good news. Something's not right here. I can't reorganize. It's like my body is immobilized. After the 5 of them gathered, Da Vinci first noticed a problem. I don't feel anything. Mashu seemed fine, likely due to her being a pseudo-servant. It seems to be targeting heroic spirits only. Mashu, can Ritsuka contact Chaldea? Da Vinci nodded thoughtfully, then asked. No, Mashu immediately shook her head. That was expected. Thankfully, I was prepared. How's your situation? Da Vinci was not surprised by what Mashu said. Before coming here, she had already made relevant preparations. Then she looked at Shen Fei. With him around, they could return to Chaldea at any time. No problem, you can go back anytime. Shen Fei tested the portal and found it could be used normally. That's it, then there's no problem. Let's first confirm where we are. There seems to be a fire there, in the dark forest. The fire in the distance looked extremely conspicuous. It seems we are lucky. This should be near Salem. Let's go and take a look. What are they doing? The group soon came to the vicinity of the fire. A group of girls and their teens were gathered around the fire, performing some kind of ritual. Although I am an omnipotent genius, I don't know everything. It's bad that wild animals are approaching. Save people quickly. Da Vinci was originally going to continue to see what the girls' rituals were, but with the appearance of the wolves, seeing the girls fleeing in panic, the group immediately prepared to rescue people. Remember, don't use magic. Salem is the place where witches are judged. Using magic here is equivalent to saying that you are a witch. Fortunately, Leonardo da Vinci and Holmes were well prepared and prepared weapons of this era, swords, and muskets for the group. The girls who were originally fleeing in all directions immediately calmed down after the group took action, under the comfort of a blonde girl, Then the group learned the girl's name, Abigail. This name sounds familiar. Hearing this name, Shen Fei muttered in his heart. Just when Da Vinci was about to ask Abigail, a middle-aged man came over with a lantern. Abigail called him uncle. After learning that Shen Fei and his team had rescued the girls, the man immediately stepped forward to express his gratitude. After learning that they were a wandering theater troupe, he invited them to rest at his home. At the same time, he also punished Abigail, that is, she could not eat until tomorrow noon. It was indeed a very dangerous thing to bring a group of girls into the forest late at night. Something is wrong. I roughly calculated that there are only more than 1,600 people in this village. Where did the 50,000 people go? Also, according to Duan Zhangho's map, this place is not purely Salem in the 17th century. The next day, after having a simple breakfast, the group immediately began to investigate the surrounding environment. Judging from the results of the investigation, the situation was very abnormal. It's not Tituba's fault. It's all my fault. I forced Tituba to tell me about the ceremony. When the group returned from the beach, they immediately saw Abigail arguing with her uncle Carter. It turned out that it was because of the ceremony last night. Some girls felt something was wrong after they returned, so some people blamed Abigail, and Carter decided to punish Tituba. Tituba was a slave of the Carter family. In this era, slavery still existed. Despite Abigail's repeated pleas, Carter decided to punish Tituba by not allowing her to eat for a day. Then Carter found Da Vinci and said that he had talked with a priest and the elders in the village to let the Fujimura Ritsuka troupe start its first performance tonight. If the villagers were satisfied, they could stay in the village. If not, they would have to leave. Da Vinci naturally said that there was no problem, and the Fujimura Ritsuka troupe would definitely satisfy the villagers. Tonight's performance is related to our future plans, so don't forget it. In order to prepare for the evening performance, Da Vinci and Carter discussed and decided to borrow the village's public assembly hall for rehearsal. Dear Da Vinci, what are you going to perform today? Matthew asked immediately. Before setting off, Da Vinci had prepared numerous scripts. Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. Da Vinci immediately announced the evening's performance, then continued, "It's a pity Roman didn't come along, otherwise he would have been perfect for the role of King Solomon." Dr. Roman and King Solomon look alike, Matthew asked curiously upon hearing Da Vinci's words. In her heart, she naturally didn't think Roman, a man prone to depression, resembled King Solomon, but Da Vinci's words changed the situation. Of course they do. Otherwise, when we get back, let Roman perform again, and you'll understand. Da Vinci then began to explain the key points of the play. As a versatile genius, Da Vinci was well versed in drama, but those present were new to it. Da Vinci didn't notice that as she mentioned King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, Tituba, who had been sent by Carter to help with chores, changed her expression. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.